Right, here we go. Apologies. I think somebody must have been fiddling with my system. A lot of my intro stuff, I cannot find them somehow. So I shall be having words with somebody at some point. So a lot of my intro music are not available. So let's just kick it off then. So we play by ear. I know how much you look forward to that Yendeba music, but I'm not quite sure who's been playing silly buggers with my system. But a lot of like I said, hold on. So a lot of my intro space missing. So we're going to kick it off. We're going to kick it off. Hold on. We're going to kick it off with hold on. You see, that intro thing that I do, it just buys me the time to somewhat to somewhat align myself. But alas, let's hear from Alexander whilst I'm trying to sort myself out. Alexander, good to see you.
Hello, how are you? You all right?
I'm good. I'm good. So somebody, I suspected Kaizo or more to it, Thomas. They've been fiddling with my system, and I can't find any of my intro music.
Okay.
So get the Koboko out. Somebody needs a plugin.
Oh, what we have for discussion tonight?
Yes. A lot of it still wrapped around the Tinubu'S spillover. And we're looking at Madam Ezekwesili, her commentaries on that space. And then we're looking at something being said by the British Prime Minister. And then the Minister of Interior, he's looking to quickly wrap up the backlog in the passport issuing. So we're looking at that as well. And then there's a ministerial nominee that slumped and fainted during the course of yeah, so we reflect on that as well, because of course we recall that this guy that wasn't too well, our once ex-Vice President Yadua, so he just suddenly what level of fitness do these people actually have for some of these positions that they're seeking to occupy? And should we really be having some sort of a medical as part of the screening processes to see if they're fit and able, you know?
Yeah, I think the screening should be. I think the medical checkup should be a prerequisite. I think that's very important. It's disheartening that a man who's just been vetted for a position as a minister could slump and in the process. I don't know. I was reading online. I was kind of flabbergasted to read about it. He's not fit for purpose. I don't think he should. What does he have to offer? He's obviously ill. They can, I don't know. I need to read more about it. Maybe it's heat. Maybe it's some medical condition the man is going through. I don't know.
It's certain to be a medical condition, but why is it that we're just all these people that are carrying so many gremlins in terms of their state of well-being? They seem to. I don't know. It's becoming it's recording too often a decimal for us just not to have to pay attention to it now.
I'm actually concerned about the president of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu. From what I saw on October 1st, in the October 1st speech, I was a little bit taken aback. If he's going to continue like that, I have bad news for everybody listening to me. He's not going to last 8 years. He didn't look well at all. He was struggling. He was panting. He wasn't well. I don't know. I read where you said that, yeah, he's been traveling and all that, but that's not enough excuse for him to sound the way he was sounding and look the way he was looking on October the 1st. I'm a little bit concerned about that. I must be very honest. And when I get concerned about matters like this, it usually comes to fruition. So let's keep our fingers crossed. He's not the healthiest of presidents.
Yes, but, the thing is, we'll have to not make him throughout the. It's somewhat. I'm not quite sure if it's as far gone as Buhari, but I think we might well be going through that experience again. Somebody that will have to nursemaid.
I got bad news for you. I think Buhari wasn't quite as ill as this guy is. President Tinubu, look, there's something wrong with President Tinubu. With Buhari, I thought he had a problem with his balance and his equilibrium and his air, but President Tinubu, it looks far more worse than that. I don't know. I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned about that, really. And this,
Yes.
yeah, and this university thingy it needs to die a natural death. We need to move on. I hope
No,
people.
I think it's over now. I'm not quite sure anybody still has anything to cling on in that space. There's nothing left there to offer anybody. This or this, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think Tinubu was playing a three-dimensional chess with these people? Because of course he knows his record, and he knows that there's no smoking gun there. So why did he lead them on this wild goose chase, putting legal roadblocks all the way through to indicate that there was something to hide, only for the reveal to show us that there was absolutely nothing there? Do you think it was? Do you think it was playing them like a flute?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know why he did that. I guess he has a lot of money to play around with. It didn't make any sense. He must have paid millions and millions of dollars to have that information, trying to block that information from being revealed. So it didn't make any sense to me. I have my reservations about this Tinubu certification. I must be very honest. I have my reservations.
What are they? What are they?
I don't know. Something just doesn't add up. I don't know. You know, that like I was telling someone who was a big boy on your platform earlier today, that when I come on your platform, I say things sometimes that I shouldn't be saying, and that comes back to haunt me because I get calls from all over the place, and I get embarrassed. So, but I have my reservations. I could tell you off camera, but I have my reservations about it. But if the school has come out to say that he did attend and they have his transcript and all that, then we should let it die a natural death, and let's forge ahead and take our country out of where it is and get our country back to where it was in the mid-70s, top 20 economies in the world. I think we can still do that. I said it so many times that we have the potential. It's just the leadership and the right people for the right job. You have.
Do you think this CSU thing? Do you think this is the final hurdle that he's having to surmount? Because I don't think the Supreme Court now, I don't really think any attention should go there. Of course, they have to do their job, but I don't think this is the last hurdle. I suspect that he'll have to scale.
Yeah, I sent a supercharge. I sent a supercharge pertaining to that, signed, sealed, and concluded. I think it's a done deal. If the registrar of Chicago State did swear under oath today that yes, he did attend that school, that's a done deal. No American will want to stick their head out to President Tinubu because they know the implication of perjury, so they're not going to do all that. So I think that's a done deal. The discrepancies didn't help. He and her and different date of birth and different, you know, it's just a mess. But like I said, and I'll say it, he's ever going to be a very unpopular president. But he could also be the best president we've ever had. Right now,
do you think he is unpopular, or do you think he's just being got at by a loud but a small but loud minority that are propelling a particular narrative? Because I don't think Tinubu is unpopular. I think it's actually quite popular, but the noise against him subsumes the whole space, and you cannot hear from the noise. I think he's quite a popular man.
No, I don't. I totally disagree. I think he's a very unpopular president. People don't want him. The average people don't want him. He's very unpopular. I'm from Lagos State, and he's very unpopular in Lagos State. That I can tell you. Now that was the reason why what's his name, Obi was able to win Lagos State, and that if they weren't, if they had an election where Viva Roads had gone first instead of what's his name, instead of Tinubu. Viable roads would have won that gubernatorial elections. But because they realized that we got to be very careful here, they had to do what they had to do, whether you like it or not. They did something to stop the man in his tracks. He's not very popular in Lagos State. He's not very popular. People think he's taking over the whole place. Whatever Tinubu wants, Tinubu does in Lagos. I must say that's very true. But like Fela's son said, when you get to know him, you get to like him. He's a likable person, but his high-handedness is something that a lot of people are tired of. They think that the Tinubu dynasty should die off a natural death and let somebody else come in and take the space. What he did to Ambode was unforgivable, because Ambode wasn't willing to dance to his tunes. He kicked him out. That's typical Tinubu.
But what happened to what happened to Ambode was essentially out of Tinubu's hands. I think there were elements that wanted Ambode out, and Tinubu just went along with it. I'm not quite sure.
If Tinubu wanted him to win a second term, that would have worked. I mean, you could say some big wigs, some landowners, some Mutums in Lagos didn't want him to go win a second term. But if Tinubu had intervened, that wouldn't have been the case. So, but it's a good. Ambode was a very good governor. I can't understand why he didn't get a second chance, a second term. So, but anyway, that's that. He needs to be able to prove people wrong. He needs to be able to perform.
Do you think people should give him the space and time to work?
Yes.
Because it looks as though even if he draws breath, they query how that breath was drawn. So nobody can function under those circumstances. Do you think that after all this Chicago nonsense, do you think the Nigerians, whether you like him or not, should actually give him that space to breathe, and let's just see what sort of a governance is,
Yes, you're right, and that's why he's coming up with all kinds of haphazard decisions that fall flat at the end of the day, because he's just trying to prove himself that, look, I'm equal to this task. But he's got what it takes. Eventually,
sorry, actually I interrupted you. Sorry, carry on.
I said in your platform earlier that I feel sorry for the person who's going to take over from Buhari, because those guys have left an economy that's less than zero, and that's where we are right now. It's easy to destroy and much more difficult to fix. So yeah, people got to give him time, but the obedience are giving him a hell of a run for his money. So.
You know, Alexander. If there's one Achilles heel that I've identified within Tinubu, I think he wants to be liked.
Yes,
and I think that's a fault line for somebody that is in a leadership position.
He wants to be. He wants to be liked and accepted, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. But you hit the nail on it. You hit the nail on it.
I was just trying to juxtapose him with somebody like Buhari. So when Buhari won whichever election, they told him that, what are you going to do for, how are you going to manage all of these people that did not vote for you? He said, well, they said, oh, but this many people did not vote for you. But he said, well, this many people voted for me. So he didn't really care that much about that. He got what he wanted, and he didn't really care after that. You know, yes. Buhari doesn't care if you like him or not, so he will go on and do his will. And wherever he lands, it lands. So he didn't care about being liked, but I suspect that Tinubu wants to be liked.
That's a great point, one man. That's a great point. Yes, he wants to be liked and accepted, you know, but it's not looking that way presently. But once he completes his term and he becomes a success story, then the whole thing will change. But right now, he's not very popular, in my opinion, and that's the reason why he's overworking himself just to get the economy back to where it's supposed to be. The Naira is declining by the minute, and I don't know what they're doing about that. But that is a great concern for me, But let's see what Yemi Cardoso has to do about that. But anyway, woman, let me let you go on with your show, and thanks for having me. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for popping in. So that's the majestic Alexander Gomez. So thank you, Alexander. So that was Alexander, of course. Nobody needs introduction to Alexander. So that was Alexander. But all of my intro things, they seem to be missing somewhat. So we'll have to just launch straight into it. We'll launch straight into it. Let me show you the headlines, and then I'll bring up the people assembled so far, and then we'll start to build the conversation. So we'll be spending quite a bit of time with this. A lot of people sent this in. They said to start to watch it from minute 5. So we'll start watching that from minute 5, and then we'll see where that takes us. We'll have a look at this as well. So now, there's somewhat of an irritation starting to come into the tone of the presidency regarding the CSU space. So this is Yusuf Tugar, who responds now to this. The font is not the font. The copy is Oluwole. They did not graduate even though the university. So the language of fed up, the language of enough is enough is starting to emanate out of Aso Rock. Nigerians wasting their time on Tinubu'S forged CSU certificate. So you can reinterpret this and reword it, of course. This is not a verbatim quotation. This is coming from People's Gazette, which is an obedient platform. So this is their inflection on what the guy says. So they're not quoting him verbatim. They're just, it is an inflection, it's an interpretation of what he said. Nigerians wasting their time on Tinubu'S forged CSU certificate. Buhari faced similar distraction. Foreign Minister Yusuf Tugar. So let's see now what Yusuf has to say. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar says Nigerians dwelling. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar says Nigerians dwelling on the forged Chicago State University certificate President Tinubu presented to the Independent National Electoral Commission are wasting their time. He advised them to focus on alleviating their hardship. The economic challenges we are facing, we shouldn't be wasting time about whether some certificate, whether it has a T missing or an I hasn't been dotted. That shouldn't be our primary focus at this moment, Mr. Tugar said on Channels TV. The Foreign Affairs Minister added that there is a tendency to always try to distract and detain people on such frivolous issues as opposed to facing the major issues of development. We don't have time to waste on that. Nobody is wasting time about certificate qualification for somebody who has been a governor of a state, served 2 terms, and has been on the national stage as a politician. Mr. Tugar added, you remember that former President Buhari had to go through the same thing, where people were actually questioning whether he went to secondary school or not. Someone who had classmates was the captain. He was the head boy. The foreign leaders with whom we have been engaging and the international organizations clearly are disinterested in wasting time on such. Prolonged legal tussle on Tinubu'S controversial academic record reached a crescendo after CSU, in a deposition on Tuesday, revealed that it did not issue the certificate Mr. Tinubu presented to Nigeria's electoral body. So that's a categorical lie, of course, and we all know. I wonder if we should really be quoting from this platform anymore, because all they do is just tell lies, you know. They did not do that. I think we all know that already. We discussed that at length yesterday. Do I actually have that deposition? I have that deposition actually, but it's such a heavy document. Let me share it. I have that deposition. Let me share it. It says, so this is the deposition right here. So when I'm telling you that it's a lie, I have the transcript of what happened in that space. So when I'm telling you it's a lie, It's only because the transcript tells you that it is a lie. So they just make up stories, as we know people get set for. But let's just carry on. Right. Let's pick it up from here. Prolonged legal tussle on Mr. Tinubu's controversial academic records reached a crescendo after CSU, in a deposition on Tuesday, revealed that it did not issue the certificate Mr. Tinubu presented to Nigeria's electoral body. Caleb Westberg, the CSU registrar, said Mr. Tinubu's certificate dated the 22nd of June 1979 and tendered to INEC on June the 17th, 2022, was not issued by the school, and its administrators could therefore not be able to authenticate its source. So that wasn't what was said. What was said was that they don't keep copies of certificates issued because it doesn't serve any purpose under that just a ceremonial piece of paper, just to give them something on the day of graduation to say this is a diploma. So they don't keep copies of that, but they did present copies of similar diplomas that were issued at that point in time. Let me actually show you something that and those copies very much mirror what Tinubu presented. And if you wanted a copy of your diploma, by the way, you can just go and download it from the university portal. So I'm not quite sure. It says if I share the screen with you here now, let me see if I can make it any bigger. So you can see it then. You can see it there on your screen. So that's the Chicago State University, and it says do you want another copy of your diploma, or has your diploma been damaged? The following online service is available through our official diploma vendors, the Michael Salter Company. So they've even outsourced it to a third party. So that's where we are now. So we can just abandon this, I suspect, but we certainly will be abandoning it after a couple of days. But this very much still the story being discussed. Chicago State University, Tinubu should have saved Nigeria from embarrassment. Madam IPOB Ezekwesili. Former Education Minister Obi Ezekwesili has criticized President Bola Tinubu after the Chicago State University released its academic records. Ezekwesili said Tinubu should have saved Nigeria from embarrassment by voluntarily asking CSU to publish its academic records. Maybe Atiku should not have embarked on that journey, is more the thing. She noted that such would have been less traumatic and exemplary. In a post on X, the former minister lamented that Nigerian leaders detest transparency. According to Ezekwesili, how so much easier it would have been for Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So look at that. So this is the thing, and we're still in that space. Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, maybe she did not get the memo from INEC, but you probably find out soon that he is actually President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this is what she wrote on Twitter, by the way. She says, how so much easier it would have been for Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu to have saved the country and people the embarrassment of this Chicago State University CSU court case by instantly and voluntarily asking the institution to publish its academic credentials. How difficult could that have been? How so less traumatic such exemplary disclosure to remove all doubt would have been for Nigerians? So it's like anyway. Let me just leave that there. I'm not going to run any commentaries on this. Like most Nigerians, it is profoundly embarrassing to field mocking questions on this matter that strikes at the heart of our national integrity from foreigners. Our public leaders of a certain genre despises transparency, and yet it is an antidote to the fiascos like this one. Our citizens, at the end of the 2023 electoral process, so she just goes on and on in the manner that we know her for. So let's just abandon that immediately and move on. So let me move you on to this. This is nothing politics. This is the UK Prime Minister speaking to a particular contention that is going on globally. So I'll read you his words and then I'll play you his video. We shouldn't be bullied into believing people can be any sex they want to be. UKPM. The United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said that, let's do that again. We shouldn't be bullied into believing people can be any sex they want to be, says UKPM. The United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said that people should not be bullied into believing people can be any sex they want to be. He made the remarks during his closing speech at the 2023 Conservative Party conference on Wednesday. Addressing the conference, Sunak said, "It shouldn't be controversial for parents to know what their children are being taught in school about relationships. Patients should know when hospitals are talking about men or women, and we should not be bullied into believing that people can be any sex they want to be." So, time warp back 10 years, and you would not even believe that this is a conversation that anybody will be having. That the conversation now is around people being able to choose what gender they are. Or anyway, they can't. A man is a man. They can't. A man is a woman. They can't. A man is a man, and a woman is a woman. That's just common sense. So, rather than stumbling over his words, hear from the actor himself. Here is the British PM, Rishi Sunak.
It also shouldn't be controversial for parents to know what their children are being taught in school about relationships. Patients should know when hospitals are talking about men or women. And we shouldn't get bullied. And we shouldn't get bullied into believing that people can be any sex they want to be. They can't. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. That's just common sense.
So I bet you never thought you'd get to that space in life where it will have to be explained to you that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. But we're actually having that conversation globally these days. So there it is. Just for the benefit of avoidance of any doubt, a man. So just sort of like my sort of frame and shape is what they describe as a man. And anything that something that looks different from me is probably what you describe as a woman. So a man is a man still. I'm not sure. Maybe in 20 years' time, all of these things would have been surrendered to. Let's move on from there to here. Applicants will now get passports in 2 weeks. Minister of Interior. So if they are able to pull this off, then that tells you then that what ran under Buhari was a scam. Nigeria's Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has stated that Nigerians would have to wait more than, that should be would not, shouldn't they? Nigeria's Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has stated that Nigerians would have to wait more than 2 weeks for an international would not, that should be. So let me read it as it should read. Nigeria's Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has stated that Nigerians would not have to, you see the not is which is missing from there, that's why, would not have to wait more than 2 weeks for an international passport anymore. The minister on September the 7th gave the NIS a 2-week deadline to remove all passport application backlogs. He added that the Nigeria Immigration Service had cleared all the 240,000 odd passport application backlog. Speaking on Wednesday, October the 4th in Abuja, whilst updating Nigerians on the status of the passport backlog in the country, Tunji Ojo said, no one will ever wait for 2 weeks to get a passport again. If you apply and have been captured, you will get your passport in 2 weeks. So if they are able to pull this off, then the totality of that last 8 years was a scam. He noted, yes, Immigration Service did 3 shifts to make sure that we clear the backlog and to ensure that never again in the history of Nigeria are we going to have a backlog. This is not a temporary relief, but a permanent solution. I bet you that if you have a Fulani as the president of the country again, we will revert to that, because that's just their way. They come in there to milk everything, and that's what they do. The minister stated that NIS and its partners would enhance their systems in order to improve their services, adding that applicants would not be required to go to passport offices to be captured from December 2023. He added, people will be able to upload their passport and supporting documents online. Only biometric will be taken at the passport office. We are introducing passport front offices where people can go and process their passport close to where they reside. Solution providers have been given 3 months to activate these, or their contracts will be revoked. So there it is right there. The system almost threatening to work. Can you imagine that? The system in Nigeria almost threatening to work. The system threatens to work, but perhaps not under the stewardship of this character. Ministerial nominees slumped during screening. So this is it. People that we get in there was pandemonium at the Senate chambers this afternoon after the ministerial nominee for Kaduna State, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, slumped whilst being screened by the Senate on Wednesday, October the 4th. Lawal, whose name was submitted alongside 2 others for screening by President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday, October the 4th, fell to the floor whilst he was being questioned by the lawmakers. He was the second nominee to be screened. He had finished making his presentation to the lawmakers and was about to take questions when he fell to the floor. The Senate went into a closed-door session whilst efforts were being made to revive the nominee, etc., etc. So I only said that really just to play you the clip. It's just Nigeria is a ridiculous country filled with ridiculous people. We're just a ridiculous bunch, and this is how we ridicule ourselves. Water and sugar. So that will tell you that somewhat diabetic, that fella. Tinubu certificate, we don't have time for frivolous issues. I think we've already had that encounter. Yusuf Tugar. So Yusuf Tugar. So now let's take a pit stop from politics to go to a human interest narrative. You know, we like to do that once in a while. So let's go to this human interest narrative. My boyfriend thinks I had 7 lovers, but I have had more than 40. Woman reveals she fears her partner knowing her real body count. So yes, let's open this up and then I'll ask a question at the end of it. A woman, pardon me, a woman has revealed how she, let's do that again. Water first. Right. A woman has revealed how she dreads telling her partner her body count after lying to him. She has only slept with 7 people. The anonymous woman, who says she is older than her partner by 3 years, says she fears what he might do if he finds the real truth about her sexual history. I am a 32-year-old woman. My boyfriend is 29, and we have been together for 3 years. she said to Sun UK column, Dear Deirdre. Our sex life is great. He was energetic and eager to please me. But after sex, he'd always ask me about my previous lovers. I had a wild spell in my mid-20s. I used to drink and party hard. Invariably, I'd end up in bed with anyone who showed any interest. It was only after a pregnancy scare that I curtailed my Friday night binges. I have told my boyfriend I have had 4 lovers, but it is a lie. I have had more than 40. Every day I wake up terrified he'll find out the truth. He always wants to know intimate details, but I leave it vague as he has a jealous fit. He compares himself to my exes during arguments. We had a fight at the beginning. We had a fight at the beginning of the summer where he was accusing me of flirting with an ex. So she goes on and on. It was being ridiculous. I asked him to leave. We were only apart for a week, but we both said we wanted to try again. Since then, another woman has turned up at our door saying she's pregnant and the baby is his. He denied it. So I don't want that element into it, but where I did want to land is actually already captured in the headline. So what level of body count is acceptable for a woman before she gets married? That's really where I wanted to pose the question. What number count of body count is acceptable for a woman before she gets married? So that's the question. Let me take you to this. Joe Igbokwe shares photos of studio where island fakers go to pose like they are on a private jet. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here. All right. I think I'll just leave that. Yes, I think I'll just leave that one. All right. All right. Let me put this back on the screen and let me bring the panelists up as they are at the moment. The room is fairly bare because so if you want to come in now, don't wait till the place is filled up and then it is telling you studio is full. But very quick to off the mark, Thomas, joining him with rapid speed, King Emeka. Baba decides to spend time with us today. Thank you, Baba. And Daddy of the Bride, Ajanle Koko, he's here as well. So there it is. Before we get into this, actually, let's just get into this interaction just to allow the space for people to fill the room up a bit. So let's listen to a few moments of this. They told us to especially pay attention to Ruben Abati. So let's listen to Ruben Abati, and then we'll kick it off.
Start from 5 minutes, 40 seconds.
5 minutes for yes. Are you one of the people? You are one of the people that sent it in.
Yeah.
Yes. About 3-4 people. About 3-4 people sent it in. So let me pick it up from here.
Reforms we need in our society.
Very good. Again, may his soul rest in peace. We miss Mubad. Well, let's continue on what's trending. The Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria on Tuesday urged the Supreme Court of Nigeria to disqualify President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from office or compel him to resign over alleged identity theft and certificate forgery. Uriwa made the call in a press statement following the revelation that the academic record from Southwest College, which Tinubu used in gaining admission into the Chicago State University, belonged to a woman. The civil society group said the documents released by CSU to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar showed that Tinubu was enrolled as a female student with the name Bola Adekunle Tinubu. Uriwa described the revelation as a shocking and shameful case of identity theft and certificate forgery. I mean, this is not the first time Huriwa is, making a case against the Tinubu administration, Dr. Abati. But if you could recall, in those documents released by CSU, they did say that, this female on that Southwest College was a clerical error. I don't know what your thoughts are, but, they made a comment that I thought was quite funny. And they said that, the Supreme Court should not behave like Judas in the Bible, and they should take this case up seriously.
Okay, yesterday on this program, I was talking about the principle of open justice, which is the basic justification, whereby, when there is a matter before the court of law, even mechanics and vulcanizers and all kinds of persons will get involved in it. Everybody has an opinion, whether it is informed or uninformed. But the principle, as established by Jeremy Bentham, 18th century English philosopher, is that publicity is the soul of justice, and that the judges in trying are also invariably on trial. So you find all kinds of perspectives and people insisting on their rights. Where are we on this matter? Yesterday, when we were discussing, we said we were waiting for the deposition.
Yes. And
that happened yesterday. CSU, Chicago State University, was represented by a man called Carl Westberg, and the lawyer that who is the registrar of Chicago State University, and also by a gentleman called Michael Hayes, representing CSU. Henderson and Oluwole Afolabi appeared for the intervener, in this case, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, president of Nigeria. And then there were 5 other lawyers who joined by Zoom. But the deposition by Carl Westberg is what I want to summarize very quickly. One, he said that the person who is president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the same person that attended Chicago State University. 2, he confirmed that a certain gentleman called Adeniji, who had come forward to say he was Tinubu's classmate, in fact, was also a student in the university at the same time, and they both ran for students' union position. 3, he said in the United States, the emphasis is not on diploma, that the diploma that were, that the PDP and Atiku Abubakar are looking for, it's just a ceremonial document, that what is at issue, what they will give out is transcript. 3, he said the F that is on that Southwest College, document, that it was a clerical error, which you yourself had acknowledged, and that it could happen. But that Southwest College is a major feeder source for Chicago State University. Number 4, he also pointed out that, look, there have been about 6 registrars since 1979, and he was not there, although he's now the current registrar, and that the documents by all, all documents that they refer to in the process, that those documents, that Oluwole Afolabi counsel to Bola Ahmed Tinubu and asked that they should be certified, that they don't certify documents. That 4, or is it 5 now, that the replacement that Bola Ahmed Tinubu asked for, right, that they usually don't replace certificates, because, that those certificates are issued by vendors. If you ask for transcript, they give you your transcript. 5, he also made the point about the matter you raised yesterday, that the certificates that they have in their custody are certificates that have not been collected by students. And it happens. Some students will graduate, they will not collect their certificates. So it's possible to show representation of what appeared. So these are, the major submissions by Caleb Westberg. That is that about that, because yesterday we were saying we'll wait for those depositions. I asked the question yesterday, are there any smoking guns in the document? By the testimony of Westberg, we can conclude that by that testimony, there are no smoking guns for those who are looking for smoking guns. Number 3rd point to go forward is that this trip to the US has been for discovery for use.
Yeah, you've made that point.
Discovery for use. Okay, this discovery for use, you then ask 2 major questions, which are very relevant at the center of this, beyond emotions. What is the probative value of this, what we have now discovered? What is the utilitarian value? The Constitution makes it very clear that you can't advance evidence that were not originally pleaded. It's just pure principle. You front load your evidence, and then the defense will file their response. You don't come and plead, piecemeal before the court. So the question that everybody has been asking is, okay, what will now happen at the Supreme Court? If logic is to be followed, nothing will happen, because the Supreme Court is not likely to reverse itself. And those who are quoting Order 2, they are quoting that Order 2 of the Supreme Court rules in vain. What the substantive law says stands, and I will be shocked. Even the exceptional circumstances that anybody wants to plead, those exceptional circumstances may not stand. I stand to be proven wrong, but that, I think, is the gravamen of the issue, beyond sentiments, beyond emotions. If we were saying they should do this, they do that. Those issues, in fact, the petitioner did not even plead forgery or identity in the original pleas before the presidential election. That's how it will work out. It's not about, it's not even about technicality. It's a substantive issue at stake.
Well, all right. In the meantime, the Nigerians
is that enough, as the point being made? Is that enough?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. One man.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me, one man?
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, that's it.
Brilliant. So no, I can hear you. Yes. So we have. All right, brilliant. So we have Ogbeni joining us. So Ogbeni can kick it off from there. So Ogbeni, what we just heard then, what are we making of it?
One man.
Ogbeni.
Apology for not coming to the program today. Yeah, I had some issues, so I couldn't appear.
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now, Wama? Hello, Wama?
One man, Ogbeni,
I can hear you. Go ahead. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay, you can all hear me. Okay. So I first apologize for.
All right. Maybe it's from my end. Carry on. Yeah.
Yes, like I promised to show. So let me start. I think I would like to address this thing on two legs. First, I would like to enlighten people on what discoveries and interrogatory proceedings are, so that we understand the status of whatever your article has picked out from here. Secondly, I would like to address what exactly is my take on both the documents that they've been able to elicit, plus the oral testimonies of the registrar that they are able also to elicit. And thirdly, I would like to also speak to the space of, okay, now we have this document. What is the best that this document can offer Atiku Abubakar, or by extension Peter Obi, because I know he's going to use it too, in the next proceedings. So let me kickstart with the first. You see, what Atiku has gone to do is what you call discovery and interrogatories. And what does it state? It's very simple. Discovery simply means that you don't have some documents and you need those documents to make your case in the court. So what do? Then you make a request for your documents. We don't do it only for foreign proceedings, okay? We also do the discovery.
Sorry, can you still hear Ogbeni, or am I the one?
No, Ogbeni, can't hear him.
Yeah, no, no, we can't now. You are dipping in and out, but carry on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Carry on.
Okay. So what I'm saying here, I'm trying to explain what discovery, what article, the posting article has run for, so that you don't see whatever article has brought out, we don't get it wrong. So I said it's what we call discovery and interrogatories. So if you go to the rules of every court in Nigeria, you find it there. So what you simply use that for, right, is that you want to file a case, and you need some important documents, they are not in your custody, and you know that they are with probably an authority or a person somewhere outside there, and then the person will not give you ordinarily unless you get the order of the court. Particularly institution that will not ordinarily release it because it will infringe probably right to privacy of someone of your opponent or someone else that is not ready to release it. Then you get it out. So first and foremost, all the documents that we have seen today, that I have seen yesterday, I keep asking the question: is there any new document in all what we have seen? And my answer is no. My answer is no. The only new documents that we have seen in all these things are those certificates of other people that they block their name in order to show prototypes or specimen of their certificate that they have issued over time. So that's just discovery, and I beg to say that what Atiku has gone to do is not fruitful, because discovery simply means you don't have the documents, you can't use them, and you don't have them and you need to discover them. He has not discovered anything new in whatever that has brought out. And I think I've said it here on this program before the release of all these documents, that I will be surprised if there is any new document apart from the one that is flying around. In 1999, the government college thing was housed everywhere and there were explanations to it. The same 1999, the first Bola Ahmed Tinubu certificate was also outside there, and there have been many narratives to it. In this 2023 election, the certificate from INEC has been outside there. The transcript, we've all seen this transcript in the public before now. So what is new? I don't see anything new that has been discovered. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just a sheer waste of money on the part of Atiku, and then you just raise people's hope, and then you just embarrass Nigeria, because an average person should see Nigeria as a bad loser. That when you lose an election, instead of you to face your election petition, you think you should just go on efficient expenditure for whatever you can hold on to get somebody out of power. That said, so for me, discovery and interrogatory on the part of Atiku is not fruitful. And then what is interrogatory? So after you now get those documents, if you need some clarifications to make on those documents, you need from the person producing the document, the custodian of the document, then you ask questions as to clarifications on those documents. Now, don't forget, it's a one-man show. I'm not talking of this show. What happened in that court during discovery is what you call one-man show. It's only one man asking questions. It's only Atiku who needs the document that will be asking questions. So it's not a full trial that can establish forgery or whatever. That proceeding cannot establish anything, because the proceeding will not allow the other party to start asking questions in order to recreate the expression that you are, the impression that you are creating. So it's only one man that will just be asking questions just for you to clarify what is in the document. And you can all see it if you follow the transcript of the question asked and the answer given. You realize that what Atiku lawyer was trying to drive out, it was suggesting answers to the witness, which is what we do in law. So I won't castigate him for that. But I think the members of public need to understand the nature of that proceeding is for Atiku's lawyer to be speaking answer to the mouth of that witness, so that he can be able to get as much incriminating oral testimony as possible in order to cause more confusion, particularly on the confusion that is already on the faces of those documents. That said, for me, that's the purpose of that discovery and interrogatory. And when you now collect all those things, what do you do with it? In this case, you now take it to court to go and make use of it in the legal proceedings, whenever you want to go to and make use. Now, when you go to make use that document in that proceeding, it becomes an issue question of fact again when you get there. So it's not a hard evidence that is directly admissible or directly, admissible, or the hard weight to it because you are bringing it through a court order. No. The purpose of that is that now I have this document. now I can make a case with these documents. So that's just the purpose. I need to clarify that. And then I would like to get to the second phase, which I think Ruben Abate has even summarized my take on this. I thought I listened to Rufai Husseini. I see him a bit. I think he's getting a bit soft. I think he's learning now. I think he has learned from this thing. I saw Arise TV. They started deleting some of their past videos now, some of their past programs where Rufai Husseini affirmatively said there was a subpoena against CSU and they denied Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They've deleted it and they are still deleting. And I saw Reno Emeke saying they will delete more and they should keep deleting more. You see,
people have copies of Benny. Leave them when the time comes. Carry on.
So that's the point. So we live in a world where you see shame is not part of virtue. We live in a world where you tell people debunk your lies with hard facts, then you quickly delete and you move on. That's the kind of world we live now. And it's so very unfortunate that we're even passing this thing to the next generation. And our veterans are the ones doing it. But that said, let me move to the other phase. I said 3 phases I want to speak on today in my own monologue. Let me move to the next phase. The next phase is that Abati has summarized what I wanted to come here yesterday to say about my take. First and foremost, they've alleged, don't forget what they took to court was not forgery. The first thing they said was that Bola Tinubu did not attend that school, right? As it stands now, apart from the document that showed that Bola Tinubu attended that school, particularly transcripts, I know that registrar said it clearly, said what matters to us in the US is the transcript and not certificate. Let them go. I know they will go back to Nigeria now to be peddling the certificate. But the registrar has said it. This document certificate you are talking about is rubbish to us. What matters to us is transcript. And by this transcript, this man finished. And when you now, during the examination, they try to get the woman confused by saying, you are not really sure that is this present president, that you are just speculating. And the woman said, no, I'm not speculating. It is this president. Then they ask her again that, okay, if it's this president, then what do you have to show that? He said transcript is enough for her to say it is this president. And then now went further to say, you see his classmates that came out to say that we were classmates. That classmate, I can confirm that classmates also that was his and they contested together. So to show his activities as a student when he was in the school. But when you go to some space now, you won't see them, cropping all those things and pasting it out. People like David, the idiot David, then the only thing you will see to paste out now is the area where they're trying to convince the woman about her knowledge of the INEC certificate which they tender. I will still get that, the certificate they tender at INEC. I will still get to that. All right, I'll still get to that. But let me start by saying that.
Is that part of the slides you sent me? Is that part of the things you sent me? Should I have them?
I'm not sure. Yes, the part that today is peddling, I think is part of the part I sent to you. I think it's part of the part. But beyond that now, first, the school has confirmed that the present president, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was the man who schooled with us, right? I see Obi Okesele still calling Tinubu senator, and we never call
senator. But look at that. Tinubu is not my president. From a senior minister.
I think I've reached a stage now that I don't pay attention to some idiots now in our space, because it's just it's just for political reasons. You see objectivity and intellectualism fly out from people's head when it comes to sometimes tribe, which I saw uptown here yesterday trying to protest some things. And you see, we have to tell the truth of ourselves. That is where we start the healing from. We must tell ourselves the truth.
Sorry, Ogbene, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt your beautiful
I would like to flow.
Okay, flow.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so that's for that. They've confirmed he went to the school. Whatever anybody wants to say now, he has the qualification. That's the first thing. Secondly, they are talking about identity theft. These days they told us, the man was Amoda Shangodele, I'm on that something. They some ridiculous name, man. You see, David Ayon.
Is it an evolution of Jubril at Sudani? So this is Jubril at Sudani Mark II?
Oma, you know what I like telling people? I said, if my lawyer colleagues who have legal minds, do you know presently in Nigeria today, lawyers are not even up to 300,000 in Nigeria. So out of 200 million, you are privileged to have legal training, and they trained you to sharpen your reasoning and knowledge about looking at things critically and make your reasoning and deductions from it. And if you that are so privileged to be less than 0.5% of a population cannot reason well, when they told you Jubril of Sudan, and you can't put your legal thinking cap up, what do you think I will expect from a pepper seller in the market or onion seller? So when I see this thing among my own colleagues, my own peers, that should be above board when it comes to reasoning, it worries me sometimes. And when I now see people from other space, educated people are not learned, I don't vilify them. I just pity. And I try as much as well to just enlighten a bit that I can do and then go my way. But let me continue with that. Now, they say he has identity theft. What's their reason? They say it was Shangodele, blah, blah. You see, Farotime and all of them talked about it. Unfortunately, Nigeria is not a place where place emphasis on criminal defamation. So they talk anyhow. And then David Uday, all of them, they talk. Jason Uday, or what do you call that one? All of them, they talk in their space. And then they talk. Now, what have we seen in this document? The document shows that, and the registrar also said it, when they stylishly push that identity step, you know, they try as much as well not to put the one that favors them to that woman so that she won't reconfirm it. But they stylishly still put this issue of female to her. See her response. Her response is one. Look at the admission letter. The admission letter was addressed, "Dear Mr. Tinubu." We can't be so foolish and address Mr. Tinubu to a female person now. So the logic is, the logic of their own reasoning now from the other camp is that they gave Mr. Tinubu admission, but when Mrs. Tinubu came and school, then we now gave Mr. Tinubu certificate. Doesn't make any logic.
How come this Mrs. Tinubu has not been identified? Even if she's dead, she must have family. So how is this female Tinubu supposedly? Why is she not been identified?
That's the EU. And now, when you now go to the transcript that carry F, they ask the woman said clerical error happened anywhere. It happens anywhere. And let me tell you, when you now go to the document, go and check out those documents that they send, you will see Tinubu's name misspelled severally there. Not the Bola Ahmed, the Tinubu name, gong. You will see there's a place they put that Tinubu something. There's another place they put something Budu. So if they could make mistake on his surname, then you think that is the only place they can make mistake on document, right? Then how do you hold a man responsible for the mistake made by an institution? So you should hold me responsible. Now I've schooled and I've earned my PhD certificate, and I want to be using my PhD certificate now to live my own life. So you want to hold me responsible for what my university put on transcript? Therefore, I've stolen somebody's. I mean, you know, it's only in Nigeria where you see, I don't know, somebody with diploma of hygiene or what do you call it will be challenging somebody who passed with honors in accounting. I don't know, but let's leave that. So for me, identity theft has been cleared by both, not the document now, but by the horror testimony of that woman to clarify the essence of that F in the document, and also by the admission letter that has the title Mr. in the salutation. That alone clears that. There's nothing Sumuko will not be Sumuko, they are not mad. They know that. So that said, now the next point is this. The next point is they said the registrar that signed this was not. You see, this can be so mischief. Well, it's good, it's lawyer thing. But I just think people outside should understand. Okay? So they asked the question in 1979, the person that signed here was not the registrar in 79. She said yes. This same person that signed here was not the registrar in 92 or 2002 or something like that. The woman said yes, and you close it there. Then that incomplete thought, you now peddling it in the public to say that the woman suggested that those signatures, since they were not there at that time, then was forged. But when you look at it holistically, first, the woman told you that I wasn't part of CSU from 79. I just joined this university like 3 years ago. Secondly, the woman told you that over years there have been 6 registrars. Thirdly, the woman told you that, you see this diploma certificate, we don't keep original with us. We don't even keep any copy with us, except you don't pick it up. And they asked her, and she said Tinubu picked his own hub. And she said, I cannot confirm the one you have in INEC because Tinubu picked his own hub. Then, so where's the controversy? Where is the forgery coming from?
No, because they stopped at I cannot confirm the one Tinubu presented to INEC, but they left out because he picked it up. And they've already told us they don't keep copies. So what are you asking her to do?
The woman completed this thing and said he picked his own copy up. So if you issue, and that's the only copy you used to issue in the ordinary course of your business, and I picked my own up, and you want somebody to come and confirm what is no longer in our custody, I can't confirm what is no longer in my custody, but I can confirm. And she said, but I can confirm this one that they are yet to pick up. And who was
but when not to stop your flow, but they presented also similar copies of diplomas from that era, which mirrors what Tinubu presented to INEC. But sorry, carry on.
Yes, but okay. Let me, before I go there, let me tell you who was this guy that even went. And Areba. I know that guy is this pro-gay lawyer in Nigeria that filed one case like that in sometimes ago. He's always everywhere. He claimed to be an activist and others. That's another, but I know him very well. He's the one that filed a suit against Tinubu in 2002. He applied to that school and they said they produced, but he never came to pick it up. And this is the same guy that is still peddling. He didn't go to pick it up. He didn't go there to go and pick the copy up. And this is the same guy that is still peddling lies in Nigeria. And this is the same guy that are feeding Alhaji Atiku with lies and innocently pushing him into all these issues. So, as the general public asks the question, why will he apply and refuse to pick up and he's still pushing his own case that there is forgery anywhere? Why don't you go and pick your own up and then file it in court to show contradiction? So, for me, the presumption I will make from that is that you saw that you were wrong and you knew if you pick this thing up and you bring it, it will correlate with what is there. Then you rather leave it and hang your case on speculation to peddle your narrative outside there. That's my own conclusion about it. Anybody can have his own contrary conclusion on it. And that is for me. So, and that woman also said that any year you apply is when they will issue another one for you. It means that we don't keep a copy and we won't go and photocopy anyone out for you. So if I graduated in 1979 and in 1992 you are applying, whoever is there at that 1992 will sign for you. So I don't expect your diploma to be the same as the person that applied and collected in 79 and is still with him. It is a simple logic as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Now, lastly, let me now go to the certificate, all those ones they tendered, and they said, you see all these certificates, there's different species or specimen that we have in our custody, and they were issued around that 79 and others. When you look at all those certificates, you see variation in logos there. So it's not only the certificate you find Tinubu tender in INEC that has different logo. Even the one the woman tendered and said we've used this thing in the past have different logos. But you know what? The blind people will still not, we live in a world where people just want to look for maybe a snippet of something you just say to validate their own this thing, satisfy their ego and go. So now the issue now is that, the logo there contradict what one of the ones that the other woman tendered. But they can't think and say, okay, even the 3 that this woman brought, they don't share the same logo. then it means that they keep changing those logos. And then you can't even think and say, okay, why is it that your own lawyer, particular, did not ask question? Go into those logos and say, see, have you ever used this logo before? The one that is on that Tinubu'S, so you can say, have you ever used it? But they won't go there because they understood the truth. So that's my point on that part. So identity theft is gone. I don't know what they will make use of that for. Certificate not collected, yes. Different logo not asked. Whether the same person as Tinubu, the woman confirm and reconfirm again that is the same Tinubu. He has no any other thing. And then whether I graduated, the woman said yes. Whether I has collected the certificate, the woman said yes. And that is all. Now, what can article make use of from all this? They've already identified what they will go and make use of. We've seen it. Uptown was here yesterday denying that Obi has nothing to do with this. Obedience has nothing to do with it. I just hope you should go and read what Obi's reaction was even before they release all these things. He's already saying it is better not a forger to be somebody who forged certificate and other. He's saying it around, but yet they will tell you when you hold Obi, when you are trying to tell them Obi is part of it, they will tell you distant Obi from it is their usual way. So it doesn't even bother me any longer. So, but look at it. What can they use all these things for? First and foremost, and I've said it on this platform before. When you go back to articles petition, which I've sent to one man severally, and I think we've digested. In fact, we've gone through it on this platform severally. We've almost practically read it paragraph by paragraph. This qualification is not part of the grant of the petition article brought to court. That is qualification based on education, that you are not qualified as per your education. It's not. And I keep still saying is, oh, where does this fit in? What article simply did was that in his reply to the answer to the petition, he smuggled it in somehow. And what he smuggled in was not that you forged. He smuggled qualification as by education that he did not go to that school, that he brought the certificate. That was what he brought by reply. And what did the Court of Appeal say? The Court of Appeal said, no, you can't smuggle this thing in because this is the way it works in court. You file a petition, you make an allegation, the other party file answer to your petition, they tell you, these are my answer. Then you, that first file, must file last. You now file what they call reply, and then we seal it there. So if you file your reply and you are now raising something fresh there, a new allegation, then me that have already filed my answer and I don't have right to reply you again will be short-changed. You will breach my right because I won't be able to reply you. And the court said, no, this is not allowed. Your lawyers should know that you don't bring new issues at the reply stage. And they struck out all those paragraphs and say, we will not go even to attend to it. Say, forget it. You can't bring it at this stage. You can't keep changing goalposts at every point. Now, they are going to Supreme Court. What would they use as this document? It depends on them. They have their lawyers working for them, Chris Uche, Godiusha, and all of them, and Jolawa and all of them, Rikitava guys and Gasama and all of them. They have their senior advocates. But with my own little practice experience, the way Supreme Court will throw out all the nonsense, they will so be furious about it. Why am I saying this? It's simple. First and foremost, if you are coming to allege forgery, because what they are peddling now outside is forgery. And I asked, which forgery? First, they said it's primary school, the secondary school result, because they said that government college was established in 1974, 73, They said they are bringing that one. Sorry, they're talking about that one, that I forged that one. Then the second one, they said the one is submitted in INEC, he forged it. Fine. Then the first question Supreme Court will ask you is this. See, Supreme Court is not a court of trial. Forgery is a criminal offense. You can't establish forgery through an appeal. You must establish forgery, bring in witnesses, and those witnesses must go through the fire of cross-examination before you can indict somebody of forgery. Forgery is like an other serious offenses like stealing, like corruption, like embezzlement, like rape and others. Perjury, that's how forgery is. So you can't establish forgery by mere writing it in papers and said, because you have done some some discovery somewhere. No, those discoveries are question of fact before the court. So the Supreme Court will tell you this is not a trial court. If you want to establish forgery, go back to the trial court to go and start your forgery. Then by the time you now go back to trial court, they will tell you immunity section 308 of the Constitution tells you not to distract the president for now. So wait for the next 4 years. If you recontested and won, then you wait for the next 8 years. That's how frivolous this expenditure has been for Atiku. And I wonder, like Reno Omokri said, he should hold those ones that deceive him, the David Udain and others, to hold these things responsible. That is on that. Then, in case they even bring an application and say, let us see this case being raised now for the first time in Supreme Court. I see people talking about exceptional circumstance, and I just laugh when I heard it. Do you know what they call exceptional circumstance in the Supreme Court? There are conditions to it. Let me tell you one of the conditions. One of the conditions is that document you are just bringing for the first time in Supreme Court must be one that was not in existence, or reasonably you were not able to get it as at the time you file your case. So, and I ask the question again. Has there been any document discovered here? My answer is still no. Nothing new. All those documents has been in the public space since 1999. All. So the question will now be, so what is new? What is exceptional? What have you not seen that you have just discovered that you are bringing to this court? The Supreme Court will simply say there is nothing new. If they could establish that thing has been there over time, it's just like the sopping, all the obese sopping witnesses that they throw away. You're saying that you couldn't bring them, that's why you're stopping them. And the court said, you can't bring officer of your own political party. Do you think we are foolish here? Somebody who contested in your political party and lost, and you are now stopping the person to come to court because you have filed your petition and you did not bring the person. It's an afterthought. We are not listening to you. That's exactly how you will see this thing, because when they say exceptional circumstance, one of the key things is that document must probably not be in existence and is crucial to this case, or in existence, but you couldn't have access to it. But here you have access to it. We have gone to do some discovery now, which you have not discovered anything new, and you are not bringing it to court. So as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing new in it. So another point is that, did you plead it? And what do you call pleading? To enlighten the public. What you call pleading is that petition we all display here and discussed the other time, a few months ago. Pleading is that you state your claim, allegations one by one. Also they are contested. Also this man also contested. They announced this man, but I know this man lack qualification. I know this man is a thief. I know this man peddle draw. I know this man do this. Therefore, this man should not win. But see my own result, I won. Therefore, remove so number from so number. You will realize that if you remove this number from this number, then I will be the winner. Simple. That is pleading. So when you're pleading out, travel to Supreme Court and you want to smuggle in document, they said that document, show us where that document, what's the connection of that document to any of those paragraphs in your pleadings. So now you have not alleged educational qualification of this person by your pleading. So how do you now how do you link it to it? Then you go on another fishing expedition by you now start looking at anyhow place that you can at least let us put it in. Supreme Court is not going to rest. It's a serious court. It's not. Supreme Court is not swayed by whatever is in the press or what is in the media. There is a law there, and if we're going to change this law, we will all change it. We won't change it because of a man called Atiku, or we'll change it because of a man called Peter Obi. We will change this law when everybody agrees that we will change it. So that's my take on that space. I've not seen anything they have achieved with this, but I wish them well by peddling whatever they still want to peddle. I see people's gazette, see peddling what is peddling. We know.
No, that guy is an obedient space. But let me ask you this, Ogbeni.
Is Atiku boy? Is that Ogundipe guy also now?
Yeah, the one that wears this high color shirt.
Is Atiku boy? We all know them. Even Daily Trust, all those guys. We know.
Yes, them. Even Sahara reporters a little bit. Sometimes they can't help themselves. They just launch into it. Imagine a former minister of state referring to the president as Senator Tinubu. Imagine that. That's just a. But let me take you to this space, Ogbeni. Is this CSU now? Is this the final hurdle that Tinubu? I was just in the conversation with Alexander Gomez. Is this the final hurdle that Tinubu has to surmount? And after this, then the Supreme Court of foregone conclusion, and with what has just played out now, does this guarantee him a second term? Because he's now come out with a clean slate, so there is nothing to hold him back anymore. So the Supreme Court almost certainly a foregone conclusion. But does this now, what played out just now, does this almost with certainty guarantee him a second term?
One man. First and foremost, I will tell you, only God knows who will be alive in 2027. Let me start from that. It may sound too celestial or spiritual, but only God is a reality of life. Only God knows who will be around in 2027. Secondly, I will tell you that we've had in Nigeria, we've had worse experience, and not too far ago, we had Buhari. When they started with Buhari WAEC certificate, I remember vividly. Everybody thought everything was lost with Buhari, oh, Buhari this and that. Particularly when WAEC now came to his office to come and give him a new copy of his certificate, and everybody felt, this Zen for this guy, he has a very bad reputation. And despite Buhari's mishap, Buhari's bad governance and everything, Buhari still have his supporters and they voted for him in 2019. So I tell people, the fact that you go outside there, you paint this guy black and white and everything, will not affect his second term. Let me tell you, the only thing that I think can end Tinubu's second term is good performance. Good performance, and I keep saying it. Men, even when you go to obedience space and others, which I always like to mention obedience space because they are the most aggressive parts and most outspoken part. You see them everywhere, social media, whatever would demarket Tinubu is what triggers them and excites them. So that's why I like mentioning them. So when you even go to obedience space, you realize there are some of them that if there is a good performance, you see them still queuing behind this man eventually. So for me, if Tinubu would hand, is Tinubu himself that will hand the second time for himself. If he performs well, if economy bounce back, if employment is guaranteed, for instance, see that if Dangote refinery is able to get on track, if he's able to get that Port Harcourt refinery at least back on track, if he's able to settle his EU with NLC, and there's increase in the minimum wage, and things are beginning to get okay, is the exchange rate is getting better and others, I can tell you that Nigerians will still go and vote for Tinubu. And I would like to say, ceteris paribus, all things be equal, because there are so many other things, to say. Now, there are many distractions that will still come. I mean, I don't see it ending here because we have so many bad losers in the atmosphere. And there are many challenges. I know they will still pick that certificate and start fishing government college everywhere around. Even some of them that don't know that Lagos Government College is even from Federal Government College. Some of them, particularly those Gen Z, that think that schooling in Nigeria started with schooling in 4 walls and bricks. My own dad didn't go to any 4 walls or bricks in school. My dad was homeschooled from primary to secondary, and he wrote his Cambridge and entered University of Manchester. So if tomorrow you now bring my dad and you say you did not go to school, you did not have any mate, we just look at you and smile and feel like you must be a bastard. If I schooled, I went through thick and things to school, and you, where are you coming from? And you're challenging that I didn't school. Well, the Gen Z, I don't blame them, and they came during the time when we've removed history from our record, so they don't even understand the history of schooling in Nigeria. They thought everybody went to the conventional school they went to, and they never knew what is homeschool and all these things. So I expect them to still continue with their fishing expedition of government college Lagos Secondly,
Ogbeni, I wish you had not mentioned this Lagos Government College. Let them come again with their Arodon chasing. They don't know. Oh God, you shouldn't have mentioned it.
Chebi, when they brought this, you see, and that's why I remember my very first time on this platform.
I'm calling you out because you gave them the answer already, but they will still stubbornly put their heads.
You see, I'm an ardent observant and a reader about regional politics, and that's why sometimes when you take me to some other regions in Nigeria, I hardly know so much about them. But when it comes to the Western region, I study Western region politics, and that's why that makes me to understand Tinubu politics very well, because he has been playing that regional politics over time before he's now going national.
Obeni, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay. Ask that question and then bring it home. I want to go to Buddy, who I think is joining us for the first time. But ask the question. Good to see you, Joel. By the way, you are always driving, Joel. Do you live in your car?
How do you know I was driving?
I can tell from I can hear from the sound quality.
Anyway, Obeni, I heard all you said. But for me, I think it has become unfortunate that the educated ones in Nigeria are beginning to toe this line of conspiracy. And I say this because, you see, the question I want to ask you, because I will be short so that I will get back when I park, because I'm driving somewhere. My question to you was going to be, if the certificate Tinubu tendered to INEC was denied by the Chicago State University, that is a clear case of forgery. Now, why do I tell you this? So that you put them together, right? Why do I say that? Yes, we know it has been established that Tinubu went to Chicago State University. That is cool and fine. But if I'm going to do like a comparison, right? I can do it with, let me use the most recent one, Mesoma, right? Mesoma took JAM and she made 249, which is a good score, right? But she went ahead and forged the certificate to make it to 362. She took JAM. With 249, she could have gotten into the university. Tinubu, you got your university education. Why do you have to still give us a fake certificate? Why do you have to tender it? Because if you remove that CSU certificate from the INEC portal, it means that Tinubu did not swear to even have gone to primary school. So, but in Southwest College, the paper, the one that he presented to Southwest College, it was written there that he went to a government, Lagos, Government College Lagos, which was not in existence. So we are not going to shun the nitty-gritty of this thing and say, oh, let us just forget it. No. If we are going to be the nation, we're not going to be the nation like this. But I want you to answer to that. Thank you very much.
Okay. My first answer is your question is built on a false premises. And what is the false premises? CSU does not say Tinubu certificate submitted in INEC is forged. It is a wrong narrative and false narrative.
No, they disowned it. You know they disowned it, right? In the disposition. They disowned it.
No.
They disowned the certificate. They said that the certificate that Tinubu tendered to INEC was not given by them. So if it wasn't given by them, then it is fake.
No, that was not it. Go and read the transcript. What they said was that she said was that I cannot confirm. I cannot confirm. You see, when you
cannot confirm.
Yes.
Obeni. You know, okay, Obeni.
You ask your question now. Let me land. Why can't she confirm? The answer is there. She said, we do not keep copies here. She said, he has picked it up. then I cannot confirm. So what do you expect? So if a university issue a certificate, I am a new registrar in the office, I cannot confirm anything to show that that certificate, the man has picked it up. And you are asking me to confirm what the man dropped there. The best I will tell you is that I cannot confirm that because it's not in my custody. But I can assure you that I has picked his certificate up. The only one I can confirm are the one I still have in my custody. Therefore, your answer with your education is that he forged what I cannot confirm.
They disowned it, Obeni, they disowned it. They disowned it because it was presented.
Don't force me to don't force me to read the transcript of the deposition. I've got it on my screen.
Exactly, I sent it.
I've got it. I've got it on my screen. If you want me to read it, I can. But
play him that about the video. Maybe he didn't watch it. Play him that.
Woman, don't waste time. We have too many things to talk about.
No, we need to convince them. We need to let them.
You can't convince these people, Aja. You can't convince them.
One man. Same set of information we have access to. So
okay. One man. This one man see, right?
We have to help them. Let us help them. Let us
look. If you look on my screen here is a transcript of that deposition. But it's so long and winding that I don't want to feel forced to read it. But if the conversation, so don't make up stuff on things we have on the screen.
One man, my time will come. I don't want to take this time. My time will come, and I'm driving to somewhere. So whenever I'm ready to talk, then I will now respond to what you just brought out right now. Thank you.
One man, let me land on that thing. You see, the gentleman that I've just spoken now.
That was Joel.
That was not Joel of Nasir, has brought up about 3 adjectives that are not in that transcript. And that's one of the things they do outside there. First, I said they disown. Secondly, I said that is fake. Thirdly, I said that I've forgotten the third one. Now, when you put all these things together, it sends a sense of, oh, they said it is fake to you, right? But what did the woman say? I cannot confirm. Do you know the meaning of that? It's very simple. In cross-examination, if you ask me to confirm something and I confirm it, then it means that I know this thing very well. I can tell you categorically and authoritatively that I've seen it before, and I can tell you that we issue this thing. But the woman said, I cannot confirm this. And she gave reasons why she cannot confirm it, which is valid for me. First reason is that we don't keep copies. If we do keep copies here, I will compare and I'll tell you I can confirm. We don't keep copies here. Secondly, this thing, we don't even place relevancy on it. It's not important to us. What is important to us is transcript. And then thirdly, he has picked it up. So what do you want me to confirm? But you know, like I've explained, and that is why I took my time to first explain the meaning and how discovery and interrogatories, how they happen.
Obeni, one question. Have you seen the start?
Let me quickly
have you seen the start? Have you seen the start that you submitted to INEC? Have you seen this certificate submitted to INEC?
I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen that thing submitted to INEC, and let me tell you, the copy article brought to US was not from INEC. The copy article brought to US was from a case filed by Enarueba. Go and read it again. So many lies are flying around. So what copy you have there, I'm not saying it's not what is in the INEC, but usually they say it's INEC. And I ask you a question. Why do you think Enarueba name came into that thing?
But what's the confusion in all this nonsense now?
If you
order a new certificate, if you order a replacement, it will be the current registrar that will sign.
But why do they want somebody? He did not order for one. He did not order for one.
He ordered for a replacement. He did not. He did. Keep quiet. He ordered for a replacement from a third party vendor, and that is what he's done.
He did not. He ordered
for a replacement.
It takes 2 months, so they advise him to go to their vendor.
I have ordered for replacement, and the current registrar would be the one to sign on that replacement, not the one that issued me the certificate when I was graduating. What is wrong with these people?
Do
Why
you
we
know the
acting like
point?
we are
You know the
fools?
Atayao.
We acting like we are fools. Should I expect a registrar of 1979 to still be in the same
come
office
and
to
sign
date?
in 1993?
To come and sign in 2003?
In 2023. You see the problem.
What is
You see
wrong
the
with
problem
Nigerians?
it's not a Nigerian thing.
My brother,
There are
my brother, look, let me tell you, what you're saying right now, you can be emotional all you want, but the facts are out there.
It
and
is not
staring us in
emotional.
the face.
It is the
So you can lie
stupidity of
all you
people
want.
like you. Or go and collect your previous certificate. Go and collect your previous certificate and
But the facts are
be
out there.
hoping for the registrar when you graduated to be the one to sign
You
it.
understand what I'm saying?
Go and collect
You
your
cannot.
certificate now and hope that the registrar who signed it when you graduated to be the same person that will sign it.
My
Oh,
brother,
are
that's
you
not
a
what we're
dunce
talking
or
about.
what? Are you a
The
dunce
former
or what?
president that, oh my God, that's why
Are you
I
a
asked you.
dunce?
Have you
Are
seen
you a
it?
dunce? Do you make
It's
sense?
only fire for fire. These people will
Do you make
understand.
sense? That is it. That is why I said there is need to give them fire for fire, because what will happen is that they
There
will
is
get
no fire
on
for
it and
fire.
they will go parade
Your
they will
principal is a
parade this
criminal.
nonsense on the social
There's
media.
no fire for
I
fire.
don't
You understand what I'm
expect.
saying? So you can get mad all you want.
I
You
expect
can get
people
mad
who have
all you
gone to
want.
school. I
But
expect people who have gone to school to
It's
know
not involved in Pandora.
it's almost ridicule.
This thing. No. The
I
man
expect
involved in Pandora
people
something
who have gone to
cannot
school
even
to
explain
know that the
himself.
registrar in 1979 will not be the same registrar in 1990, will not be the same registrar in 2000, and say will not be the same registrar in 2003. Then what are you people talking about here? And if you have lived in the US or you have studied in the US, you will know that you can still go to third-party vendors and get your certificates. Why are people this ridiculous and stupid?
And in
Why do they
Pandora
want to
papers,
put
you know
people?
what their principal excuse himself is. He talked about
I can do a
ignorance.
video call. I can do a video
He
call
said
now.
he doesn't know as a serving governor. He has to declare.
To a third party now, and I will get my certificate.
If you look on your screen here, it says University of Illinois Chicago, and then if I widen it up,
One man, forget about that. Let me go online now.
Hold on. Let me show you
No,
this.
it's there. It's there. Let woman read it.
So that's University of Illinois Chicago. It says, do you want another copy of your diploma, or has your diploma been something or damaged? The following online diploma service is available through our official diploma vendor. Sorry, somebody should mute themselves. We're hearing heavy background noise. The Michael Sutler Company. It says order a replacement diploma, etc., etc. So they outsource even. It doesn't mean anything to them. They outsource it to a third party for them just to print and you know. So I mean,
I did the certificate.
One man, listen. Emeka, wait. I attended a PhD graduation on Saturday. This just last Saturday, I was surprised. They didn't give them anything. You, the graduate, you approach the two microphones. You approach the phone and say, "My name is so and so." As you approach the head of the university, then you say, "Dr. Lagbaja, shake your hand." That's all. That's all for a PhD.
In my own school, you know what they do? They just when you go and you mention your name, when you now move to approach the man will just use that cap to just mark your hair like 2 times. That's all. Then you mash out.
That's it. That's this system. I don't know. It's in Nigeria we wear gobi cap, wear agbada, and put on big nonsense. Carry on, Emeka.
All right. Round it up. I want to hear from Buddy, who I think is general for the first time.
Okay,
but don't leave too early, because there are other topics as well that we will introduce. Yeah.
Okay, so one man, you see somebody now that just compared that lady, that girl that forged result to Tinubu'S case. That's what they do on media. That's their new way of doing things. They said 500 nurses in the UK forge IELTS. Now they are comparing against IELTS.
And this again, they all supported you and nearly keep burned down jump.
Yes, now. So anything they must now. And I keep telling them, okay, what did this lady do? This lady wrote down fine. They gave this lady results fine, but it went to go and change her result good. As CSU said, Tinubu forged certificate.
Or told us he earned PhD in CSU.
The answer is no. So where I would like to end this, my own part of this conversation is this. When they tell you that the facts are there, and I just laugh. What's the understanding of facts? When you say facts are there, lies are there too. So which one are you picking? You're picking fact or lies? You are as educated as you are calling lies facts? And I would like to end it there, that I think Nigeria now will overrate education. I'm telling you, we overrate it. When emotions are high, when you see objectivity flies out these days. And I think I would advise us, keep cool when you know you are supporting a candidate and things are not going well. Still keep your cool and ensure that intellectualism still play out there instead of allowing it to fly out, because you become a very ridiculous empty canal when you see yourself after when you cool off. Thank you, Oma.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Buddy, who I think we are meeting for the first time. Buddy, good to have you.
Oh, thank you, woman. And thank you to Ogbeni for doing a human job. You know, in Nigeria, we are dealing with a bunch of educated illiterate. You know, most time they think that the only way for you to get an admission to an institution is for you to write WAEC. Even in Nigeria, there are unlimited way for you to get admission to university apart from writing WAEC. You can even use your GS3 exam, go do what they call grade 2, and you have a direct entry admission, or you got passed through IGMB or what they call pre-degree or sort of stuff. Okay, let me limit myself to United States because I schooled here. I started a program in 2015, and I finished in the fall of 2016. You know, because I was going for another program. I couldn't wait behind to take my diploma. You know, a year after, I went to that particular school to request for my diploma. I submitted a form. They asked for my address. I put every information down, anticipating that they would send my diploma to my address. I waited for a month. I didn't see anything. I went back to that school. You know what they told me? They said, as a present, I no more entitled to a diploma, that I'm only entitled to my transcripts. That anytime I ask for it, they are ready to give me my transcripts. You know, our people back home are not familiar with this kind of system, because back home in Nigeria, we glorify certificates. Everything is all about certificates. You know, once you go to university, you go to polytechnics, the end of it is the certificate. But here, it's a different thing. Like they describe it, it's a ceremonial document. You know, back in the days, you know, your visa durations are limited. Even your visa is even expired before your day of graduation. You have to leave the country. And they don't really have address of you in your own country, whereby they will like mail this diploma to. The last one that I did is even the friend of my wife's friend that picked that diploma for me. The recent one. So I don't know, because our people don't really understand. It's a different jurisdiction. Back home in Nigeria, the proof of attendance in school is a certificate. But here, the proof of attendance in the United States of America is not a diploma, it's your transcripts that actually show that you attended the class, you take the courses. I think our people are missing that because they didn't school here, they don't understand. There are different people that are making the comparison between Masoma or whatever. Masoma, I didn't mean that Masoma printed an actual score or the old jam template. You know, that's even not forged.
Mr. forged her results. Tinubu graduated with distinction, so I'm not quite sure what the parallel is.
The point, even they are wrong. What I'm saying is this: even if Masoma, the actual score, I didn't mean that Masoma printed an actual score on old jam templates. She didn't forge her score. But what Masoma did is quite different. See, Masoma changed her actual scores. That's the issue. But Tinubu here, if Tinubu went to school and he graduated, the only issue where our people are having issues that, like, at a point in time, maybe that's not clear to them, that Tinubu lost his certificate when his house was bogged during Abacha regime. maybe that information is not being pushed out there enough for
It
people
is out there, but
They don't want to push it. You see, media houses are spinning this. They are spinning the narrative. No, they don't want to push it. They don't want to push it. They want to keep it aside, because you hear on the social media space that how can somebody say he went to school and then he cannot find his certificate? But this is a man that was in the run when the military were chasing him left.
Because they didn't know that. Majority of them didn't know. That's why I said that particular information needs to be pushed out there for people to even understand the background of the whole story. Like, how do we get here? And even the deposition, we should know that at a point, even that diploma that was handed over to Enahu Roheba was a certificate that Tinubu even requested, diploma that he requested for at one point in time that he didn't come around to pick. That's why they give that copy. The one that they give to Enahu Roheba was even a diploma that Tinubu requested for at a particular point in time that he didn't come around to pick before he requested for another one. And again, what our people don't know about these systems are like university here, they don't print diplomas. They outsource it to a vendor. So, and at every point in time, the university, maybe after 10 years or whatever, like my own school where I graduated from, at the point when I was about to finish, they changed the logo of the school for marketing purposes. And then the old school was like, everybody was like, we felt agitated. The alumni, they have to come in. They're like, oh, this is going to affect us. If you change the logo of the school, that means it will affect all the documents, all the stuff that they usually from this school, which is true. That's in the case, like in the case of Tinubu, there are some universities, they have a policy. They change their logo, they change their marketing stuff, their brand every 10 years. We have organizations like that in the United States. So there's no way they will change stuff like that it won't affect the official documents. And over, the position of either the registrar and the VC, they are tenured. So once they serve out their time, they go. Even back home in Nigeria, there are some secondary school that we attended that they are no more today. I remember in 2003 or thereabout, I went back to my school. The name of the school has changed. I needed a testimonial from my school. Do you expect the principal that was there when I was in secondary school to sign my testimonial? The name of the school when I was there was grammar school. When I went back, the name of the school has changed to high school.
The principal must sign it too. That one.
So, if whoever was that principal to sign it.
Excuse me. The principals, you said when you were in the school was the grammar school, right?
Yes. When I went back,
what was it called now?
It's high school.
Huh?
It's high school.
So when they were giving your testimony, did they say grammar or school?
They say high school. That's it.
Oh, really?
They say
I have such a situation. Hold on. I have such a situation with you. When I decided to do something, hold on. When I was getting to Commerce College in Singapore, I went to Nigeria to get my school certificate. Some have changed because during my time, this guy Mohammed changed school from Catholic to national to state. So my primary school, some names changed.
Yeah.
Right? It became a multi primary school. Where some before it was Our Lady of Rose. But when I went to get my result, my distance, it was still a motion they gave me. Just that the present principal at that time signed for it. Yeah. They will give you, go to the ministry. It's there, your hard copies in ministry. Yeah. Ministry will give you the hard copy of your previous name. But what will be different is the present principal will sign to authenticate it.
Yeah.
So how come your grammar school will not change from grammar to
all right.
to school?
Let's not. Don't go to. Hold on. Body.
No, we don't have all these things now. Let's not things.
Hold on. Don't go too heavily into that tangent. Bring it back to the Tinubu space. Wrap it up, and then I want to see if anybody else wants to speak on that space. Because I think it's almost we're in the realms of the. I don't know what realms.
Well, I'd like to ask some question. I want to ask Ogbeni some question. I'm not yet. See, it's good about saying what he wants.
Hold on now. Body has the floor now. What piece?
Yeah,
Body has the floor.
Let me clear out. Sorry, Body. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, on the legal side of it, like it has been described, it's just a mere fishing expedition, because Supreme Court is not a trial court. Even if this case was actually brought up at the appeal court, forgery is a criminal case and it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt, which is an Herculean task, because you have to bring in the registrar of the university to come to court to come testify, which is a big deal. It has been established in Oyetola versus Adeleke. So there is a precedence. So we have to be very, even at the Supreme Court, that like, hey, they are thinking of probably they're going to bring it. It's very difficult. What OB people are actually doing, they're only latching on the media to like just push the narrative, demystify the president, disgrace him, stuff like that. So that's what they are actually, they know the fact. In the back of their mind, they know the fact. And even Atiku knew that. Atiku is the same shoe as well. How did Atiku went from diploma, obtaining a master's degree in international relations? So how did he get that? So they all knew the fact. And with time, because at the point where they were pushing the idea, the issue of the drug, whatever, that the issue of forfeiture, we told them one thing about that is very unique about the law. Jurisdiction is very, very important. The way the law describes jurisdiction, forfeiture in United, we define it for them then. They refuse to learn. We are still telling them again. Now, this time around, on this one too, they will lose. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. I don't want us to spend too long on this, because I think we had it over the last 3 days. So I don't want us to spend too long on this CSU something, because I think it has run its course. But if anybody wants to have any say on that space, we'll open it just for a few moments and then we'll move on to different topics. Yeah.
One man, please let me ask any questions. Some questions, just a normal question. I want you to reply me just as simple as you can. I don't want you to go post, because what's going on now? Anybody can actually go post. Ogboni, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please. As a lawyer, I want to copy you so that anything I say, you can correct me or clarify me or expatiate on it. Because first of all, these people call it transcript. So when you finish in this question I'm asking you, when you are finished, you want to finish your submission, you add this to it. You tell me what this means. What I mean. I'm sorry. What's the difference between a certificate, credential, and a transcript? Please, I want to know, because it's different term, American term and British term. They are kind of different.
All right, he understands the question, Ogbeni.
Yeah, that is when you finish up. You round up with. You cap it with that.
Yeah, he understands the question, Ogbeni.
So now.
No. Do you want to ask? Sorry, let him
address the thing. He will correct me. I'll correct him when I'm saying it.
No. Let ask him one at a time, so it doesn't lose what you're saying. So do you want to ask him one at a time?
The first one is this.
Yes, you've asked him already.
No, that is first one. Yeah, you cap it up. The second one is this.
Do you want him to address the first one?
No, you will cap it. You use that first one to cap it. Everything is going to address it. You cap it. That will be finishing this thing. Now, the CSU under the position in court said Tinubu did not request for a reissue, neither did they issue a new one to him. So what are you going to say about that?
Okay, so let me start with the last one. So there was, if you read the entire transcript, that's the entire testimony of what transpired, that is a part of it you're reading. And that part of it you are reading was when they were talking about the second reissuance. Tinubu applied, and Tinubu applied through the man called Oluwole, his lawyer, to pick it up on him. Go and read again.
No. Tinubu applied.
Do you want him to address it?
Sorry.
The best way you can read that in is, I just mentioned Oluwole for you now, so you can use it as your keyword to search. So just go to your find, type Oluwole, and you see conversation around what Oluwole did for Tinubu. They applied. And that is what somebody just confirmed now, which I read also, was what they prepared for Enaho Reba to come and collect was what Tinubu applied for.
Okay, thank you. Hold on there. I was waiting to get here. Sorry. Hold on.
Oh,
Tinubu said, wait, hold on. You go there. Sorry. This is very important so that people understand. So now I'm getting to get the clarity, but I want you to make people understand. Tinubu said in 2003 that he reapplied in 1998. That's the controversy right now. Not the one who is outlying for now. What he's presenting to INEC to run for the presidency, he applied for in 1998. So can you play that so that we have clarity on that? Thank you.
So what you have that is flying around now, first, it's not from INEC. I still keep saying it. It's from a case filed by Nauru Eba. That's the one they are cross-examining that woman on. It's not yet from INEC. I repeat, go and check that case very well. They are not saying we are bringing it from INEC. They keep saying this is what he filed in INEC. And don't forget, I've told you that this discovery is a one-man show. The Tinubu lawyers are not going to ask any question. The CSU number lawyers are not going to ask any question. Only person that is asking questions and ask questions is Atiku's lawyer. So you ask questions to favor you. If they had allowed other parties to ask questions, you would have seen clarification to all these things. They would have even asked questions as to where do you even get this one you are showing, and you said they submitted in INEC. So don't be surprised when you get back to Supreme Court, and if Supreme Court allows that document, and you see INEC bring in another document and said, the one you are getting from this NRO Herbert thing, I have the one with me. You have not collected it. So again, I will say it. Don't rely on all these things that is flying around in the internet. And I would like to go to your second question, which is different between certificate, transcript, and diploma. In the United Kingdom, we don't use diploma in terms of document. Diploma here is a degree, right? So two things we have in the United Kingdom that I know very well: certificate and your transcript. What's your certificate? Your certificate simply means that it will carry your school logo, it will carry your name, it will carry degree you are giving, you carry the year of your degree, the institution that gives you that degree, and then signature of, it could be registrar in some schools or president of your university or VC, as the case may be. That is your certificate. What is transcript? Transcript is the breakdown of all the courses, that are subjects, the modules that you took throughout. So it will tell you in this, it carries 30 credits, you had grade A. In this, it carries 6 credits, you failed, you repeated this session, and you have grade B. In this, it carried this, you have grade this. And they will tell you your final CGPA, and they will tell you that eventually we are awarding to you X, Y, Z. That is transcript. That is UK system. Now, from my understanding of this US system now is this: what we call that certificate is now diploma. I may be wrong, but from what I've seen now,
they call that a degree in Nigeria.
You said?
I said they will call that a degree in Nigeria. They'll go and bring your degree or something.
Yeah,
degree certificate. That's a
degree certificate. Yeah.
So, but I think that's what they call diploma now in the US. No nomenclature. So it's diploma. So that diploma now is that certificate I just mentioned in the UK. So your diploma is those things. And I learned the outsources in UK. So they have different athletes, organizations that can print out if you pay. They simply convert from university and print out for you. But transcript is what only university issues in the UK, which is their exclusive authority to issue. And that's why that woman emphasized on it during that this document you are talking about is not what we matters to us here. What matters is this transcript. And by this transcript, I know this man finished here, and I know this man have this grade. And I know that F that you are seeing here as female is a clerical error. So for me, when I heard that one, I said, so where's the case? Which discovery are we talking about? You know. So that's the point. That's a
yeah. It's very clear. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay. I think I'm in one of the Tinubu'S video. I'm trying to look for that video in 2022, around probably early January 2022. In one of the videos, he said, I just received my transcript and certificate. If I could lay my hand on that video, I would share it.
Benny, let me ask you a question. Sorry. From what you are saying now, it means that I can apply to any of these designated agencies to just print my certificate for me, and they might not even have to, it's not as if it's the school that will print it and give to me like we have in Nigeria.
Yes, in the US.
So that means there's no Luwole now. It could be different. There could be different.
No, I bet to differ. We'll use that terms to make it easy. It's not just easy as that. Schools, third party have affiliation with schools that have authority. They give them authorization to print certificate, but what they will give you is the version the school have given them permission to use to reprint. Not that they'll just print any white paper and give you. So we more made that. That's what's confusing people right now.
No, that's not confusing anybody. Nobody is saying that.
No, it's confusing. No, it's confusing. Like what you just said. The school can just print me paper. Hold on, Mama. Let me make myself clear. The school can just print me any certificate and give to me, and it's not forgery. No, the school cannot forge. The third party cannot give you what is not accordance to the school.
Okay, nobody suggested that. So what are you correcting?
No, no. Let me tell you what they suggested. Like right now, hold on. Sorry. Whatever Tinubu is presenting that they are challenging, even though it's third party, does not match what the schools, the CSU have. Not like I'm that was
I was one that asked that question. Let me.
Yeah, you asked that question, so that's what makes people confused.
For example,
no, that's not true. That confusion is not true. Sorry, the reason why it's not true is this: that woman brought only 3 species. The woman didn't say that all the species of certificate is limited to those 3. You see, sometimes we peddle.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. More. This is I didn't say that. I said,
all right. Where is this going? Take us to where it's going. Because,
hold on. I didn't say that. Whatever your third party is going to as issued to you at the time they're showing it to you is a compliance to the school according to that time. If the logo is not red, that was the third party will issue to you.
Yeah.
With the president clerk and all that. So, but you just said, is that true or false?
I assume that.
But,
so that's what I'm saying.
Please, let me explain to you what I'm trying to clarify, because there are also bodies, there are global bodies that either evaluate and validate your certificate or your degrees. Most of us that came to this part of North America, we had World Evaluation Service, WES. And WES, we approached WES and say, approach my school for transcripts, verify and authenticate my certificate. So in my own case, and I'm sure Ola did the same thing, and some of us here, West went to our school, got the transcript, got a validated certificate, and the West now issue their own notification and saying this is the transcript and this is certificate. So West reissue the certificate and the transcript in some cases, the transcript and the certificate in some cases. But essentially, is this transcript that they issue. So from what I'm seeing here, is that there's nothing wrong in a Tinubu's approaching a body like that, which I've done. I've done with some of.
Yeah, what you just said now.
Yeah,
if we have said it before, hold on. Sorry,
I won't hold on. I've not finished.
Okay.
I won't finish. I've not finished. So I see a Tinubu could also approach any of these agencies that have already authenticated and validated his record in the school, and then so issue him a certified copy of their own, which will be, to me, which will prove that he actually went to that school. So what are we talking about?
Okay, what is what you're talking about? What is what you're talking about? Hold on. Sorry.
I just make that point and then we move on. You are confusing us at what page.
No, one man, when you talking, you think you're not confusing other people. When somebody try to clarify himself from what people be saying, you said move on.
All right.
What Patrick just said now? Yeah, bros, Patrick just said now. I have requested my certificate before. Yeah, I did Japanese and business this thing here. I schooled at Commerce College. I went to UTN Malaysia Technology. I got certificate. I can request my certificate. Hold on. This thing you are saying, if a third party issue a certificate for you and it carries a third party logo, that's what you will have. And the third party will stand to defend you because the third party has been authorized to issue a certified certificate after they carry out their investigation. True or false? You just said West. If West, it gives you a Skeptic as a third party, their logo will be there. Now, what Tinubu submitted, I'm trying to clarify so we have clear ground. Or whatever. Okay, hold on. Hold on now, please hold on. I waited for Patuski now. Hold on now. Why are you shouting no, no, no? Why are you shouting no, no, no? If you want us to spoil it, we'll spoil it. If you want us to spoil it, we'll spoil it. No, no, no. If you want us to spoil it, we'll spoil it. If you want us to spoil it, we'll spoil it. If you want us to spoil it, we'll spoil it.
All right,
this is not fair. You cannot,
all right, hold on.
You have to tell your
Hold on,
whoever to hold on.
Emeka, 1 second, and hold on to War Peace. Let's not make it rowdy. But War Peace, if you are trying to pass information that people feel is inaccurate, then they can force you to address it. And I think that's what Emeka was trying to do. But
when I was trying to
bring it home, and yeah,
when I was trying to pause,
don't worry about all that. Bring it home.
Yes,
bring it home.
Yeah. So don't let him interject me. I'm talking to Patuski. If you want to correct me after I finish. If you have third party that issue your certificate, as an advocate, just clarify that what is going on that line online, we should disregard it because it's not verified yet, which makes sense. But if you want to argue, if you want to base your argument on that, it makes sense because what he submitted is Chicago State University issued to 1999. That's the bone of contention. And what Benny said, it makes sense. But what Patrick is saying, as what Benny is saying, it does not make sense if it's third party. What Tinubu submitted is not third party. So
all right.
Argue on that.
All right, let's just leave that there because that's just looping around in some sort of circle. I'm not quite sure where we are.
And because of this tradition, it didn't allow me to ask my last question and final question to Ogbeni.
All right, ask that question. Let Ogbeni address it, and then we move on.
Yeah, Ogbeni, there's a reason I ask you all this credential and all that. And my own concern. I don't care about the party, whoever. I'm a Nigerian. I'm concerned about my president. I'm still saying it. In the document they submitted, there is a Southwest College document who shows that Tinubu went to Government College, Lagos. He finished 1970. Then did securities and all that. I don't care about the date or the social security number, but that 1970 Government College, Lagos. What do you have to say about that? Because the CSU that released it. What do you have to say about that?
I've answered that one now. So first and foremost, my issue on that is that
let them challenge it and it will be addressed.
Hold on, Baba. Let him just address it, and then I'm keen to move the conversation on.
I know it's going to be the next issue we'll deal with.
But, so what did you say? I didn't hear you.
No, I said first and foremost, I know it's going to be the next issue we'll be dealing with in that space. So we are moving from CSU now to the primaries to the.
I don't know if that is the next, but I'll be pushing this, and I saw the information, and that was my.
I know. So article started with CSU, from there to Amoda Godele. Now I know that's the next thing. So let me give you a quick answer to that. In 1999, Tinubu have answered that, and I think whoever study the politics of then and what played out with Ganifa and others will know there have been answers to this. So, first and foremost, they are confusing that school, according to them. Some said it's not Federal Government College. That people are mixing it up with Federal Government College. Some said there's a name they call it and they later changed the name. That because the name was changed at that time was why they are saying it was just funded in 1974. So, there are a lot of issues surrounding that. But eventually, the issue about that is that nobody can actually ascertain what actually happened to that school. But what people can actually adduce is that the particular school was at a point in time and bearing that name. Let me give you
is that too many corner with this man. I'm telling you.
Let me give you
very sad.
Let me give you an instance. Let me give you an instance of things like that do happen. There's a university in Ado Ekiti today that is called Ekiti State University. We go back to the history of Ekiti State University when it was founded. Ekiti State University was founded as Obafemi Awolowo University. That was his first name, Obafemi Awolowo University. But today, many people don't know that it started with that name. And University of Ife didn't start with Obafemi University, started with University of Ife. It was when Ekiti State dropped that name, that was old Ondo State, and they changed their name to Ondo State University. Then University of Ife picked that name and renamed University of Ife as Obafemi University. So if tomorrow I have some uncles that carry Obafemi University, but their own Obafemi is Obafemi University at Ekiti. So if tomorrow you carry that certificate and somebody from University of Ife change to Obafemi University saw it and say Ado Ekiti, will tell you you are carrying fake certificate. The Obafemi University that is popular, that everybody knows, was founded so years and is in Ile-Ife. I will leave it at that. The second leg.
But his classmates would have spoken out and said, no, it's not fake. We all went to Obafemi University.
So
you understand what I'm saying? It's not difficult.
Now,
I've been to I've been to a school that was changed. For example, I went to government secondary school, Ikom.
Patoski, this
that school was changed to federal government college, Ikom, when they divided Cross River into two. But I have classmates in that school that we went there together.
Patoski, this is my answer to that. That issue has not been brought to the fore in this era. So don't worry, when they bring it out, you start seeing answer also flying out. What they brought out here is CSU. But in their fishing expenditure, this came out. So once they make this one an issue, then you will see people start coming out. You remember when CSU came out, how many Tinubu mates come out? And I remember they started saying, if it is true, his school there, his mate should be out. Just the same thing you are saying now. His mate should be out. His mate should be out. When one came out, they castigated that one and said, Olori Buruku, why will he come out? They are bribing him. Another one came out again and said, Ole, they are bribing him. He is looking like he's wretched. In fact, he's too young. He can't school with Tinubu. But today now, that registrar has confirmed that that guy that came out also was his mate, and they contested together as the student union level. So don't worry. For me, the fact that the mate is not coming out to testify is not a concrete evidence in law to say that the school doesn't exist or I did not go to the school.
Okay,
and
good.
There are complications about name of the school or school changing. Now, lastly,
what Peter, I have to move on. I'm not sure that you are getting anything out of what.
No, I'm not. You don't know what I'm going to say to Ogbeni. I understand what you're saying.
Lastly, when Tinubu, there's a form called TF007, I think. That's the form that's in issue now. When you go to that form that Tinubu submitted his highest qualification, going by the decision in Buhari case. That what matters to you is, are you educated? Then if you have your highest qualification, drop it. Tinubu submitted his CSU. Tinubu didn't submit any secondary school certificate. So whatever you have to do with that CSU certificate is none his business when it comes to this last election and his position. So whoever is peddling that also, I wish them good luck.
Yeah, that's true. Whatever we're talking about the Southwest does not count because it's not submitted. But I'm just asking for clarification. But this government college first came up in 2003. Tinubu withdrew it when they said he went to government college in Ibadan, and the school came out and said he didn't attend. They cannot find his attendance. He didn't attend the school, and it's the school. He said in Lagos primary school. They said he went, and the school came out. The school didn't even exist. The Ministry of Education does not exist. It wasn't in existence.
Let's move on.
So hold on. They pulled.
I don't want it to seem like I'm shutting down an alternative narrative,
I'm
but
talking
it's not hanging together.
I know, but they pulled it, and it was mainly the CSU. Ogbeni, are you aware of that?
I'm aware that there are a lot of allegations flying around. In 1999, Tinubu never came out and said Government College Ibadan. Some people raised it, they peddled on it, they fed on it, and later when they discovered that was not the school he was referring to, they dropped it and moved to another. The same way we keep oscillating on this.
So Ogbeni, which government school is he referring to?
So
which one?
We have to ask Tinubu himself.
Wow.
There's no word there now. The university told you it went there. And that's the end of that.
One man, we are not kids. One man.
This was the same way we peddle, he did not go to CSU. Now you have no. He went to. CSU.
They even told us that they subpoenaed CSU and they said they don't know him. Is that not what they told us on Arise TV?
Yes. In fact, it will get to a state that they will say, in fact, he didn't go to any Kigadachi
or subpoenaed. Yeah.
It will go so ridiculous in Nigeria. But it's good. It's fine.
Have they not said that he came from Benin Republic?
And then Guinea and then Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau. So let's move on. They will never stop. You know, they will never. When the issue is now mainstream, we can debate it. Let's move on. I'm very surprised someone is taking us back to his secondary school. Before we know, he will take us back to primary school or take us back to his
look at the journey. Look at the journey, Emeka. Just to cap it off, look at the journey. They said this guy did not go to school. They said they did not go to CSU. They said they subpoenaed CSU, which was a lie. And then CSU told them that he went to the school. They said they don't believe. They went and interrogated them legally. They brought out certification to say that he went to the school. They said they don't accept. Now they are saying...
you will never satisfy this. See, the president, for this individual, the president, they will never like him. They will never support him. They are also praying and wishing him bad. I've listened to all kinds of rhetoric, all kinds of comments, all kinds of abuses on this man just because he wants to be president and he's currently the president and their principal will never be president. So when they raise this issue in the mainstream, we will attack it fire by fire. But for now, I think
has there been an apology by the people who claim that he did not go to CSU and they subpoenaed CSU and they told it? Has there been an apology for that?
Apologize. Today on TVC, I think there was a lady who came out and said that the tribunal judges should send their residential address, that she wants to go there to bomb their houses. DSS have arrested her. I'm hoping at the end of November 2023, when the Supreme Court confirms Swaju as president, anybody who continues with this stupidity, the DSS should just be picking them and using them as example.
For what?
That
So,
is the only way.
Why?
Because you guys are
why?
mad. That's the
for
only
threatening
way.
to bomb. For threatening to bomb.
One man. If somebody,
no, don't call them mad people. Don't call them mad people.
Hold on.
I didn't say
if somebody threatens, if somebody threatens to burn a place or bomb a place, it is not obedient. Arrest the person.
No. He's asking that the people responsible be picked up.
I've listened to people say, "Let's go and protest. Let's go to CSU University."
Yes, if they have reasons to, they should.
Let's go and burn down the
no, nobody's talking about
Emeka, you're fake people, guys.
You're just mumbling words.
And I can swear on my late parents that somebody has said it. Let's go and burn the Court of Appeal court.
Because they even addressed it on our right. They addressed it on our right TV today.
If the DSS do not go in and start picking you people with your madness, this thing will continue. You guys are mad.
You cannot call us mad. You cannot call us mad. What's your problem? What's your problem?
You're a madman.
No, you can't call them mad. No. We don't encourage that language. We don't encourage.
If he says I'm a fake woman, he's a madman for saying he's a madman.
All right. Let's not. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's not degenerate into that sort of language. We can have a disagreement without being disagreeable. But let's hear from Ajanle Koko, who has been quiet all the way through. Ajanle Koko, you sent in that clip of Abati's interpretation of what just played out, and he said there's nothing to see here, everybody go home. But it doesn't look as though anybody is ready to go home yet. Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our list. Hey, has Baba spoken?
No, Baba has not spoken. Do you want me to go to Baba?
Okay, let's go to, because he was not here yesterday. We have not let Baba speak.
All right, Baba, come in. So Baba, so a bit of good news at least. Newcastle beat PSG, but the news gets even juicier. CSB article, Tinubu beats article. So Baba, let's hear from you. Baba.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can now. Yeah, come in.
Okay, thank you, one man. Okay, people in in comment section. Don't be angry, oh, those that are temperate among you. I salute you from the Ace to Ola to Oga to Chioma to Lizzie to Mumuni and all the rest. And those I can't remember.
Well,
Those that are temperate.
what about the mighty Pansat? No greeting for him.
I don't know him. And the panelists, I salute you all. Those that are charged up and those that are quietly stewing. Please like, share, and subscribe to this show. By all means, if you can share and subscribe right now, kindly just click the like button and do the rest later. Thank you. One man, here we go. One thing I find actually intriguing about all of this is that I ask myself, what will they think of next? Because these people have a fertile mind for mischief. I don't know how they do it. And fortunately, unfortunately, Nigeria has been through this before. We've been through 12 to 3rd. We've been through June 12. And now with this. But ironically, they've come to love Nigeria. Love Nigeria how? Oh, Tinubu is disgracing our dear country. This country we love so much, we can die for. How could they do this for mere certificates? What kind of drivel is that? What kind of drivel coming out from their mouth? Why the pretense? Because right now they are shifting the post to the FBI files. And we've discussed these FBI files here before. If at all it exists, whether it's 10,000 pages, whether it's 290 pages, let them bring it. Let them bring it. You and I and other temperate people, I use temperate inverted comma, know exactly what will come out of that. Now, one thing we've not addressed actually is the status of Abimbola Tinubu, who lives in the United States, I think somewhere in Texas. That's the lady they claim went to Robert Dale College. This lady is, I think, 52 years old. She's a medical doctor. She graduated 98 from University of Ilorin and migrated to the United States. That's what they are picking up. Different age, different university environment, and all the rest. And they will continue twisting it. Even when you call their attention to the reality, they jump into other things. Why they do that? Well, I don't know. But
Baba, it's madness. It's madness. It's madness.
I treat it with understanding, Emeka. You know why? I've been through it before. I've been through it before during 12 to 3rd. So I understand. I understand perfectly. But we never call for coup.
12 to 3rd of 19, Abi.
Exactly. I mean, it was like this. That was where even stolen mandate was coined by Dr. Taishulari in his column in Tribune newspaper. That was where, so it's not a new thing they're talking about, stolen mandate. That was where it emanated from Dr. Taishulari. So I can treat it with understanding, but where they are driving these to, because at a point we all gave up, particularly it was difficult giving up, actually. I'm laughing at myself now, you understand? So at times it's a mixed thing with me when it comes to this opposition. Because when I look back, I'm a man that looks in the mirror and I tell myself the truth. I won't deceive myself. The same atmosphere of 12 to 3rd in 1979. So I can understand. But this Tinubu woman thing, no, they should just stop it. Let's go to the other one because I'm waiting. Like Abati, look, they've started hating Abati right now. is a new target. They are really shooting all kinds of weapons at him. While their bright boy sat there stewing this morning in his own juice.
Baba, sorry to interject.
Are you
Did
sure
hear
have
them
they
calling for
started
FBI
throwing this thing against Abati?
Yes, they
they've started throwing arrows.
But Abati is a sellout, though. Abati will never like Abati in the past.
Abati is the latest Agbado.
Abati is their latest victim. You understand?
Abati is no more an Igbo man now. He's from the, I don't know which.
You see, but here we have to be careful, one man. Yesterday, I listened to Bishop. I felt very sorry for him. You understand? Because he came out to say, look, this is my view. And nobody should blame me. I have children that are half Igbo, half Yoruba, which in turn means he has an Igbo wife. You get my point? Because I stayed out of that yesterday's debate deliberately. Because I will never, for the life of me, spit into the well I will drink from. But we are being pushed. Whether we like it or not, we are being pushed. Because one thing this thing is bringing up, I don't like it, one man. Can you give me another topic, please? Can anyone hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, one man, give me another topic.
No, sorry, I was muted and I was speaking to you, but
I don't want to offend my own house.
Yes,
give me another topic, please.
I understand, and that's the narrative of so many people. On the Alexander Gomez is married to the East as well. A lot of people married.
I know.
Yeah,
we are being pushed too much.
But and hold on, can I ask you a question, please? Are you married to a Igbo woman?
Myself?
Yeah.
I'm married to an Oguta woman.
Okay, Oguta woman. Okay, so what has that got to do? What has getting married to a Oguta person got to do with what you're going to say?
Please, Jewel of the Nile.
Hold on. Because let me tell you something. You cannot like our women and you have a WAP mentality about us. You have to choose one or the other.
Oh, come on.
The person who took Tinubu to court is Atiku.
Please, just move the conversation.
They want to take Baba's wife. They want to take it back.
Hold on.
They're not fit. I pay.
They want to carry Baba's wife back to Oguta.
And it's a marriage of over 40 years.
Hold on, everyone. Joel, we attempted this conversation yesterday and it degenerated. It was wild. So we don't. Okay. That's why Emeka is trying to move me on, because there's no way you can handle it that it will not degenerate.
One man, excuse me. I wasn't trying to say it in a bad way, but some people that their brain are touching cannot really reason. They cannot listen. Their ear are itching. They don't have that emotional intelligence to shut up when other people are talking.
That was how it started.
And they feel like they want to talk.
That was
so one man, what I want to say is this, Baba, I am talking to Baba.
That was how it started yesterday.
I don't know, somebody keep him. Baba, there's no disrespect to you, okay?
When madness is starting, this is how it starts.
One man. Emeka will not
all right, Emeka, settle down for a moment.
Emeka will not tell me I'm not on your show again.
Jewel of the Nile. Say, she's the wife of my youth. And
hold on, my brother. I am not dragging that with you. Can you understand?
I have a Ghanaian wife of 23 years too.
My brother, what I'm saying is just this, Baba. What I'm saying is this.
Remember his first statement.
Emeka, please now. I don't want to have to be muting you, Emeka. They both have the maturity to have that conversation. So yeah.
I beg, Baba, no disrespect, yes, right? What I was trying to just ask you is this, right? I said, if Atiku took Tinubu to court, Why are you making it about the Southeast? Because I know that's where you were headed. It is not about the Southeast. So
I
that
didn't
is
know
my
you are a
point.
mind reader, but let's drop it, Joel. Please, I beg you.
No. But you get where I'm coming from, right? So that
No,
was why I
Joel,
asked you
I
that
won't
question. That
answer.
was why
Let's drop it. I stayed out of the
it's okay.
conversation yesterday.
It's okay.
It
It's
was a
okay. It's
struggle
okay.
for me. It was
I
a
wasn't here
struggle for
yesterday,
me.
so I didn't know. I didn't know. But and one man,
Even
please.
a
One
child of
man.
mine is married to an Igbo, and two others married to Edo people. So please, no.
Okay,
It's
no
too
problem.
painful a subject for me to dwell in.
One man. Please,
Yeah, Joe.
just a warning, please. This will be the first time I will be on your show. Emeka will call me a mad person. I will go at him. You know, I have a bad mouth. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want this show to be about. I don't want this show to be about back and forth. But anytime Emeka opens his mouth again and calls me out, I'm going to cost him to his ancestors. Let him know that.
Right.
So I'm just giving you this final warning.
The
If you're
ancestors
calling
na
me out
Igbo
here,
people na
I have
Igbo.
not said anything. Please,
All right.
I'm not talking to any Igbo person. I'm not talking about Igbo. I'm talking about his character. It's just
All
so
right.
sinful.
All right. Yes, gentlemen, like I said already, we can disagree without being disagreeable, and you know how fussy we are about language here. So let's keep the language 100. Let's keep the language 100. I want to move you away from there to this space. We will demand 100,000 to 200,000 as new minimum wage. This is the Nigerian Labour Congress are pushing towards that, Baba. But before you address that, gather your thoughts on that. But I want to document the voice of Bayon Lee, who joins us, I think, for the first time. So unmute yourself and say a few words just so we acknowledge your presence. Is it Bayon Lee?
Yes, please. It's Bayon Lee. Sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry. I just don't want to bust in. I just want to ask it. Is this can I state my opinion, or is it direct? Are we free to express ourselves, or is it just restricted?
Well, of course you are. So it's an open space. It's just
Okay.
say it as the only rule we have is no abusive language. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come onto your platform. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to use this word. It's not all about tribalism. It's about principle. And I'm concerned about the policy. It affects my life. It affects the life of my kids. So I don't joke with what is right, and what is wrong is wrong. If we keep relying on deceiving ourselves, it will show up in the long run. It's just a matter of time. And when it comes up, it becomes uncontrollable. Then it affects. It's even an insult for us to be discussing our president's certificate in the first place. Yoruba people are respected. I'm a Yoruba man. Some people work their ass off to get to where they are. They paid the price. They study hard. The parents went through pains. So what is their benefit? What is their gain? When we are discussing about maybe our president went to school or not, in a country of millions of people with a lot of educated people like you, have so many intelligent people everywhere. No, I don't care. Maybe I'm a Yoruba man, or I'm not concerned about tribal. I'm concerned about reality and the truth, because it's a matter of time. The truth will come out, and it will be embarrassing if we find out that we've been standing on the wrong side when we should be standing on the right side. Like I wrote on the platform, if you contest, is a woman, I will vote for you as a Yoruba man. If Oshibajo contest, I will vote. But it's an insult. I cry because I went to Nigeria 2019 to see my mom. I started crying. I came back to London. I was talking to a man of 60, 70 years. I don't understand the way they reason. I was like, Nigeria is gone. I knew that in 2019 when I went home. I said, Nigeria is finished. I said, there's nothing. Nigeria is gone. So I'm sorry, sir. So that is just the little opinion I want to bring into it. Discussing.
So where do you stand in the divide? Do you think Tinubu is not fit for purpose, or do you think they are unnecessarily picking at him for reasons best known to them? Is it a sore loser narrative, or is it a narrative of a man not fit for purpose?
So thank you, Mr. Woman.
Just call me Woman. We don't do Mr. here, but
okay. So yes, thank you, Woman. It's just so bad. What I'm reading is so bad, like so bad. I'm not being trying to be sentimental or trying to be carouse his ego. It's wrong. It doesn't even go. I will just say it doesn't have any certificate. Zero. No.
So the CSU is lying.
So if I went to school, like my classmates
know... No, is the CSU lying? Is the CSU, the Chicago State University, are they lying?
Are they lying? Based on what I heard, they are not lying, but they are not confirming Tinubu went to their school.
They are not confirming? They told us that the Tinubu that is the president, the transcript is on my screen. Yes, they told us that the Tinubu that is the president of Nigeria is the same Tinubu that attended and graduated from their university. So which part of that is not clear? Okay, with a security code, with a security number, social security number. There's a social security number attached to that name. What does that mean?
You will know with time. You will know with time. It's just a matter of time. You will know with time because I just finished reading it and listening to a program that we were on it for almost 2 hours.
Listen, Mr. Bayonle. The SS number on the Richard Dale College, they've checked it out. It's for Bola Tinubu. Check the Richard Dale College. It is clear there. Even there is a controversy that usually the SS number, the middle one, I think are just 2 numbers. If I wish mine is closer now or in my phone. But then that one, I think, is 3 numbers. But that was a different era. They checked it out. I won't lie to you, please.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time. The truth cannot be hidden for long.
Yeah, but the truth is out already. What do you mean the truth cannot be hidden for
Mr.
long?
Oman, I'm gonna be a permanent member of this platform, and when
sorry. What is your confusion? Where is your confusion, Bayo? He told us he went to Chicago State University. Chicago State University told us he went to that institution. Okay. He graduated with distinction. His classmates that contested a presidency of the Accountancy Association told us that they were his classmates, that they made fun of his accent. The school told us that classmate was indeed a valedictory of that school, and he went on to use the credentials of that school to work in places as esteemed as Mobile, where he was an exemplary employee, and went on from there to Lagos State. All of this documented and verified. So what are you struggling?
It's documented and verified. Okay.
Yes.
I will accept what you just said. But
you not bought now. When all of the institutions in play have come to verify.
Oh, okay.
What's the okay there? They gave you a written disposition. You invited them to court. They told you that he attended. They told you it's the same person that went to the school that is the president. What more do you want to hear?
Woman, I don't believe it.
They even confirmed from the transcript that he contested in the student union society in the school.
All right.
Because in the first place, why should you even take them to court not to release the certificate in the first place?
Why not? It's entitled to his privacy. What are you talking about?
Are you not bold to say if someone should challenge you? It's not more.
Can I help you a little, Bayonle?
If it's the president of my country, I have the right.
Bayonle, can I help? Can I help you, please? If you remember the Obama birthday certificates, when it was disputed that he was not born on Hawaii Island, it took Obama 3 years, and he later explained, I think, later about 6 years ago or so, if I remember correctly, he said why he delayed is because no matter what, even at that time, immediately, if you produce it, they will still find something in that certificate, which was exactly what happened. Even though he delayed it for 3 years, they were pointing to 6 that looks like 9, 1 that looks like 7, and a whole lot of things. It will never end. Honestly, believe me.
Yeah, but why didn't he put his primary school and secondary school in his INEC application?
Yeah, was that a requirement?
No, I just want to ask. Why didn't he put it there?
Was that
it's not a
why did Peter
requirement.
Obi not put his degree in his?
Then why
me
must we
help
go?
him.
Why must we go?
Let me help him with that.
Why did Peter Obi not put his degree in his INEC form?
Why did he not put his degree?
Yeah, why did Peter Obi not put his degree in his INEC form?
My brother, let me help you. Let me help you with that.
You guys, man, you need to cohere in the logic of what you say.
The woman, it has to do with Obina. They asked you a question. You're doing whataboutism. They asked you
it's the same parallel now.
This is a problem.
Hold on. Let me just say this. It's the same logical trend. The thing is requires you to provide a certificate, to provide proof that you are educated to school SAT level. Obi provided the barest minimum. Tinubu provided the highest. They didn't say they want a history of all of your schooling till date. They want your highest level of certification that is equivalent to or above school SAT. So why would he go and bring his primary school and everything into that? The same reason why Obi only provided his school
even
SAT.
article went from NCE to masters.
Hold on. Everybody, let Bayo have this conversation. Do you understand what I just said to you, Bayo?
Yes, I do. I understand.
Right.
But I'm just bothered. Like when you can easily, to avoid all the stress of taking you to court over there, embarrassing us on the international level, suing our president going to hire a lawyer. Why don't you just put the easy one there?
Atiku is embarrassing you and Peter Obi.
No,
nobody's embarrassing anybody. Nobody is embarrassing anybody.
No. Oh, hold on, Baba. Let him. Yeah. Let's see if we can guide him through to logic, or maybe it's just too stuck in that funk.
The reason why I can't, if any other, I'm not being like.
No. But wait a moment, though. Yeah. Why did you ask why he did not present his primary and secondary school certificates to the INEC process? Why did you ask that?
I just felt it's a normal stuff. You are applying.
Who else did that? Who else did
applying?
that? No. Hold on. Forget you are applying.
Why must you stress yourself?
No. Can you do you even want to follow through to logic, or you just want to stay where you are? Who else did that? Who else presented the whole garment of their educational history to INEC? Who did that?
But
name one person that did that.
You just told me just now that Peter Obi submitted his primary school certificate.
Oh, you did not know that before I told you? Did you know that before?
Secondary school.
Because that is the normal thing to do. It's so easy to do.
No. Did you know that? Sorry, did you know that before I told you?
No, I didn't know that. But
you see there, and there we are. So there we are. So that's all we need to know.
Because one man, there was no discrepancy in his certificate. We are talking about Tinubu because there's discrepancy in his certificate. One man.
That's not where the question is, though. He's asking why Tinubu did not submit his primary, secondary school, and his university degrees to the INEC process. This is what Bayo is asking.
Because
can I say something? Okay. Let me say this. For me, you don't need to go too much to bring a certificate from you get from another country when the law requires that the only thing you need to contest is your school cert, or even your. I even realize that you can even use your school cert, that is your primary school cert, to even contest as a president in this country. Then your wife also. Then why should you go too much? If you have those things, which is very easy, that even today, if I want to contest, I can just go to my primary school and pick up my original school cert or my WAEC to just face it and contest for an election. So why do I have to prove to the world?
He can present whatever he has. So what?
Mr. Jericho, before you can get a degree, higher degree, those things, I believe you would have maybe your school cert, your WAEC before you can even get to that level.
Yeah,
So when you have those things,
they were not asking for.
When you have those things, why is it not easy for you to present it?
What do you mean? Why is it not easy? It's unbelievable, this conversation. They are asking
One man. We questioned Ebele Jonathan here on his PhD.
This is a matter of law. The electoral law requires them to present the minimum, which is school certificate. And that school certificate, to me, is like primary school certificate. So if you have more than school certificate, you can present that as well. Nobody gonna fault you for that. So he decided not to present the minimum. He presented the highest that he has. So why should that be a problem?
Then the highest that has no trace to the minimum.
What are you talking about?
Okay, why?
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on. Ekene, they are saying in a school that you have to score. They are saying that they want to employ somebody that scores a minimum of over 40 in an exam, and then you scored 90. So when you go and bring your 90, does that negate that you did not bring 40? Do you see? It's like, is this warped logic? Is that not warped logic? What? I mean, is there even any coherence in that?
One man for me, you know, this is why I always complain about us too much. This is simple, very simple something. So I don't have to complain. I don't have to defend anything here. Even the result you need to submit, you don't even need to pass it. The only thing is that you are represented in that examination, in either WAEC or any other lower school cert that you have. All you need is just your name is there, you are presented. You don't even need to pass it. It's a law. All you need is just to present your WAEC or your school cert. You don't even need to pass it.
Okay.
So it's a law. So why are we this the constitution is very let me finish. The constitution is very, very clear to a common man. So we as an intellectual, me, I'm not an intellectual. Let me remove myself. I'm also a WAEC holder. So I'm even happy that my WAEC is even valid in this country. That I can present my WAEC or my GC, anything, to even contest an election.
Woman,
why even present that? What are we talking here? It's a simple analogy. No, what are we saying?
Let me ask you.
One man, can I take my space back, please?
Yes. I think we have to move on. Wait, let Ajanle Koko make his point.
Yes, sir.
Move on.
Look, Ekene, like I said earlier, it is required to present your school certificate, which is primary school certificate, or even equivalent. So, Obi attended college. He didn't present that primary school. He decided to present that of his secondary school. Why didn't Obi present the minimum that is required? Why did he choose to present secondary school? Because he believed, well, this is what I want to present. This is what I want to present. And he presented it. So, Tinubu, look at, I don't want to present the minimum. Okay, I will present my college degree. He has not done anything wrong. And the school confirmed that this guy finished, graduated from our school. What else do we want?
I think
what is the problem?
I will go back and read that stuff right now. I will dwell on it very well. I will screenshot all the points I need to screenshot.
Yeah, one man, send it to him. Yeah. Let me have my space.
And one man, Baba will speak. One man, I want you to do the world a favor by playing that video that a party summarize
I think we've watched it already.
No. Look, when we watch it, we don't have so many people on the platform. We have so many people that we
is not. Abati cannot be a standard.
We have.
They've answered you.
Abati was a standard when he was an obedient, but it's not a standard anymore.
We have a lot of people.
Abati is part of the establishment. So I wasn't expecting it from Abati.
Now they're going to go after Abati. That is
Yoruba. They are going to. They are already doing it.
Nobody's going after Abati. What they will start saying about Abati now, that he's supporting a fellow Yoruba. That is what they are going to say.
Nobody's
talking anything about Abati. I also learned from Abati. Even before this interview, I also learned from it is from Abati that I learned that what you need to contest an election. Even before this interview, let me finish. It's from Abati. It's from Abati that I learned that the only thing you need to contest. Let me make my point now. Let me make my point before the video. I said
can you? We must only have one voice. That's what I wanted to say. Carry on, Ekene. You say, hold on. If you look at your screen now, hold on. This is exactly what I mean. This is Ope Mulero. It says too many voices. We can hardly make out the conversation.
Mulero.
But it's still still that's the and I say this all the time. So that's the audience.
We will remove you from Yoruba.
Hold on. That's the audience experience. Whenever we have three voices, you think they're hearing you, but they're not hearing anybody because they are hearing 3-4 voices. So I can land it and then I play the Ruben Abati.
My point is one man. Even before this video, I think is either this week or last week that Abati even gave that explanation. That the only thing that you need to contest an election is not even your WAEC, it's your school SAT. That even if you can speak a good English and present a good school SAT, you can contest an election in Nigeria. It's Abati that said it.
Yeah, true.
So that is why I'm saying that if we know, or if our president know that those things are real, why dragging us so far? Because I believe this matter has not started today. It started since he became a governor. So he would have learned from that experience to even say, instead of me going this far, okay, let me just give that school start so that people will not come and be dragging this again. This matter didn't start today. So why are we dragging it? That is my point. If you say you have this, let it be this. Nobody is dragging whether you go to school or not.
But do you know if he had presented his WAEC, we would have gone to CSU somehow?
If we had my point, Baba, if we had done it that way, because if this thing has happened in your governorship period, then you come back, become a president, and this thing is still happening. You are still dragging it to. If this is the first time this is happening, then we'll say maybe the argument you are making is very quite alright, that he can present. Maybe he wants to prove a point, that he wants to present the highest certificate. But this is not the first time. This is not the first time. So you would have learned from the first experience and say, instead of me going to this far again or dragging the nation again to US, let me just present my. Hence, I can speak English. I have my school start. I have my wife. Let me just present it.
So sorry. Let me play this about a clip, and then after that, just a couple
continues.
After that, just a couple more commentaries on that space, and then we must move on, because I don't think I think positions are too entrenched for anybody. You had Bayo just then that was telling us that why did Tinubu not present his primary and secondary school certificate? So positions are entrenched, and he says he doesn't believe he has a certificate, even when the university told us that he did. So positions are just too entrenched for anybody to be moved. As Margaret Thatcher said, the lady is not for moving. But let's hear this.
The Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria on Tuesday urged the Supreme Court of Nigeria to disqualify President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from office or compel him to resign over alleged identity theft and certificate forgery, Uriwa made the call in a press statement following the revelation that the academic record from Southwest College, which Tinubu used in gaining admission into the Chicago State University, belonged to a woman. The civil society group said the documents released by CSU to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar showed that Tinubu was enrolled as a female student with the name Bola Adekunle Tinubu. Uriwa described the revelation as a shocking and shameful case of identity theft and certificate forgery. I mean, this is not the first time Uriwa is, making a case against the Tinubu administration, Dr. Abati. But if you could recall, in those documents released by CSU, they did say that, this female on that Southwest College was a clerical error. I don't know what your thoughts are, but, they made a comment that I thought was quite funny. And they said that, the Supreme Court should not behave like Judas in the Bible, and they should take this case up seriously.
Okay, yesterday on this program, I was talking about the principle of open justice, which is a basic justification, whereby, when there is a matter before the court of law, even mechanics and vulcanizers and all kinds of persons will get involved in it. Everybody has an opinion, whether it is informed or uninformed. But the principle, as established by Jeremy Bentham, 18th century English philosopher, is that publicity is the soul of justice, and that the judges in trying are also invariably on trial. So you find all kinds of perspectives and people insisting on their rights. Where are we on this matter? Yesterday, when we were discussing, we said we were waiting for the deposition.
Yes. And
that happened yesterday. CSU, Chicago State University, was represented by a man called Carl Westberg, and the lawyer that who is the registrar of Chicago State University, and also a gentleman called Michael Hayes, representing CSU. Henderson and Oluwole Afolabi appeared for the intervener, in this case, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, president of Nigeria. And then there were 5 other lawyers who joined by Zoom. But the deposition by Carl Westberg is what I want to summarize very quickly. One, he said that the person who is president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is the same person that attended Chicago State University. 2, he confirmed that a certain gentleman called Adeniji, who had come forward to say he was Tinubu's classmate, in fact was also a student in the university at the same time, and they both ran for students' union position. 3, he said in the United States, the emphasis is not on diploma, that the diploma that were, that the PDP and Atiku Abubakar are looking for, it's just a ceremonial document, that what is at issue, what they will give out is transcript. 3, he said the F that is on that Southwest College, document, that it was a clerical error, which you yourself had acknowledged, and that it could happen. But that Southwest College is a major feeder source for Chicago State University. Number 4, he also pointed out that, look, there have been about 6 registrars since 1979, and he was not there, although he's now the current registrar, and that the documents by all, all documents that they refer to in the process, that those documents, that Oluwole Afolabi counsel to Bola Ahmed Tinubu and asked that they should be certified, that they don't certify documents. That 4, or is it 5 now, that the replacement that Bola Ahmed Tinubu asked for, right, that they usually don't replace certificates because, that those certificates are issued by vendors. If you ask for transcript, they give you your transcript. 5, he also made the point about the matter you raised yesterday, that the certificates that they have in their custody are certificates that are not being collected by students. And it happens. Some students will graduate, they will not collect their certificates. So it's possible to show representation of what appeared. So these are, the major submissions by Caleb Westberg. That is that about that, because yesterday we were saying we'll wait for those depositions. I asked the question yesterday, are there any smoking guns in the document? By the testimony of Westberg, we can conclude that by that testimony, there are no smoking guns. for those who are looking for smoking guns. Third point to go forward is that this trip to the US has been for discovery for use.
Yeah, you've made that point.
Discovery for use. Okay, this discovery for use. You then ask two major questions, which are very relevant at the center of this, beyond emotions. What is the probative value of this, what we have now discovered? What is the utilitarian value? The Constitution makes it very clear that, you can't advance evidence that were not originally pleaded. It's just pure principle. You front load your evidence, and then the defense will file their response. You don't come and plead, piecemeal before the court. So the question that everybody has been asking is, okay, what will now happen at the Supreme Court? If logic is to be followed, nothing will happen, because the Supreme Court is not likely to reverse itself. And those who are quoting Order 2, they are quoting that Order 2 of the Supreme Court rules in vain. What the substantive law says stands, and I will be shocked. Even the exceptional circumstances that anybody wants to plead, those exceptional circumstances may not stand. I stand to be proven wrong, but that, I think, is the gravamen of the issue, beyond sentiments, beyond emotions. If we were saying they should do this, they should do that. Those issues, in fact, the petitioner did not even plead forgery or identity in the original pleas before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. That's how it will work out. It's not about, it's not even about technicality. It's a substantive issue at stake.
Well, all right. In the meantime,
So that's that.
Okay.
Can I go on?
Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Thank you very much. The NLC,
you want me
right?
to move you, let me move you to
you
the
already
NLC.
moved me to the NLC 100 to 200.
You want me to read it out, or is the headline enough for you to go at it?
It's enough. We've spent too much time. I want other people to have their own space too.
One man, Baba, please.
Yeah, Jan.
One man, our guy from UK that was expressing his disappointment.
Bayonle.
Can you ask him from what?
You like trouble.
No, let us hear from him what he can understand clearly from what about the way about it summarize everything. What can it take from that? We just look. We need
number
to.
Number one.
Yeah.
Can Abati be biased? Yes.
Yeah.
Is Abati human? Yes. Does he have an opinion? Yes. Do I have the right to my opinion? Everybody, if another person should read that transcript, and that I think there's I just finished listening to the program, but me personally, the fact that this is even an issue is a problem for me. The fact that we're even discussing this right now is a problem for me. This is what I'm using for.
But it is not an issue, though, is it?
One man, please let me just.
Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
The reason why I'm bothered is because why I'm using me is because that is my route. And if anything goes wrong, let's leave politics aside. It's my life as well. Because the policy makes affects my life and affect my people as well. So I don't joke with it and I don't play. I don't care about PDP. I don't care about APC. I don't care about Igbo. I don't care about those stuff. I care about the people that I love. So I won't allow just a random person.
But hold on, my friend. Hold on.
No, please, you gave me the opportunity to talk. Please let me.
Let him land.
Okay.
But if you open that up, I did say to you earlier, Adanlepoko, that these are entrenched positions.
Yeah.
So nothing will shift. It. Yeah.
So the reason why I'm so curious about this, I'm sorry, please accept me for who I am, please. The reason why I'm curious about this, and it gets me really upset, is because it's more deep than what we're saying. It's affecting. It's going to affect me. His decisions affect. If it doesn't affect my family, I don't care about him. If he likes it, the forged result for
his decisions affect 200 million people, not you specifically.
I've got the right to be concerned about it. The fact that we're discussing about maybe our president forged a certificate.
Yeah, but he did not, though. He did.
the fact that we're even discussing it.
Yeah, because you brought it up, because the obedience base brought it up. The obedience base brought it up, and they amplified it.
They can bring anything up, woman.
Yes.
They
so
can
if they bring it up, then it will be discussed, really. Yeah.
Anybody can, because he made himself want to be president of the country, so he's liable to in-depth scrutiny.
Right.
Because of national security and so many stuffs.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've got the right to want to know who this man is.
Yeah, but you do know who he is.
I don't know. Everything about him is a mystery to me.
One man, let me say this. I want to say
I wanted to move on from this space, but you brought us back again.
And one man, let me say this to him.
I'm telling you that, Ajane Koko, this is an entrenched position. There's nothing you
and let me just say this. Let me just say
this. If you come out for an election, one man, definitely. Definitely.
Can I say something
to
you?
Why is it a particular man problem everywhere? If it's not this,
how is it a problem? Why is it a problem? No, don't go down.
Oh my God.
How is it a problem? Make it make sense. What you're saying, make it make sense.
Woman. I mean, normally, I'm sorry. Factually, I'm a Yoruba man. I'm saying it again. I love my race. I love it in depth. But
are you Yoruba nation? Yoruba nation?
I don't.
You are standing like one.
Sorry, Thomas, man. Let me
don't insult my.
No. Carry on. Yeah.
I love my race.
Right.
I can vote for anybody. I can vote for you. I'm not saying because.
Take us to Tinubu.
Yeah. I'm purposely using that word so that it won't be like maybe I'm trying to be like taking in one perspective. That's why I'm using that word. So the fact that we're even discussing this, bringing his result, analyzing it, could you error? There's nothing. You went to primary school in Nigeria. You went to secondary school in Nigeria. You said,
hold on right there. Hold on. Before you go, hold on. Can you hold on before you go too far? Why do you think we're discussing it? Why?
Yeah, because people raised it up. Because
who raised it up? Who raised it up? Who raised? No, don't run away. Let it be conversational.
I'm not.
Stay steady. Who raised it up?
PDP raised it up. Atiku took him to court. It becomes so elaborate.
Right. So hold on. Don't run. Just stay steady. When Atiku takes him to court, what should happen next?
What should happen next? Definitely, the judgment should be made, and every other information. If it takes him to court, definitely the court will take his own action.
Right. So is that not where we are? The guy says, "Can you hold on? Okay. At least let's have some." The guy says, "This is what I am. This is what I have done." You say that it is not, and then you go and challenge him in all of this in the place that he said that he is. And that place tells you that he is as he described. So why would it, if it's been brought up, then why would we not discuss it? But if we are discussing it and it is not the case, if we have identified the falsehood, then that is an issue. He said he went. Just hold on for 1 second. He said he went to Chicago State University. He said he graduated with distinction. He said he was the president of the Accounting Students Association. He said all that. Now, people just hold steady. You get a chance to respond, but just hold it steady. So he said all that. He said he went to Chicago State University. He said he graduated with distinction. He said he was the president of the Accounting Association. He said that. So that should stand alone. But people challenged it. And now the Chicago State University that he said he went to, they are now telling us that he did go there. And they went as far as to tell us that the Bola Tinubu that went to their school is the same Bola Tinubu that's the president of Nigeria. So that's one. He graduated with distinction. He said that. And the institution that he said he went to, they told us that he graduated with distinction. He said he was the Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on? And then the president of the Students Association Accounting, they verified that he was the president of the Students Association of Accounting. His classmates have come out to tell us all this. So what is the issue, Bayo? Bayo?
I say not
all right,
there.
let's move on. You say we shouldn't have gone back there, because like I said to you...
one man, let me say this.
Yeah.
He was saying then that Abati was expressing his opinion. That is not true. Abati was not.
He won't accept now. You should just let us move on from here.
Yeah. Abati was not expressing his opinion, but rather summarizing the fact that is out there for us. Okay. Abati is a lawyer, and he can understand every legal terms and statement. So he was analyzing it to us. Hold on.
Please let us move on. I want to move on.
Yeah, you will move on. He was summarizing everything to us. You can even look at Rufai. Rufai was looking, he didn't say anything. Others in the team were looking at but he was saying was the fact before them. The fact from the court. So let us move on, one man, just to let these people know that we can't be doing
no. I don't. They won't accept it. As Bayo will tell you now. So Bayo, you get the last word on that space, and then we'll move on. Have the last word on that space, and then we'll move on. Bayo.
Yeah. Thank you. So what I would just say is this. You said I want to see where, because based on what I listened to a little bit, and then based on, because the more I find out, because I want to find out more information. So I was told that Gani Fawehinmi has taken him to court previously on his certificate. That is what I'm finding out, even as I'm digging, because I'm going to dig. I will dig. I'm finding out he's been taken to court once on these. That probably, and it challenged him. That probably that's why he couldn't drop all those, provide his secondary school and all those. I don't know if it is true, because I'm going to dig deep. I like it. This is my job. I love it. I'm going to dig deep. So, and then where, please, if you can provide me that place where the registrar or the representative of CSU, maybe, yeah, is it CSU? Yeah, where he says the Bola Tinubu, that is the president of Nigeria, is the one that came to their school. I want, if I can see a proof of that, I'll be happy.
All right. If you say you are an investigative inquisitor, yes. Then if you're an investigative inquisitor, then the deposition, the transcript of the deposition from what just transpired is all over the internet. So it shouldn't be too far for you to reach.
Yes, I will. I will do just that.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to Baba. Baba, take us to this. Yeah.
Okay.
Oga Baba, sorry, Oga Baba. I didn't know you married from Ogunta.
I married from Ogunta. I get.
I not tell some
long many
since.
You know, the children self now your age, because I started early.
Oh, that's good. You know, Ogunta are from Benin. You know that. So go contact Padayam money. Ogunta people migrated from Benin to
Imo. I go pay every day. I go pay every day.
I go collect our own. Never shop our own.
I go pay
but go ahead.
Every day.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Panelists and people in the comment section. It was Socrates, I think, Socrates that said that an unexamined life is not worth living. So Tinubu came forth. So it's a good thing we're examining his life. It's not a problem, it's not an issue. He won't be the first president. Even Jonathan, we question his PhD. There was George Bush second, and there was another president I don't want to talk about. So it's not a new thing. So people are saying that like it is new, it's a novelty. No, that's disingenuous. That is one. Two, today, I've said this before on this panel, and I'm saying it again for emphasis. If Alex Otti is in front, Soludo is behind, or Soludo is in front, Alex Otti is behind, as president and vice president running for election, I will go into the street. I will go into the street and campaign vigorously day, noon, morning, noon, and night. That's me. So let's go to NLC. NLC, yes, they've won a phase, which is the wage award. It's not minimum wage or an increase in salary. It's a wage award. Because like I said a couple of days back, the minimum wage is a function of law through the National Assembly. And I think that is overdue every five years. And that 5 years comes up 2024. Now, we've said here before too, and I remember a couple of months back, and I said our minimum wage has always been around $110. That was where I said 75,000 or 800,000, 80,000 will be most ideal as a minimum wage, going by previous data we looked into. But this 100 to 200, I think usually when you are negotiating, you go for the high figures so that when we beat it down or to meet in the middle of the road, it comes to the usual. So I think the NLC is in order for starting point of the 100. And I know eventually when that minimum wage will be agreed upon, it will be about that 75, 80, 90 axis. So they are in order, but then can we afford it? Going by past experience, we know even that 30,000 naira up till date, a lot of states, which are not more than a glorified local government anyway, a lot of states couldn't even pay. Some states pay 20. Even that 2022 is a struggle, even as we speak. So the thing I want everybody to do for Nigeria is let's de-emphasize the center and examine more the flanks. What I mean by the flanks, the states, because the governors are getting away with murder. They are taking money and pocketing it. Look at the social intervention, which most people call palliative. 2 billion to each state, and all the other things that comes with it. Loads of rice on trailers and things like that. Some states have not even addressed it. I'm sure they want to use those rice and other things for electioneering campaign when they are due, by which time the rice will be rotting. This is how wicked they are in the states. So we should emphasize more. We should go back deep, not even our state, up to our local government. Because we are not doing our job as a citizen. If I will borrow Aisha Yusufu coinage of the word, citizen's office, we all should occupy that citizen's office as supervisors, as clerks. Let's de-emphasize the center. Because the center is not a problem. It is the state where we occupy, the local government where we occupy, or LCDAs we occupy. That's where the problem lies. That's where we should start from and then graduate to the center. We should stop this center thing. It won't help us because every state governor go with portfolio briefcases every month to Abuja to collect money. And when they collect the money, they will stay in the state lodging and blow as much as they can before they return to their state. Even practically 9 months of 1 year, most governors stays in Abuja. We are not talking about all of that. Yes, sir.
Baba, if this is your opinion, why is it very hard for the federal to restructure this country so that every state will bear its responsibility? Because without the restructuring, I believe restructuring will go a long way. When they know that they have more responsibility. Because I believe the federal is the one giving the state much power that are behaving anyhow. They already know that every month they're going to Abuja to collect something. And you know it's not working for our nation. So why is it very difficult, especially in this APC government, starting from Buhari, to even say, let's restructure this country?
No, wait,
So that the state will be able to
Ekene, one thing we do understand, Ekene, there is a law that that says the governors of each state must not touch the money of local government. I think it was Falano that went to court and won that case up to Supreme Court. So the states are not to touch the money of the local government, but they are still doing it. That is where I say we should go back and ask our governors that why. Because if you look at the local government election, each state organizes their own local government election. And if it's APC that's ruling in that state, all the local government will be APC chairmen. That also we have to examine. Let INEC come down. Maybe we expand INEC more or give them more powers or create a different INEC for local government elections and allow independent candidates also. So these are the problems. To change our constitution is a very difficult thing. Maybe we have to make amendments. Yes, Emeka.
No, it's not. Please don't comment, Emeka. I'm Joel.
Joel. Sorry. I didn't get that voice well. Maybe you didn't speak loud. Sorry.
So let me ask you a question. You see, you made a statement to say that unexamined life is not worth living.
Yeah.
Now, if you are going by that sentiment, why did we vote this set of people that we put into power? It starts from there. You know, we said this thing before the election, and I remember I was telling one man this one man this same thing. I said, man, I'm not feeling too bad about Tinubu himself, but the people around him. Because these same people that we see today causing all this havoc are going to form part of his government. And what did I say? It happened. The people that are there, they Badaru and all these people, look at where they fixed them, defense and all that. Do you think in your own estimation that this set of politicians will give you the change you desire? I do not think so. But I don't know about you. It has to be because, yeah, go ahead.
Is the problem we are facing here is the kind of politics we run and the system of politics we run is winner takes all. Winner takes all. That's the politics. And what can you do? If we always say national government, no politician anywhere is going to win the election so vigorously contested and start calling the opposition to a table, put down the cake and let's cut the cake and share it. It's a system we run. But I always believe that democracy, it's not an event. It is a process. Those democracy we envy today, we aspire to, they've been there long ago.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, they've been there long ago. So we have to also determine our own kind of hybrid of democracy. That is where I said, look, let's go back to this local government. But I know where the problem is because the Constitution doesn't recognize LCDA. That was what caused Obasanjo's problem and Bola Tinubu. Tinubu started the LCDA thing because Lagos may be so small, the local government will even be tinier on the map, but they contain lots of people. That is why he has to break them down into LCDAs. But because so when they receive the excuses, when they pass the money to local government, who then takes care of the LCDAs. But then we should all sit down on the table and adjust that constitution to recognize LCDA, or we all decide to make LCDA a complete local government of its own standing. So we are not looking at all these problems. These are where our problems lies. So we have to make the necessary adjustment, because if we don't devolve power to local government, we are just struggling for nothing. That is where government starts. That is where governance starts, at the local government level, not the center.
All right.
One man, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Baba. So Baba, thank you. Stay with us, Baba. I want to move the conversation to Joel of Nashville, who we saw driving all the way through, and is gotten home now. So hopefully we have his attention. So Joel, unmute. Joel, I want to play you this clip by the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and then I'd like you to react to it. It's only about a minute, but hear what he has to say.
Okay.
It also shouldn't be controversial for parents to know what their children are being taught in school about relationships. Patients should know when hospitals are talking about men or women. And we shouldn't get bullied. And we shouldn't get bullied into believing that people can be any sex they want to be. They can't. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. That's just common sense.
Joel, so this is where we are as a people. We are at that phase in our evolution as a race of being, where one of the most senior politicians of one of the most powerful countries on the planet is having to explain to humanity that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. So we're back there again, though. How many genders do we have, Joel?
And by the way, one man, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be watching from or listening from. One man, this issue, I have so much interest in it. And on this issue, I do not mind losing everything I got on this.
Just before you carry on, let's establish something. Are you male, female, or other? Are you male, female, or other? Because there's other now, you know.
Yes,
male,
one man,
female, or other.
You are a terrorist.
Is that you not see the forms when you are filling in the forms? Male, female, or other? I don't know what other is.
One man.
They call one here complicated. There's one here complicated. There's a column here complicated. So that one is not male, not female, not the word.
So one man, the issue here is that, by the way, I'm a man. I got balls, I got dick. It's so unfortunate that we have to go through this period, or we have to go this far to explain simple science, simple biology. May God bless that man, Mr. Sunak. May God bless him. In fact, for this, he can be the president of the world. I don't care. And that is how I follow people. If you are a person of principle, stand by it. That is the kind of leaders we should be seeing in Nigeria. Stand by what you want to say. Say it and nobody will die. We always get caught up with this. We say there are cabals. And we get deceived by that word, cabal. There are people that own America. There are people that do this. There are people that run America. They are able to run you as much as you want them to run you. If you want to go into power, if you use them to get into power and you want to be a renegade, it is your decision. Posterity will be fair to you. But one man will live in a soft world, in a world where people's feelings matters more than Facts. In fact, one man, you don't know how bad this is. My kids came back and was asking me this same issue. And I was like, you are a man. My daughter, you're a girl. And I have to go
John, let me just insert this. Do you think we are at the last vestiges of a resistance to this? Is this the last stand of the Mohican, what Rishi Sunak is saying now? And is it an inevitability that that gender fluidity will become a thing in the future to come?
One man, the issue there is that everybody is afraid. Everybody is afraid to say the truth. You can see it even on your panel here. When you say something that is straight that everybody ought to like say, okay, there's sense here. You see that they go astray. That is how they put these things. They have now treated people, they have made these people to get married. When they know that they cannot procreate, they now give them the leverage to even go to adopt. When they adopt, they teach those kids that they adopt the lifestyle, because that is what the kids see. It will take the grace of God for that kid not to have his organ, his or her organ chopped off in order to be something that they want her to be. One man, it is that bad. If you come to the United States and Canada, it is a sorry state. So that is why, one of the reasons why I do not like Obama, and God forbid me to like Kamala, is because of this same issue. When Obama went to Africa, instead of Obama to bring us and success and prosperity, Obama came to preach to us about gay marriage. And was telling the president of Kenya, if they don't do something about it, the bad things could happen. Fast forward, during the Trump's time, this issue died down. Immediately Biden came in, it became a free for all. Now they are in the media. They are both to talk about it in media. If you talk against them at workplace, you are fired. So we have made these people so powerful, and the population of these people are so minute that they cannot even stand a fight with us.
Just 3%.
But what happened is that we have become so much sissies. We have so much sissies in the world. We don't have men. The other day, I was telling people, if you remember those days when they said they're going to play World Cup, and you are hearing names, you hear names like, let me use the recent time. Maybe you hear names like Roberto Baggio, Dunga. You are hearing names. You are afraid. I remember when Sunday Olise said, they say he was going to mark Maradona. He said he could not sleep all night. Those are when men existed. Those were the last phase of real men on earth. Today we have sissies. Men acting like women. Even if they're not acting women, they now decided that they are going to be women. They go there, blow up anything they want to blow up, and now they want to participate in female sports. One man, let me tell you what is going to happen. Normally I tell you what is going to happen. Where I see this thing going is that very soon our sports will have like a gender-free sports. I think that is
just in that space that you are, Joel, there's this heavy push now for transgender people to now participate in sports that they've changed their gender to. So a male to female person can now run against females in an athletic meet.
One man, 12 years ago, I was complaining about it because there was a time Colorado was talking about it. I had a co-worker. I told him, I said, because then what we used to know then was LG, lesbians and gay. I told my friend was like, why am I against this thing? I said, look, this is the reason why I'm telling you this, because I just came to the United States. I said, the reason why I'm telling you is that my history about issues like this is that normally when you give them an inch, they take 10. I said, this thing is not going to stop in LG. I said, we are going to have many more to come. 12 years, it wasn't even up to 12 years later. 6 years later, Obama came in and gave them gay marriage, and the rest became history. I called my co-worker. I said, you hear what I'm saying now? Then it was, at least we could still know the numbers. Now, you know what they did, one man? They put infinity plus. So you can call yourself anything. If you call yourself a house, identify me as a house. Call me, don't identify me by my name. Call him she, he. How can I see a fellow human being and I say she, them? Like, I'm fucking old school. So sometimes when I see things happening in Nigeria, because I do not want to stay in this land. I don't want to die in this land. If I see things going on in Nigeria, I want to go back to Nigeria. I believe that if we stay in Africa, if most of us were more in Africa, most of our thinking, most of our ideologies will not be this liberalized. We can still be monolithic and still develop. The Chinese have shown it. They don't need to change to whatever to develop.
You know, if you want to avoid gender fluidity, Africa is not the place for you. I think you probably have to go to some Asian country because Africa is fast being liberalized by this sort of ideology.
Yes. That is the point, because Kamala Harris.
Now we can have Bobrisky walking the streets as a celebrity.
Exactly.
I think 20 years ago, that would never be the case.
It would not happen. No, woman, we used to have cross-dressers.
Joe, can I start something?
Go ahead.
Joe, please. Can I start something? Woman, do you know what is going on? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. Do you know what is going on here? Now they are protesting in our public toilet. They are protesting they should remove the signage of a male and female from the toilet so it can be free for all. They are protesting on that here now. You know them. So they said that yes. They said that is
freedom for everybody.
That is
discrimination.
Yeah. Let me support what you're saying. You know, this Western country, this stuff they are pushing, they're not showing the downside of it. Let me not use the word bad side of it. There's so many downside of it. Just here in Japan, my wife called me to the news. She's worried. There's this old man, like grandfather. He took his granddaughter to the mall. The girl should be like 5 years old. Then the girl says she want to pee, on the wee. So the grandfather walked out to the toilet section. The lady section, and let her little girl go in to go wee. She couldn't enter. The little girl entered, and 1 hour passed, it didn't come out. 2 hours passed, it didn't come out. They have to call the police. They have to open the door. As there was just many toilet rooms. When they open the door.
Hold on. I hope you are not taking us to some space that YouTube will come after us.
No. They'll not distract you. When they open the door, the young girls already by. They have to go into, because Japan is a control camera, but not just camera, biometric camera. They can record you from your ghost when you won't woke up. You have to go to the mall camera and check. There was a trans that was inside the toilet. It makes use of the little girl, and you know what they do? They'll buy for no evidence. It's a big problem here in Japan here now. Now I cannot even let my kids go to toilet. The toilet I use for my kids is one for there's a toilet for pregnant women you can use for your newborn baby. That's what I use. I don't allow it because of this trans things that is going. Because you don't know who is man again, who is woman.
Thank you. All right. We have to be delicate in the language of this topic, but what you just said there, Thomas, it's a logical progression of how these things are evolving. So, if they acknowledge that there's gender fluidity, then you cannot have a male that identifies as a female. You cannot force him then to use a male toilet. Do you get it? Because he doesn't identify as a male. So why would you force him into a gender? So therefore, they have to make the toilet gender neutral. And that was why I was asking Joel that what Rishi Sunak was saying is that the last stand of the Mohican, and ultimately there's no resistance to this.
I believe that we are going to fight this.
But it's a losing battle, isn't it?
No, it's not going to be a losing battle. People have to come together and think. You see, until this thing started happening, I didn't know that the world was this freaky. You'll be surprised. Even the people you work with, when this kind of issue raised up, oh, I don't care about it. Why? Because they have their mentality have been bastardized. You know, when you keep repeating something, that is the job of the media. They keep repeating it in your ears, pushing it in your ears, then it becomes a law. And sometimes you'll be like, you know what? These people, it's just like your kid begging you for candy, and you have a candy in your hand, and he wouldn't leave. At the time he will beg, you just be like, I beg, carry this thing, go, John, I beg. That is what is going on, because these people, I don't want to call their names, but we know who we're talking about. Those days, it used to be gender dysphoria. It's a mental condition. So what happens when you have those mad people we see on the street, people that are mad in Nigeria? They can work from morning till night. What happens when you tell them that, look, when working from morning till night, working from morning till night is the best thing to do? They're going to work into the next day. These people, you are not telling them that, oh, I feel like I'm a man. It's a mental issue. Now you're telling them it's true. What do you think they will do? They will push it to the last. They will push it to the last. And now we have the Catholic Church saying that they are considering gay marriage. You see, one man, we have an issue, you see, with the Catholic Church, but that's going to be an issue for another day. Because all these things, some of them started in the church. But I don't want to hurt some people's feelings before they will say, EJ said this. But sometimes I like saying it. What are you going to do? We've had so many cases of these reverend fathers breeding these kids. Many seminarians being breeded. If we say it, what is going to happen? You say the truth, you're going to die. You say lies, you're going to die. It's better I say the truth and die, one man. It is killing us in this country. One man, let me tell you, the only people still talking are people like us. Their citizens has all been subdued, including the politicians. They've all been subdued. So, one man, I just hope Sunak will continue doing what he's doing, because I remember there was a time Piers Morgan asked him the same question, and he gave the same answer. So I can see some consistency in what he is saying. And that is why in the United States right now, for me, if Trump does not get to power, Vivek Swami should get it. Because I think what is happening in this country is one man. I think you guys did a very good job by electing an Indian. When you elect people, it is very hard for them to, move so far away from their core. And that is what Sunak is showing us. So I believe if we have someone like Trump is even somewhere within the middle. If we have someone like Ramaswamy, Vivek, I believe that we're going to have the same kind of thoughts Sunak is having it at the White House. But until then, it remains a mirage.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So let me take you to one more topic, and then I'll go on from there to bring on Emeka. So do you want to speak to the headline on the screen, or do you want to speak to a topic that you feel is more of your want?
Wama, if you have another topic, I don't want to discuss Nigeria. Minister of Interior, whatever they want to do, they should do. Whether they want to make it by mail, whether they want to, if you have to go to Pluto to get passport, there's no problem. Let's go to another topic. I don't want to discuss these issues that we should have gone past by now. So if there's any other thing, let's talk about it, please.
All right. Let me take you to this. Do you want a light-hearted one, or do you want a political one?
Give me a political one.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. I didn't actually read this out, but the headline, but I can give you a few paragraphs. It says CPPE MOMAN CEOs back call for sale of refineries, says competent managers needed. So is that narrative again? We've looked around it as a nation for so long. This is the call for the sale of Nigeria's refinery has received support from economic and oil experts who believe the plants will perform better under the management of the private sector. On Tuesday, Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, urged Nigerians to demand that the refineries be sold. Oyedele said 10 trillion naira has been spent to imagine that 10 trillion naira. Oyedele said 10 trillion naira has been spent to maintain the refineries, even though they're still moribund. In 2021, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC) Limited employed the services of Marie something or the other, an Italian company, to rehabilitate 2 refineries in Port Harcourt at the cost of $1 billion, with a view to beginning production at full capacity by 2025. Also, Daewoo Engineering and Construction Company, a South Korean firm, was contracted to revamp the Kaduna refinery and restore 60% capacity by the end of 2024. The deal was valued at $741 million, according to Bloomberg. Speaking on the subject, Muda Yusuf, the founder and chief executive officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, said timing is key in making such decisions. Yusuf said it is better for the government to continue to revamp since it has already invested heavily in rehabilitation. Still, the economist suggests that a framework for private sector participation should be drafted simultaneously for the medium term. So let them keep rehabilitating those that are under rehabilitation, and let us come up with a framework, even if we are not selling immediately, he said. Yusuf told correspondents that he is in support of bringing in the private sector, with the government owning only a minority stake that will allow private investors to take charge of the management of the refineries. We should have a framework where we get some investors to buy into it, or we sell part of the shares to investors, and we come up with a framework where the government will be a minority shareholder, just like what you have with NLNG, he said. Yusuf said the problem with the refineries is that it is managed by bureaucrats and politicians. He explained that the management of the facilities is fraught with a corporate governance problem that private sector participation will solve. The CPPE chief said government has already dealt with the issue of policy environment by deregulating the market. If the refineries, is in the hands of private sector and the government is a minority shareholder, I think it will work. So on and on in that vein. So we've been there before. Yeah. So do you concur with what's been said?
One man. You see, one man, it depends on who is in charge of this. And I'm just skeptical coming from, the certificate saga and all that. I do not trust anybody to oversee all of this. You see, some of these things are good initiatives. And I'll look at it in 2 ways. The private sector's coming in is a good thing. But at the same time, nothing says that government cannot manage, that government cannot be in business. I agree we do not have the temerity, to go about it the way it ought to be. So what is the option? Go to private sector. Who are those that are going to be the private sector that's going to be needed in power? One man. We privatize all these power stations. Where are they today? They sold it to friends. So it is not just selling off our national assets. Who are they selling it to? Because for me, one man, I would have just said, if it were me, I would have, you see these refineries, I will ask, how much is it to build a new refinery? And we
maybe
build it from ground
maybe
up.
$10 billion.
That is what I'm saying.
Joel, maybe $10
That is what
billion.
I'm saying. That's
More
what I'm
than
saying. So
more than one.
So more than one. All these things that we are putting, how much? 10 trillion in the revamping of this place. That everything, it's just like the money we sank in Ajokita Steel. So you see, one man, if we have a competent hand coming, if we have competent hand coming to veer for this, for the to buy these places, and they are really competent, and they come in and they buy it, it will work. We saw it with MTN when we sold licenses to LPN. It was healthy. I mean, at first we saw it was too expensive, but now at least it is stabilized. That is because we sold it to a company, a different company that has been into the game. I remember then we were even contemplating why South Africa? Why don't you go to the America and all that? But we have seen that MTN did so good. They brought in the competition. Then Oga Adenuga came into with Glow and did a very good job. So you see that if you want to come into an environment where things are working, if MTN did not kick off the way they did, if MTN kick off probably below par, the next person that is coming in, we will say, okay, you know what, let me get better than MTN. So probably with 1 or 2%, just an inch. But when MTN came in, they set the bar so high. When Adenuga came in, they had to measure up. And when you go to that sector, we can see some light in that field. What happened with the power sector is different. So it's like you are competing against losers, fellow losers, because none of them seem to know what they're doing in the power sector. So that is the same thing that is going to be the case with these refineries. Sell it, allow them to sell it. Okay, sell it to people. They're going to sell it to people that they know. They're going to do some compromise. And at the end of the day, we are still going to end up like we end up in the power sector. So the issue here is this for me, one man. Instead of revamping these refineries, right? Just sell it off. Any person that wants to buy it, like you want to just sell it, just take money or borrow money, go and build a brand new refinery, 2 or 3 refineries. This is not the kind of one we'll go and build in Kaduna. They will have to lay pipe from Niger Delta to go and meet them.
Or do they just sell everything and keep Port Harcourt? Because Port Harcourt seems to be the most viable. So should they just get rid of everything else but just keep Port Harcourt?
Yes. Because Port Harcourt is viable, one man, because it is near to the source and all that. You cannot build and you have something from you have got to build one in Kaduna. What are you building a refinery in Kaduna for?
And the cost of pipe laying is enough to build a refinery.
And even maintenance, because those pipes are all the way to because they're continuously being vandalized.
Exactly. One man, if you see the equipment these people carry, so I am wondering, you're going to carry it by road. So it might even cost more. It might even cost like 10 to 20% to ship those equipment from the port down to.
Oh, yes, to Kaduna. It did. Because it was my time at the port.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I've seen some of my brother.
This issue of selling this refinery. Why you know the problem we have in Nigeria is especially in our election and all these things is I don't know what to call it, a kind of not having an objective discussion when we are doing some campaigns and all that. Because I can see a lot of people supporting this move now, but why is it that when people bring such ideas, maybe from the opposition, people like Atiku, this is the agenda, the issue of privatization and all that. But we see people go against it with all sort of manners and insults. But when is their time, they begin to make it a discussion. Why is it like that?
Yeah.
It is the politics of it. I understand the politics. It is politics, right? I get the politics. That's why I said elections are over. Whenever I say elections are over, I mean
we play too much politics in our country, and I believe that's most of the problem we have in this country. Why are we to start to tell ourselves the truth?
No, it is not the politics. When we are done with election, it is no more politics. If you are still supporting someone because you supported him during election and he's doing something bad and you cannot say it, then it means that you are stupid. That is not more. It's no more politics. That is now.
This politics is very bad. The way you see it, me, I see it is very bad. Because this issue of privatization, the way some candidates, even Atiku was announcing it, he's very sure of what he's going to do with it. And he's announcing it everywhere. But you see people come up to say, Mr. Privatization, we want to tell our country all this time.
Ekene, sorry, can I interject you for 1 minute? Can I interject you? No. Okay, Joel, please, let me just say something for 1 minute. Ekene, I'm sorry, but when you talk about the power issue in Nigeria, that same article that you mentioned is the bane of the power issue in Nigeria. It was Atiku that championed the privatization of power in Nigeria. The deregulation that Obasanjo handed over to him and all those things. And if you read Obasanjo's statement in one of his books, biography, he even called Atiku a vagabond because he never expected what that man did. So please, don't come here and say because Atiku is saying something, Atiku knows what he's doing. Okay?
Doesn't necessarily mean that he knows what he's doing. But
you said it. You said he said it as if he knows.
Hold on. Sorry, who are we coming back from? I think it's Ajide.
Yes, I was the one that said.
No, you have to be writing. I can hear myself back from you. Yeah. I think there it is again. What Ekene is saying to you is that it is not universally agreeing with that with Atiku's politics, but he's saying in this specific matter that Atiku was right all the way through, and I think Ekene may well be right.
That's
my point.
That's my point. Atiku was the one. Atiku was all along saying, "Man, look, sell this stuff," and I get where he's coming from. If you sell it off and you give it to, because if you consider the amount of money that has gone into it, now they're telling you that they are signing contracts with another Korea. These are bureaucracy. There are people that are in charge. This is their normal shopping, their normal office. Let's turn around this place. They are the one working there. But if you have someone that is private working on the place, it would have been different. I get it. Atiku was pushing. Atiku was more direct with what he was going to do with the refineries. However, going by his past, going by Atiku's past, what he did to the steel mills in Cross River, what he did with the power sector, even though he was the one that also did for the telecommunications too. So I'm going to also give him credit because it was also during his time. However, in these other areas, the power sector, the steel companies, and every other companies or elephant projects that we had then that had to be sold off, I think we did not do well. So he could have still sold these places to his friends. And it's like we are back to square one. So one man, I have told you my take on this, sell these refineries and build a new one from down up, period. Then if we're going to have someone to manage it, we know where the person is managing it from. So tomorrow, we know where those things are. If there's a problem, we know where that problem is coming from. But the way it is now, they will tell us there's a problem in this other side, the problem in this other side. We don't know where it's coming from.
All right. Before he goes, I want to play something to you.
Hold on, just hold on. So thank you, Joel. So Joel, just recognizing how long people have been waiting, I want to do this. I want to do like a 10-minute monologue from everybody And then after that, I'll hand over to Thomas. But Ekene, let's hear from you. And not your 10 minutes. You wanted to say something. And then we pick up the 10 minutes from Just Emeka, who is now King Emeka. He's gotten his crown back. And then we whittle it through to people that have not spoken. But Ekene have that interjection.
Yeah, you see, I want to say this because of this issue of privatization. If so nothing is working in our country, I don't know the reason. The issue of this railway, this Lagos-Ibadan railway, that is kind of functioning now. I read the report. I read something there. What happened? People that traveled in that route. That some people that is working in that train station will corner some maybe they didn't have coach by coach. Maybe they were corner like that number coach, maybe number 7 of the train. Collect money without giving them receipt.
Oh, what a country!
And you see, you collect all this money without giving them receipt, and government is crying about revenue, all this and all that. So what are we going to do this country to make it better? People are saying privatize, also privatize that rail station, because it will be better off in the side of a private citizen. Because if that report paid me a lot, if that thing continue like that, I believe within a very short time that train station will die off again.
Exactly. This is the problem. Look at compared to Lagos State Blue Line, where you use card, no cash.
Nothing. You just corner a group of people. They say the guy said there are plenty. You collect is it 5 of them? He collect 18,000. At least there are 5. He collected 18,000 naira from those 5 guys. Then with other people, he collected about
90,000.
Almost. You know, you just corner the money without giving them receipt, no report.
Tomorrow we'll blame government when that thing closed down. Office of the citizen is a real thing in our country, honestly.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Kenneth. So we kick off the 10-minute monologue with Just Emeka, who I suspect may have gone to bed. Not unlike Emeka, you're still with us, Emeka. Well done. You held yourself back, but let's hear from you. Do you want me to line it up, or do you want to free flow?
Yeah, I'll start with this refinery and you know, build it up to what's happening in the global oil market and the forecast for next year, as well as not take it basically touch about the economy. You know, that's my specialty. Maybe I'll wrap it up with the Minister of Interior statement for passports, which is a good one. I've listened to what. First and foremost, let me apologize to Joel. You know, Joel, I'm sorry for my remark. I was, you know, a bit upset with specific rhetorics. I know people in that space will not move on, and I just wanted us to move on because we can't keep playing to the guy. But my apologies to you, and I mean it. Okay, let me proceed. The refineries, I've listened to what other people are saying. I think they've made some valuable speech. I think we should sell those refineries. Some people are making proposals like we should keep minority stake in them. No, 100% sale. Privatize it. Let's get out of those places. Those places are money drains. They're never going to work. I think Obasanjo said it, that those refineries won't work. And he didn't reveal why they won't work. He just said they won't work, that he heard Tinubu said by December, Port Harcourt refinery will kick up. Yes, it will kick up, but after a couple of few months, it will break down again. There are many factors going on. Corruption, waste, foreign players, and internal players and their collaborators, ensuring that those refineries will never work. So 2017, May Kiari, who is currently the managing director of NNPC Limited, I don't know what the hell they are trying to do with that. I don't know why government should continue to be in the business of manufacturing. Just turn to be a regulator and divest this stuff. Let private individuals come in and do business. So I don't understand what they are doing with NNPC, converting it to a limited company. I think it's a whole pure waste of time and waste of money. But what you said in 2017, that the refineries were deliberately shut down. The reason why is that the pipelines that will take crude oil into the refineries are being vandalized. So for every $100 of crude oil that will go in, the output will be $60 of refined oil. So the government is actually losing money. Then you are talking about turnaround time. So it's a colossal failure and a waste of funds. So they had to shut it down. And he's also right, even when with Obasanjo's recent statement coming up to say that he wanted to privatize the executive, and they told him no. And he was wondering why. They were bluntly disagreeing with him that they don't want the business. So he was like, okay, come and manage it for us. They said no. Can I sell it to you guys? No. So when the meeting was over, he called the CEO of Shell. I told him to wait behind, and I asked him why. He said, for obvious reasons, that one, they are in the upstream business and they want to remain in that upstream business. That then again, there's corruption in this place, that they don't want to get involved in it. And he's certain, and what he refused to say is that there are foreign players that are ensuring our refineries don't work. And ensuring that we keep importing refined oil to Nigeria, and our refineries will not work. So the best thing to do is to 100% divest, sell it off to private company, and take your hand off. Government should not hold any shares in it. The best the government can do is to become a regulator to just ensure that these private investors are not taking advantage of Nigeria, but they should get out of the business. Now, I'll speed that over. So that takes me over to the global oil market. What is happening in that space? Oil demand is going down. As a result of it, Saudi Arabia is trying to cut production so that to keep the price stable. Now, it's bad news for us. Clearly bad news. Towards first to second quarter of 2024, it's expected that oil prices will go down, and oil production will go down and the oil prices will come down. So now we are looking for money. We are broke. We are not meeting our quota for OPEC. We are not meeting that quota at all, which means estimated revenue from crude oil exportation would not be met. So what we need to do is stop the crude oil theft that is going on in the country. The president needs to stamp his feet down and stop that and see how we can get to OPEC quota so that our revenue expectation would be met and we can make more money from that space. Else, we're just making a mess. We would, by second quarter of 2024, oil prices will collapse. That's less money for us, and it will be lesser money if we're not meeting OPEC quota. Also, I think currently now oil prices are actually falling by $2, so which it tells that yes, that is where the forecast is going. So we are losing money, and we are losing more money if people are stealing our crude oil, and we are not doing anything about it. So the president need to focus on getting us back to meeting that OPEC quota. So that's why I'm a bit irritated with this certificate, chasing certificate, nonsense certificate, birth certificate. There are more bigger problems. We have bigger problems, and we should be discussing about these problems. I would want P2B, Atiku, and Ho to mount pressure on the president on these issues because they are very important, critical issues. The chasing of certificates is nonsense. Let's get this country working and let's get this country moving forward. Let's do the right thing. So the manufacturers, that's the Association of Nigeria, they are complaining that they have over 272 billion naira unsold goods due to inflation. I don't know if anybody is aware, our inflation rate is approximately 26% now. That is high. So people are cutting down on demand.
Is that a record?
That's
Do you know?
That's a record. Yeah, that's a record.
Food inflation is more than that.
Huh? What did you say now? Repeat
Food
yourself.
inflation is more.
Food, yeah, typically food inflation is usually higher, right? Then
Ekene was asking what you said.
So the
I said, repeat
inflation,
yourself.
inflation for currently now is approximately 26%. It is 25.8%. So inflation currently now is 26%. And as a result of this inflation, manufacturers that, cannot sell their goods anymore because due to high prices of goods, right? People are not buying. Now they currently have 272 billion naira of sold goods stored as inventory, right? So that's really bad. It's bad. It's bad for manufacturing. It's bad for the country. As of 2023, food inflation is 26%. That's 27%. So it's sad. We're in a sad state. We're really in a sad state. So the focus. That's the focus should be on putting pressure on the president to start working. He needs to start working. He can't escape it anymore. So if he's not feeling the heat, and we are chasing shadows, we are chasing ghosts, we are chasing certificates that would amount to nothing because nobody is removing this president. Ruben Abati has done a beautiful job in analyzing this. The president will just continue to relax, and his team will continue to relax. Like I think I asked the last time, who is the Minister of Health? What is the health policy of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? What is going on there? I know the Minister of Education, but what is the educational policy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the trade policy too? Right? So these ministers
that's really where we should be tackling them. And by the way, Edo boy, make sure that your microphone is switched on because your device is not connecting properly. I would like to hear from you. But Emeka, that is really where because there's somewhat of a disappointment in how some of the big ticket items, you may say they are getting that right, but if you are getting down to the minutiae of managing the country, there's somewhat of there's lack of substance somewhat. Like all these palliatives that they are doing in the wrong way, all this buying of these LSJ buses that it doesn't really cohere with our landscape. Yeah. So a lot of things we don't know the building blocks of any policy thrust, and this is where we should be holding them down.
Exactly, and this is where I want the opposition to play their role very effectively. Now, and you can hear it. I know you hear it. I just try to hold myself. It is this irritation that was like, let's move on. If we don't press their neck, they will do nothing. Now I'm seeing that food inflation is 30% as of September 2023. 30%.
And that shouldn't be the case, by the way, Emeka, because that's a low-hanging fruit. It's something that any government should be able to address. Certainly an economy as big as ours, we should be able to manage that food space so that the populace is at least fed.
Exactly. So if these issues are not brought to mainstream media or brought to the forefront, and we're chasing shadows such as certificates, before we know it, the economy will be in a very bad situation that we cannot even manage it anymore. Then we turn to Ghana, we're bankrupt. So we need to discuss about this. Let the president hear it that the people are really angry, and then he begins to ask his ministers, what the hell are you guys doing? These are the questions, these are the things and the issues we should be speaking about. How can manufacturers be having over 300 billion naira inventory in their shops and they can't sell? I know someone like Ekene may be feeling the heat too, because he's also he's a businessman who gets stocks that he needs to sell. Now we hear from the president, oh, we want foreign investment. My brothers and sisters, foreign investment is foreign portfolio investment. It's not foreign direct investment. It's foreign portfolio investment. So when we are hearing that foreign investment, we must be asking which kind of foreign investment. As of 2014, foreign portfolio investment was 57%. But as of 2022, foreign portfolio investment is just 4%. And is only on the equity space. Reason why is because Emefiele destroyed the ability for investors to bring dollars to take their money out when they want to cash out. They could not. Rather, they say, okay, since I've gotten my money out, I'm not going to invest. So we must ask the right questions. When government officials are saying foreign investment, let's ask them: is it foreign direct investment which will create employment? Foreign portfolio investment do not create employment. It's only is a way for venture capitalists, traders, portfolio managers to make money for their clients. They invest, and at a particular period, they take their money out. And Nigerian stock exchange market is a good market to invest. The problem why they are not bringing their money in is because of foreign restrictions. Now, currently, as I'm saying this, that takes me to go to the next one. As we are complaining about this, 7 banks are hitting record high profits. I don't get it. Nigeria is the only country where banks make profit and it does not translate to the economy. I don't get it. Then the way they make their money is through revaluation gains. As a result of the devaluation of Naira, they were able to take their foreign assets, reevaluated it to Naira, and they were making profits. That is just it. So if someone like a portfolio manager, or you are just a stock exchange trader, or you're a simple trader, you could invest in this market. Let me call the names of the banks so that you can invest in next quarter. They are still going to make profit again. Access Bank, First Bank Holdings, UBA, and GTB.
GTB.
Yes, GTB. They are definitely going to make profit in the next quarter. So if you have spare cash, you can go and invest in their equity.
And they are not investing too much in their social responsibility space. So this is the problem. The government has to regulate it. You can't just declare billions for nothing. What have you done for the people?
Yes.
All right, bring it home, Emeka, so that we can quickly.
Let me bring it home to good news. Well, I'm happy that the Minister of Interior, that is Tunji Ojo, has given a timeline, and they've cleared out all the backlogs of passports. You understand? That's a good one. And he has also given a time of 2 weeks that the processing time is 2 weeks, which is awesome. And they are looking at innovating their processes, such like what we do in Western countries. You just don't need to go and be sitting down. I think they are listening to our space. It's good. These ministers and their aides should come on board and keep listening to us while we're churning out ideas that they can implement. I think we spoke exclusively, intensively about this Nigerian passport issues and solutions that they can come up with. And good enough, they are implementing. They say they are going to implement such solutions, such as processing time 2 weeks. There's no need for you to come to the passport office anymore. You can send your passport photograph. You can now do your passport requisition online, which is beautiful. It shows that that minister himself, I think he granted an interview. The minister is looking at innovative ways to make things better for we Nigerians to get our passports when we want to do that, whenever we want our passport. So I think that one is a good news. But going forward, please, Nigerians, please, especially my obedient brothers, let's discuss important issues. Forget this certificate stuff. Let's discuss important issues.
All right, Emeka. Emeka, I still want you to expand on that passport space, because there's a conversation still to be had there. But let me get through to other people first. So I'll go to Ajanle Koko, Ekene, and then Patoski, Pansat. So quite a few people still waiting. And you know how impatient people can get after waiting for too long. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. You yielded your space to Baba, and now we've taken the long route back to you. Ajanle Koko, that father of the bride.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, I really want to celebrate Dr. Abati today. I think it's one of our best. He practices his profession of journalism at the best, and he demonstrated to us today that yes, he will always stand, and as we know journalists, as we know them to be, men, profession that go by the fact. He laid out all the fact that came out from the deposition today. He summarized it clearly for everybody to understand. And I believe everybody got all his summary clearly and loudly well, except we want to play politics, dirty politics, except we want to deny, we want to be a person that doesn't accept fact and deny the fact. Even when you are presented with the fact, you will still deny it. Abati, several times on that show, many times he analyzed issues based on facts against Tinubu, obedient, celebrating, and Badifaya went haywire. But now, today, for being what he is, in practicing his profession of journalism at the best, now analyze, or rather summarize, the fact that came out from the court, and you see some people going after him. I think they should have a rethink. They should look at themselves in the mirror and say to themselves, what I am doing is not good. Abati have not done anything wrong against anybody. He is just doing his job the way he should do it and the way it's expected of him to do it. So he did a very good job today. I don't think there's any lawyer that can summarize what Abati did than the way he did it. There is no lawyer that can summarize it like that. And within a very short period of time, it summarized everything clearly. I give kudos to him. I doff my heart. I am proud of him. I am proud that Nigerians have some of the best that we can be proud of, some of the best that we can celebrate in the field of journalism. And I can tell you today that Abasi is one of the best that God has blessed us with. So if he's listening today, or maybe some of his people are watching this show, I want you, if you are close to Abati, tell Abati that on one man went to mow, we celebrate him, and we'll continue to celebrate him. I particularly, Ajale Koko, celebrate him, and we all celebrate him. He's one of our best. That is what is expected. Look, if Abati have not done what he did today,
Ajele Koko,
yes,
please, we are all on this program.
let me
If you like him, just say you appreciate him.
Let me finish.
Don't say we. I'm part of this program. I do not. And he has never started on the side of truth. He has always been a trader because he's part of the establishment. So let's get it straight.
Let me finish my own. Don't interrupt me. So, Abasi, we celebrate you. God will continue to give you that strength to do that job, because what you have done today is what we used to know what journalism represents in Nigeria when I was growing up. not journalism that lie or go on internet and be demonstrating and crooking lie and misinforming people. No, this is what we want. We want journalists to be in the lead of informing the people, disseminating information based on fact and not lies and not political propaganda and nonsense. You make Arise News proud and you make that profession of journalism proud in our country today for what you did. I think you deserve an award for what you did. Nigerians should look at you. People in authority should look at you. And the next time they are giving national award, Dr. Abati deserve award for this singular thing that he did for that country today. I celebrate him. And one man.
Ajale Koko, that is Ruben Abati with his wife on your screen. Do you think he's punching above his weight?
Wait, is that a white lady or what are you?
That's his wife, Kiki.
Oh, man,
She's
Abati
a
na big boy, oh. Abati na
she's a
big boy.
Nigerian. When I saw the wife on Instagram, I was stunned. I thought, Ruben, how did you manage this one? Eh? You don't think he's punching above his weight?
Waiting Nigeria no fit manage. Nigeria go manage anything now. You see,
but he can manage 5 of that. He has money.
Yes.
And that's why he's looking for appointments. I can imagine.
Yes. So I think in the next national award, it should be penciled down for an award for what he did today. This is the best of the best. You know, I mean, I've been watching Abati. I know that you see Abati many times. I mean, even before, you have been doing a wonderful job. But today, within a short period of time, he laid out everything, he summarized everything, and he without any bias, he said, this is what came out from the court. This is it. No case against Tinubu, nothing against Tinubu. He repeated it twice. He said nothing against him, nothing. That Atiku was shedding shadow. Atiku was embarking on a journey, on a road to nowhere. That is what that is the way he concluded it. It's an effort in futility. And all the hue and cry about the Tinubu forged certificate, he laid it out. The court came out with it that no, this guy did not forge certificate. You need to go and watch it. And watch it thrice. I said, what am I listening? I said, let me listen to it. Am I not? I listened to everything. And I was waiting to see maybe Rufai will say something contrary. No, Rufai, gentle, because they got the fact. They saw the fact. They saw all the fact. They don't have to lie to the people because that news media have reputation to protect.
Ajale Koko, can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Or what is the name of that lady? Everybody, even the Ojiope, everybody. They got the fact and they listened to Abati, summarizing everything, and everybody concur with him. I respect Abati today.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, bring it home. Then Joel have that interjection, and then we go on to Ekene for his monologue.
Okay, Ajale Koko.
Okay, actually, have your interjection, and then let Ajale Koko respond. But condense it, and then we go to carry on.
Okay, this is not the first time Abati made that statement. That is the reason why I'm telling you, you just came late to the party. But I had been making this statement like 2-3 weeks ago, even when he's not even known.
Which statement did he make? Which statement did he make 2 weeks ago?
What Tinubu needs to be a president.
About what? Can you bring your video and come and play it? Can you bring your video you're referring to?
Calm down now. Let me just talk now. Allow me.
Don't start spewing all this kind of.
I said that Ruben Abati has made a clarification
on what qualifies you to be a president in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has made this same statement.
That is not what he did today. What he did today was to summarize what came out. Hold on. Was to summarize what came out from the court. That is what he did. He was not saying, what you need to have to be president of Nigeria.
Hold on. He had discarded what Atiku went to do in the Supreme Court ab initio. He said it in the past that why is Atiku going to this to Supreme Court? That in any case, that the president does not even need a WAEC certificate to be a president. That he only needs to go for one course here and there. And he will become, in fact, he just needs to speak at an audience just to show that he registered. It was Abati that said it. He has been constant on this issue. So that's the reason why I said that, that Abati is not a man of honor because he speaks from both sides of the mouth. So you just
how can it be constant on all right? It was constant on what the court have not decided. What do you mean?
All right.
Why are you doing this, Joel? Why are you doing this?
It's opposition now. It's politics now. It's opposition.
I mean, for God's sake, why are you doing this? What this guy? What he did not do? Why are you lying against this guy? When you lie against him, you are lying against his profession. That is most reputable profession in the world. The journalism and the profession of the law.
I did not lie to you.
Why are you doing this?
All right. Joe, let Ajanle Koko bring it home just for the benefit of the people that are waiting their turn.
Okay. One man, let me just say this. I'm going to send you where Abati made similar issues, right? Similar statements in the past as regards to Atiku going to the court case. Right? Not talking on the outcome, just on the court case. Thank you. Let's not drive this thing too much.
All right, Bilam. Bring it to Ajanle Koko and then let's catch a Kenny before he falls asleep.
Okay, so I think the matter is close. One man. Nothing, anybody that are just jumping up and down and misinterpreting this court outcome the way they like, they can continue to lie to themselves. But the truth is out. It's clear to everybody. And that is why one man was urging you to please replay that video. Let all of them again hear it. And I believe they heard it. And you can see our friend from London was dilly-dally, was his opinion. You see, I don't get this. I don't know why people, we that are educated, we were taught in the college to have that sense of objectivity. We were trained in the college. We were equipped to have that sense of objectivity, but still, for one reason, sometimes for tribalism, sometimes for dirty politics, we don't want to practice it. We just want to deny the truth. When the truth, the fact is laid out before us. You can say something, you can be wrong. It's nothing to wrong. You are not. When you.
I think Ajanle Koko dropped. So Ajanle Koko dropped. So we wait for Ajanle Koko to rejoin us. We go on to Ekene from there, though. But Ekene, you're up next. But before you come in, Ekene, let me just do this quickly. I'm looking to do something on sports and on football, especially. If anybody knows about football, if you have an in-depth knowledge of football, then contact me via Instagram. I would like to speak with you. Ekene, you're up next.
Hold on, please, Ekene. What kind of football? What kind of football, please?
Soccer. Soccer. No, what do you mean? What kind of? Have you been in America for that long? You don't know what? Good Lord, you want me to call football soccer? What's this guy talking about?
You people make Mbappe look so ordinary.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I'm interested. Then go ahead, Ekene.
Yeah, contact me via. But you have to have in-depth knowledge of it, though. That's just the thing. But I'll speak to you. I'll speak to your friend. Yeah, Ekene, you're up next.
Okay, one man. Thank you very much. I don't have much to say, one man. For me, the issue of certificate is nothing to me. based on my opinion, that you don't need much. So my only concern is why going that far to prove that you are educated when you know you have just a little thing to present to become the president. So even Abati made me to know that. So, and that is why I wouldn't say much about it. So, but the issue of I will speak more in my space in what is happening in Nigeria rather than just like Emeka analyze the inflation, the economy, and how it's affecting the Nigerians. Definitely, it's affecting business. I will not lie to you, Amma. But we must survive. But another thing is, I sent you a video, one man. I know you cannot play such video.
Yes, yes. It's quite common now. Tell us what happened in the video. It's quite commonplace now.
That incident happened today. That guy wants to commit suicide in Lekki. So people gathered to rescue him. It was quite terrible. It was quite terrible. A young man like that wants to take his life in a blood daylight. So he just put that in, hang down from on top of that bridge, wants to commit suicide. Before that, you see that.
No, if you sorry, Kene, if it's that one I'm thinking, that I saw that video about a week ago. That was around Falomo roundabout to enter Ikoyi. I think Okada rescued him.
This was today. I'll forward it to you. I'll forward it to your WhatsApp now, Baba.
Because I saw one a week ago. Okay.
Yeah,
it's not there are even one that happened even before. There is a woman that so a lot of it is common. It's common. It's not just this one. This one is today, but talking of committing suicide in our nation, it's just common thing. It's no more. It's something that you expect it to come maybe week after week. So, but I don't blame them. Sometimes you think, how do people survive? If you don't think it that way, I know how much you can spend a day to be able to feed a family of maybe 2 or 3. And people to get that money is very difficult. So I don't know. So another thing is the issue of what happened yesterday about the last man and the police people that took away the life of 5 people. 1 pregnant woman with 2 kids he's carrying and the keke rider. Just because of the, I don't know, uncivilized manner of our forces, that police or last mile officials. So I don't know, when you are chasing that vehicle, seeing the danger it will cause, why not leave it? You start to drag steering with the one man that was driving Venza. The man would have broke the law, but are we not so civilized as police officials or last mile officials to know that you don't have to hold that steering, that it will cause a lot of damage? What is going on in our society?
I don't get it. Why do they keep entering into people's vehicles? I don't get it. Why? They should look for ways to apply technology in such a way that if you violate traffic laws, they can still find you anywhere. They should think about it. But entering into people's vehicle, I just don't get it. For what purpose?
I don't know.
Ekene Emeka is a Nigerian thing. Ordinary in Benin Republic and Togo, the police will only blow their whistle. They don't move an inch. It is you that will reverse. Gender and blow whistle. You don't stop and come back to him. You are doomed. It's Nigeria.
That is the thing. So you went ahead to start to drag a steering. I think the motion was moved today in the house. The man that was in charge of that constituency rose that motion today. It's a very sad incident. A pregnant woman, 2 children with a keke rider, 5 people at a spot, just because of the sin of one man. I know the man committed an offense by using that one way. But our officials are not professionals at all. And this is the problem we continue to face in this society. And the government should look into it very deeply, reshuffle, make a lot of arrangements. Lagos is not a small city to say that we don't have intellectuals that can organize things here. So that is the problem we are facing. Then another thing is, I read the report of Tunisia not accepting aid from the EU. Just like, go away with your aid. I don't need it. We can survive. And that's raised an issue of what I've been saying here. The better we continue to look away from these foreigners that come in to bring in some things to gauge our political class, the better we think as a nation. Those foreigners are not doing us any good. And we celebrate them whenever they bring a lot of some token here in form of aid to help us. And we forget to think, to develop ourselves. Just Tunisia. So why are these small countries thinking or as in behaving more better than us as a nation? These small African countries, the one we regard as small countries, we are the giants. We are supposed to be showing the examples, but they're the ones showing us examples. And the way we celebrate this aid whenever it comes to us, even the citizens, I don't know, because I see it as more of bondage to us. That's how I see it. So one man, I don't have much to say. What I want to put in general is that we have a nation to build. We have a nation to build. And that having a nation to build requires every one of us. Just the issue I raised about the train station, what is going on there, is not only the citizens, the political class. We need to come together and begin to think as Nigerians how to practically move this nation forward. Everything is going, I don't know, everything is not normal in our country. No law. There is no law guiding us in this country. No law. If any one of us say here that we have a law, it's a lie. We don't have a law in Nigeria. Just behave anyhow you want. If you survive with it, no problem. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant.
Let me just say something real quick, just to add to what you said. And so, one man, you remember about 4 days ago, you played a clip. You played a clip on Peter V talking about building the home first, and he made a reference of beer and honey. And that day I tuned in and I had a lot of people say so many bad things. And the issue there is, like I keep telling everyone on this show, we must fix our country. Leave all this foreign nonsense that we go to. Let us borrow. If we're going to borrow 30 billion, borrow 30 billion. Fix your home. If you fix your home, one man, we have more to give from home. The oil, like I said the other day, one man, tell me one policy, tell me one sector where Tinubu employed state of emergency. Is it in education? Is it in agriculture? People were telling me, oh, it's true this, but he's busy gallivanting around. That is not the way to do it. We have more problems in Nigeria. One man, if we fix the problem in Nigeria, one man, don't forget about foreign investors. They will fly in. They will fly in.
All right, thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So Joel, let's hear Patrick's 10-minute monologue. I suspect that Patoski may not be with us fully anymore. Patrick, are you there? Well done, Patrick. Yes, Patrick, you know, I'm not sure who eats more, you or Ajanle Koko. Anytime we hear from you, there's always some fridge activity.
No, me could.
All right. I got that wrong.
Yeah, you said what? Monologue?
Yeah, just either to the talking point or whatever it is that particularly tickles your picadillo.
Yeah, I was just listening to Joel that Tinubu should face one. I agree. I actually agree with him, but the man is not even getting the peace of mind. It's very sad anyway that we find ourselves in this place, but we just have to go with him. I don't think I'm even coordinated what I'm saying, because when I listen to the way they talk about the man, his certificate has this problem, is this. Yeah, I think the man has a lot of baggage with him, and is unlike, is not unlike other politicians as well. But I mean, these things that we are even arguing about, these things are not tough. And people say that the obedient are calling for this. The only way you can silence the obedient is coming out with the truth. You understand what I'm saying? If, for example, one man, they told you that you didn't go to Maryland Comprehensive, all you need to do is present your certificates, present your testimonials, and if they're asking for more, everybody will just keep them quiet, because that's how transparent we can be. But it's very sad that the man is in that situation. He's not a very old man, but he doesn't have primary school classmates. He doesn't have secondary school classmates. He only has university classmates. He doesn't have his secondary school is not very clear. That's not a good way to live, or a nice way to grow up. Except maybe except he had challenges growing up and things like that, you know. But from the background, if he actually belongs to that family that they claim he belongs to, that's supposed to be a very solid family with strong historical background in Western Nigeria. Madam Tinubu came from Abeokuta to Lagos, so they have their history and records and everything. But this man looks like there is no trail, you know, and it's okay. That's what we have to deal with, not because he's perfect, but because every other one is like that too, you know. But we Nigerians have to stand up and to speak for Nigeria, to rescue Nigeria. The hope of that country does not lie in the hand of one man, Tinubu or whatever. We have to. But if we have to fight and rescue Nigeria, we have to be fighting for it with our right minds. All the third forces, they don't have the kind of the frame of mind, the emotion, the intellectual capacity to even solve Nigerian problems. The people that parade themselves are third force, whether the younger ones or whatever, when I hear them argue, or the man standing at the forefront of it, it does not seem to have any intellectual capacity that can solve national problems. So that's why we say, okay, let's just choose this one that looks like, not that he has everything, but I think the people that surround him have some capacity and they can move us, even if just a little forward. That's the thing. Nigeria is in a very, very tough situation. I don't see Tinubu doing so much, actually. I don't see him doing so much. But
you mean over the course of his tenure?
Yeah.
Not even to stabilize. You don't. You don't think he can even? Yeah.
He can't. Because to me,
the country is too fractured. You mean?
The country is too fractured. Now he has his cabinet, and there's nothing fantastic there. I don't see. There's nothing fantastic, but that's the best that we can put together, and that's what I keep saying. I don't see anything that will come out from those people. What's Kayam going to do in aviation, for example? I don't see anything that is. What's Badari going to do in defense? Look at Ribadu is almost in every political meeting, and that's supposed to be national security advisor. And national security is the core of the problem, of the issues that we have in Nigeria. Is that labor meeting? Is that this one? Is that one? I mean, any political gathering, Ribadu is there. You understand? So I mean, we are supposed to be serious-minded people. And if you look at the appointments, either somebody is the son or son. In short, what's his name now? Shetima's case. I heard Albanikoro's son, this one is that's their base of own appointment. How long will the country continue to be ruled and governed like that? That's what we are saying. How long will the country? If you look at all of them, all the ministers, even the younger ones I have one that is one of my friend's son. I won't speak more than that. And my friend's daughter. Yeah, she's competent, but what I'm saying, what will be the basis? Is it because she's a daughter of so and so person, or she has some political interest? The issue, what we have on ground, is very serious. Very serious. And in emergency time, we have to take strong and meaningful decisions. Look at what Obasanjo did in 1999. He brought Bolage. Bolage was in opposition. But he brought Bolage in because he felt, okay, maybe he will be able to, he's incorruptible and he'll be able to solve power problem. His judgment might be wrong, but I mean, the spirit was right of taking that decision. You understand? So we this is the best we can produce now. It's very unfortunate. It's just that I don't think as a nation we have really matured to that point. I think we think too highly of ourselves. That, oh, Nigerians are great, this one, that. Look at the kind of leaders we are producing. I to tell you the quality of people that we have. That's just the truth. That's just the truth.
All right.
I just I'll close it. Let's just continue to pray for Nigeria. I believe with time things will evolve and get better, and we'll have a better thought force than we have now. That's just my prayer.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So much articulation from Patoski. We don't hear often enough from him, but when we do, we delight in it. Let's delight in so I'll go World Peace, Pansat, then Jide, and then I think that will cover everybody would have spoken by then. So World Peace, you're up next. So the floor is yours. No more than a 10-minute monologue, either to the talking point or whatever it is that tickles your fancy. War Peace.
Are you asking me what piece? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was fixing my microphone. Thank you, One Man. One Man, there's a way I respect people in this platform. I must not tell people I respect their view openly. You know, it's a backup platform where you see those that have the capacity that's more than you, you give that respect, even though you have to push back. And I would call one person here that you people will be very surprised. I like so much. I like to hear from him. Even no matter how he talks long, his network is breaking, I will listen. I'll wait. If you notice it, it's Bishop. Then followed by Patoski. Why I'm saying this, if Bishop is vicious about a point, to be very loud about it. And if he's supporting you too, he'll be very loud about it too. Same with Patrick. It's unfortunate what's going on right now. That's affecting me personally. I've been on the show for 2 years plus. I have 2 kids on the show. I've been on the show. Just a time in this show, we have 2 segments, in morning segment and evening segment. I know the people that was here, they laid their bag, their time, will be on the show. Took 3 hours in the morning, sometimes 5 hours in the evening, or to 6 hours. We broke our back to make sure the show stand. We something our brother is our own. This is where we can lay our voice. We're not working in Nassau Rock. And there's people I would say, I would describe as Peter Obi, that as Shokusu said, that is an opportunist. There are a few people here on this show now, or the new breed of this panelists, they are opportunists that is riding on the sacrifice that others have done for this show. And they insult me when I say it. I just said I called Ajalikoko to order. He's here, he's listening. And you're not doing your job again. Why people like you is the balance you keep, not because you say whatever you're saying. You can be biased, you can have your own lineage, you can have your own feeling about it. But one thing we know you for, you keep the balance. But this Tinubu'S certificate of retain has really, really shown a lot of people's hand, which is very bad. One man, I think you need to talk to your people. Believe me, seriously. Because nobody can be, everybody that is neutral now, they must tag him, either you're obedient, you are Tinubu hater, or they curse you out. This book they cannot do what they are doing now in other shows. They're saying in life, who you meet in life, you ask questions, not who came to meet you. Most of them, I saw them when they came to this show. will wipe their pampers, will give them place to stay. Now today they are questioning you. Woman, it's sad. It really hurts me. I don't say things in people's back. I say things in people's front. That's why I didn't call you personally. I'll say it on the front of this show. It would be sad. One day I will pull out. Maybe I come once in the fucking blue moon. But if these people on this show continue like this, I believe
why?
when this
Because are you saying hopefully all opinions get air, but if people have everybody is dynamic, nobody is stagnated in one position, and if people evolve their thoughts, then they evolve their thoughts. Are you asking?
Yeah, that was supposed that's the picture of the show. But people are hiding behind it, what we call proxy, to pull their string. And we see it. One man, you can see something. I'm not saying I fight people to say it, and people fight me when I say it. But you can notice a trend. Even to your not friends, I've said it here, so that they get angry, they'll tell you. When you're angry, you say the truth. This show is becoming one-sided show. Because of certain people. Because they are, I call them like your bit or like Tabi that is riding on is opportunist. People sacrifice. If we came here, it's not a monologue. Give your view. I give mine. There's some people that is not even on the party. They don't belong to any party. They just come say what they want. But if you say what you want and it does not correspond what they want, they start tagging you. It's wrong. And if this Tinubu saga stops after 6 months, this will not be here anymore. I remember when I started this show, we talk about anything and everything. We were in this show with the Kanu of rendition. We can call some people obedient because when they started freeing Nnamdi Kanu. From there, they became IPOB. We saw that their handle change. From there, they become obedient. We saw them. But you come to the show, you'll be questioning my loyalty. It's insulting to me, one man. Very insulting to me. None of them have done 2 years plus. And I met that local that has done 3 years. I met Thomas that do I believe 3 years. Do you know people that have been in this show? Sometimes I'll be on this show. The Southeastern and South Southern will be on this show, be like, now the panelists. We never make it one way. It's wrong, one man. You cannot be that smart that you think you are smarting me. I can see what you're doing. I can see what people are doing. Talk to your people, one man. That's how I put it. Let me leave that aside. That of Tinubu case, everybody has the right to talk. Yes, I will talk now, and I will talk about everything of 2015. I'll talk about Shoyinka. I've not talked about Shoyinka since. I'll talk about it. Shoyinka called Jonathan, Chief Nebuchadnezzar, how you call it, and he called his wife Jezebel on international TV, disgracing Nigeria. Let's just say what goes around comes around, and it's true. It was Martin every day. That passed. We all killed Jonathan. I don't think anybody here will say he has a free hand. We're all guilty. Even Jonathan PhD was scrutinized. How do we know that person didn't even go to school? APC put it out there. Then that happened. The Buhari came in. Buhari could not rule on anything because the country was divided. It was all lies and lies. We were in this show, you're criticizing Buhari because this same thing, people could not come together. People could not accept him. You can win a war from the back of the horse, but you cannot rule the people from the back of the horse. That's the problem. And Buhari did all his shenanigans. Buhari have same result problem, and that one passed. Now we are seeing our new president having that same pattern. Then when you speak, they tie you politically. Is that person not sick? I have 4 companies in 3 continents: Japan, South Africa, Nigeria, and America. I have an LLC in America. I have a private liability company in Japan. I have a private liability company in Nigeria. I have a enterprise in South Africa. I pay taxes for all of them, 4 of them every year. Then when I speak, people start saying you hate Tinubu. I see you are a cunning man. You are a citizen of defense. Man, it's annoying. One can speak his mind, regardless where you fall on or how you feel about it. This guy started the election. There has been problem. We did not start the problem. If he's like Patriotism said, it's a simple thing. You put it to rest. People want to support you. They're first supposed to criticize you so they can support you. Somebody supporting you doesn't even know you. If a lawyer is going to defend you at the court, he will first put you in that position and be a prosecutor and scrutinize you first so that he will have information to defend you at the court. Sometimes when I ask some information questions here, they take it personal. If I want to defend him tomorrow, I will be equipped with the answer, information to defend him. Your result is questionable. This is questionable. This is questionable. Now, like I said before, the healing process is very important in any government. Look at the Devil Mai. He's apologizing to staff. I've never seen that in my life before. A minister, the K2 guy, Kuti guy that said he's the speaker for, the spokesman for the staff, is telling the minister that you cannot do without us. You cannot lock us outside. When you came to job, you come to your office late. As the minister came 9:30 and there's nobody in the building, and he said there's a lot of documents to handle. Then he said he should lock the gate. Then they came, they shut the staff came late. I don't know what time they came, maybe 12, and they shut the building down because the minister has no right. Can they try that if it's RFI? Can they try that to Wiki? This is what we are talking about. If your subject does not respect you or don't fear you, how will the country move forward? Even though you bring the best brain will not go to the creek to check the people that are stealing the oil. You must do things that people will come together and accept, okay, yes, it's not a perfect country, it's not a perfect president, but we are seeing the pattern, we are moving in the right direction. Let's come together and help this guy succeed. That's how you can succeed. That's why some people are screaming. The process of this,
right.
I'll bring it down, I'll bring it back, I'll bring it home. That's why people are screaming. The process of this screening, make it fair, even though we know they're not to come out about it, so that people will have a fair mind. Of course, some people will never have, there's opposition. But the people, the opposition, the opposition and the people against that people for, they're just 26 million people. While Nigeria is 250 million people. So 26 million people can go ahead and play their politics. And why 200 plus will play their own, do their own support? The 200 is greater. That's how the country will move forward. We don't need this fighting again. We want the country to move forward. They're confirming a minister today. He's falling on the stage. And you say, yet you will say confirm. None of the ministers seems to know what they are doing. The other day, they said the first lady is fighting with Gabashew. This is what we're going to put up with for that 4 years? Man, oh my, here's the floor. I better talk to your people and let this stuff. I hate to see a brother fail.
Nobody is my people, by the way. You are my people too. But no, thank you.
No, I understand.
One man.
But that's what I was telling you.
One man.
Yeah.
You saw the video of that minister that collapsed in the National Assembly when they were.
No, we played it. We played it in the opening phase.
Okay.
No, all right, brilliant. So that was War Peace, one of the founding members of this platform. So believe it or not, another one of the founding members of this platform, the mighty Pansat. So Pansat, a 10-minute opening monologue from you.
Peleo, Baoni.
Kobado, yeah.
And everybody in the chat session. Wow, Patowski, I'm very proud of you today, my brother. I know that during the campaign, you were quite a formidable opponent for a lot of us who wanted another person to emerge. But today, you did what we call in Niger parlance, dirty slap. You dirty slapped a lot of people who thought that the fight among brothers, like we do here sometimes, that it goes deep to the bone marrow. No, we're Nigerians now. So this slap, what you give them today in the face, eye, nose, cheek, that's what we call dirty slap for Nigeria. So you're a patriot. And you have my respect for doing that. With good reason, and you laid it down.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. Now, usually the result of a DT slap is to knock somebody into their senses so that they have a proper perspective and clarity. So I'm going to see if that's going to work. These people quite entrenched in the face of what we saw. I mean, even in the deposition. The official transcripts are not out yet, but some people do have a copy of it. So a lot of intelligent people, people in the media, they're just sitting back to get a certified copy, because you can't trust in everything you see in the, unfortunately, on the social media. The propagandists, they are quite professional. And they've already summarized. There's nothing in there. In that school of, even the ones that we've seen, I'll go ahead and comment on the raw copy while we wait till the next day or so to get official transcripts on this. And that deposition, the school officials made it clear and unambiguous that the certificate Bola Tinubu gave to INEC to run for president did not emanate from them. Right, there is forgery. Now, unambiguous, what is it? What are other words for that? So such a useless big word, unambiguous. It means that it's explicit, it's obvious, apparent, distinct, plain, that he forged something I gave to INEC. Because earlier, I believe it was Ekene, and to a extent, Jewel, that was trying to make it clear to Ajan Lekoko that if you go to a third party, let's say there's a university, in this case, Chicago State University, and they issue you a certificate, and you lost that certificate, and that's a Nigerian election where you require a high school, secondary school, WASC, anything like that. You don't have to have that big university thing from Chicago, but you lost it. And it's going to take a long time for you to recover it. Now, what you do, which is quite acceptable, is to pull out your WAEC results or whatever certificate you have in your high school, secondary school, and then you don't go trying to go make your own. That is a longer process because, look, if it's me, any rational person, I went to Chicago State University, I'm back in Nigeria, but I lost my certificate. It's going to take me a long time to get it, but I have my WASC and it will qualify for what I'm looking for right now. I'll turn that in, the one I have. That is enough. That's what a normal person would do. And that was a Kene's argument right there, that you don't have to have the big one, just do what's the minimum that's required that you have. You lost your certificate. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all human beings. We could lose a certificate. You don't go and print your own. But now, in the Jewel's case, the point he's making, and I want anybody who's listening here to be fair, listen carefully. If you then decide to go ahead and print you one, right? And let's say the school allows you to do that. If you want to print one, if the school allows you to do that, when you print one, because it's authorized, when somebody tries to verify it and call or in a deposition and they say, hey, is this a certificate that you could have issued? They'll say yes. Even if it's by a third vendor. Even if it's by a second vendor, third vendor, fourth vendor, whatever magnitude of authority that you want to delegate to people to print that certificate. But you're still going to have to say, yes, we use tertiary, secondary people to print our certificate. Therefore, yeah, it's our certificate. So it's not even an issue. It's not an issue. I don't know how else to put it. Now, I don't want to waste a lot of my time on this because this is something that's going to go on. There's no rest for the wicked. If you think it's going to go away, it's not going to go away anytime. Nigerians, we look down on ourselves, but we're not dummies. We're Nigerians, right? We're Nigerians. I want you to understand that we have laws in the books. The present crop, since the last decade or so, is trying to make us look like we don't have a history, that we're stupid. We do have a history, and we have a lot of educated people in Nigeria. So I'm going to try to remind you of who you are. There's no time somebody like this, Tinubu, should emerge to be our president. The only thing is that the president was set in the last administration, Buhari. He's a military man. So it kind of dumbed us down a little bit. But before I conclude on this here, let me go ahead and tackle a little bit of the economic things that were talked about. I believe Emeka mentioned that our inflation rate, it's at about 25.8%, 26% now. But you see the trajectory. That's August. In July, it was 24.8%. So you know which way it's going. But don't think that's the worst it could be. That's just inflation. A place like Zimbabwe, they have hyperinflation at 284.9%. Now remember, the ambassador to Zimbabwe that brought that mess to them over there was then transferred to Nigeria. And since then, our inflation has been going up. And I am willing to bet you it's going to hyperinflation. Right? So Zimbabwe, 284.94%. You have Venezuela with 210%. They have economic sanctions. Sudan, 154. Turkey, 73. Argentina, 72. Sri Lanka, 48. So don't go thinking, oh, 24, then we must be capping off. No, we're not capping off. So in the economy of a country such as Nigeria, there are things that you have to focus on, concepts. You have to know that Nigeria doesn't have anything at all. It's not even operating with any kind of principle or doctrine. We don't have anything like that in the country right now. And it's quite sad. So if you come and you say you want to sell the refineries to private hands, yes, as a capitalist myself, I like that. If you're operating capitalism. But capitalism has a lot of principles that guide it. And it's not in the country. Scarcity, choice, efficiency, equity, economic well-being, sustainability, change, interdependence, and intervention. Those are the key concepts. So we've already done it in the past, even when the actors were even better. They're not as bold as they are today. So if you sell those things to people, they're not going to be more efficient, which is the main reason why government will transfer public enterprises to private hands. You know? So let me leave that at that, because I wanted to talk more about that, but I don't think those economists are here right now, because we look at it has disadvantages and it has advantages. Obviously, when you privatize, it facilitates healthy competition, risk sharing with government, no political influence with those assets, and enhance productivity. That's why you want to do it. But how are you going to guarantee that in Nigeria? It's impossible. They can't even run an election.
Pastor, you know my challenge? This system does not have the kind of transparent structure and system that will make for a healthy privatization.
Exactly.
If they use,
exactly.
Look at the appointment, look at what they are doing. Even minor appointment, they just son of this, daughter of this one is this.
Exactly.
They just send it.
Did you read that the Chief Justice of the Federation was swearing his own son as
Exactly. I mean,
as what?
That is, those kind of things are no longer like.
What's wrong with that one man?
Swearing his own son as what now?
What's wrong with that?
As a judge.
Is he qualified or not? Is he qualified or not?
He is qualified, but we are seeing that too often. And that's about the third set of children, sons and daughters of judges now going on the bench as well. So it looks as though the judiciary is not unique or peculiar to him, but over the course of the last 2 years, I've been noticing the daughter of Justice XYZ is now a judge. The son of Judge ABC is now a judge. So it's almost like a hereditary thing, which is not to question their credentials, but to say that they're not the only people qualified for it.
This is not unusual with us. It's all over the world. You're in the military, in the legal profession. After all, Falana's lawyer wife is now a son. They will soon publish their names.
Father, let me come in. Sorry to cut you. You see,
no problem.
I'm happy that you were in Nigeria. And this time that I'm talking about, you will be able to relate. You understand? When we just started, you could see children of ordinary people rise to the top. Look at those young boys that were in the army. People like Buhari would have been able to find their way into the army if it was this type of time, because it was from a poor background. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like Yaradua and the rest, that their fathers were ministers. People like Atiku would not have been able to find their way into this. But the system was transparent.
Gadunasco,
Exactly.
Abacha,
All of them. Abacha,
Babangida,
in
all
fact,
of
I
them.
learned that Abacha was an Alumanjeri. He was an Alumanjeri. The point is that they could do that because the system promoted it. I've said this on this platform, and one man was just trying to tease me that Patrick, is he in vengeance? Let me tell you, when I was younger, I really loved the army. I wanted to join the army. It was something I really loved to do. So I tried to go to Nigeria.
Pansa still has the floor, by the way, but give us that anecdote, then Pansa takes it back.
You understand? Yeah. Nigerian military school, you could see that as a boy who is just ordinary and trying to struggle, there was no way I could have gone in, because maybe they have just 10 names in a state, and the governor has a name, the GOC has one name, all of them will just take the names. Now, that generation of young boys are now generals. These were people who were really not interested in the job. Now they have found themselves in critical time in history. And you see the politics they are playing with our security. Whereas those who originally had interest in that job and could have gone to lay down their lives as leaders in the military, they were not allowed because of either quota system, of tranches. When they are doing employment in CBN, the senators will have appointment, this one will have his own, this one will have his own slots. And that's the problem. That country can never progress that way. It's not a curse, because it's righteousness that exalts a nation. The level of unrighteousness in high places, with this, what Tinubu is the most untransparent leader I've ever seen. I'm telling you the truth now. I feel very
I don't want. I have response, but I don't want to take Pansat space.
Yeah, let Pansat take the floor back and then bring it.
Sorry, Pansat.
And then bring it on Pansat here.
Look, Patoski, you can interrupt me as many times as you want today, right?
So long as they are consistent with his strap line.
No,
yeah, carry on.
What he's demonstrated here, there's no way those people who want to keep us down are going to survive Patoski and world peace coming over to their people, coming over for the country. You can't survive that. You've seen in the last couple of days the heat. Now, somebody like world peace, it's not his only problem before is that he's just on the wrong side. But he's a true Nigerian who's not playing. He's not messing around. So those of us are jealous that he was on the other side. He's on the wrong side. Yeah, he realizes that he's made the wrong. Like Patoski, how are you going to survive Patoski here? You can't. It's not like me, who's got enemies here with the moderating button. These guys are part of this place.
Sorry, I try not to intercede when people are having that flow, because I did say it was a monologue. But you don't have any enemies here, Pansat.
I know.
The only thing is we're asking you to respect the space, not me personally, but the space. But carry on.
Yeah, I was being facetious a little bit there, but
all right, carry on.
Nothing's been able to chase me out of here. I've been here as long as war peace. Like he said.
No, like I said, you're one of the founding members. You may not believe it, but you've been with us for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I made a lot of contribution now. When
remember when you came in and told us Buhari was a hologram? You'll never outlive that.
I really would like to develop that. And actually, I'm going to bring you, a video to play tomorrow, right? So you can see what this, the technology right now is quite incredible. But anyway, so let me say that before Nigeria goes to this privatization, there are steps that they have to take to show that they're serious. First of all, allow some autonomy. Out of those exclusive lists, give a lot back to these people. So the states, do you understand what I'm saying? Before you start looking beyond, because the state is way above enterprises, private citizens doing business, right? At least give some autonomy, some quote unquote privatization to the states, to the local governments. Give up a lot of those things if you're thinking that way. You know, in developmental psychology, if you have to put it to a state, and actually moral psychology, political, bioethical philosophy, autonomy is the capacity to make an informed uncoerced decision. Let the states handle a lot of these things. For example, those refineries, give it to the states, right? First, let's crawl before we walk, because we don't have any Bill Gates, what is this guy's name with the electric vehicle? Elon Musk. Yeah, people like that who can think out of the box and innovate. No Nigerian actually in their business, top echelon of the business, has any rights to any intellectual property. They don't invent anything. They don't manufacture anything. They're just competing with market women by selling goods and stuff like that, right? So go to the state. At the state level, we have now. I reserve some of my controversial statements for the last, in case I get kicked out. At least get some in, right? So here it comes. If you look at the appointments that Tinubu is making in this is illegitimate government. He's trying to model Buhari. We have a lot of women in the country. Half of the country is probably women. A lot of smart women. You have a lot of Southeasterners are very smart. Edo people. When I say Igbos, I'm talking about people in River State, people in Edo State, people in all kinds of states. Christians, right? But he's boycotting all those people. If you plot a graph, X and Y, when Igbos were in government and the performance of the economy and welfare of the country, go and take a look at it. You're going to see that it's stunning. Right where you stopped having Igbos in that government, it drops shamefully. Go and look at it. If you look at Buhari's performance in 8 years by cutting Igbos because 3% didn't vote for him, you have a lot of Igbos, Southeasterners in diaspora who are very smart. Obasanjo recognized that, and he was able to harness all these Nigerians. Now, when I say Igbos, what am I talking about? They're Nigerians, right? But let's say a group, you want to boycott them because those at home did not vote for you because they don't think you're smart. They don't think you're qualified. They don't think you went to school. They did the right thing by not voting for you, Buhari. They didn't vote for you, Tinubu, because you're a certificate forger, a heroin kingpin. They're not supposed to vote for you. So you cut them off, and then the country is suffering for it. So now the country itself is not supposed to, let me plot a graph. Since we started doing this, because the country didn't, since the 80s and 90s, there was galvanization. Everybody's minding their business, loving their country, harnessing talents. But you decide to change and go back to the olden days of the 60s and whatnot. Then look at the results.
All right, start
$1 to 1,000. Yeah. So to bring it home, I would have loved to develop it because I tell the truth. I'm not popular because of that, but I have to tell the truth. And look, my heart is gladdened today because we've got Patriotism, we got war peace. To the family, to the youth who wants a new Nigeria. With these two, it's a formidable thing. You could have your Baba, you could have your Kulatas and all that, but you see these two, I'll be watching on this platform. And one man who's like water. I was just a guest at Dr. Damage's, and I was telling somebody that he was like water. Sometimes one man is ice cubes. Sometimes it's water in a glass. Sometimes it's water vapor. So, and that's exactly the way a host is. He's here trying to prod people along to create controversy. You can't just say one man is on your side. If that's what you're relying on to come here and make your points, I got news for you. Because we've got Patriotism. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Always
one man now that One man, please. Now that everybody's gone around, may I
No,
just have 1 minute of
we've
monologue?
not,
1
we've
minute,
not had.
please.
Yeah, you can have that minute, but we've not had Jide yet, and you know he's in Lagos, and we've
Okay,
not had
Jide, I beg,
we
1 minute.
we've not had Adewale as well, but have that
Yeah,
minute.
1 minute,
But
please.
let me run Pansat off. So that was the majestic Pansat with, as ever, controversy delivered elegantly. So yeah, let's have that minute.
Yes, panelists. I think at times we set too high a standard for ourselves in our country, moral ground or ethics. I think when it comes, what we call, what is it now? This employing one's own child or brother or anything, nepotism, okay?
Nepotism,
What we call
yeah.
I think at times it's family tradition. I've seen people here in US, they are so proud. Oh, my father served in Korea War. Oh, my father was a general. And that person you are talking to is a major today. It's from child to child to child to child. I was in West Point. My father was in West Point. My grandfather was in West Point. My father was on this submarine. So it goes on. During George Bush's court case, George Scalise, I mean, he has his son, also a lawyer, working with Mike Baker Tree. Baker Tree was the chief of staff of, I think, George Bush 1. So these things are tradition, but we call it nepotism. Like Patrick was saying the other time about Abacha and Babangida and the rest, those were our foundation years. We were just evolving. Now that, like, maybe I'm a military general, I mean, naturally, I want to leave one of my sons to be there. It is tradition. I mean, this high standard we set for ourselves, I'm not saying what happened, for instance, in central bank is okay, because you don't put round peg in square holes or square pegs in round holes. Things has to fit. But if a man's child qualifies, truly qualifies, or more than qualified, if he applies for the job, so be it. Yoruba says, "Ọmọ ẹni ò ní ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀, ká filẹ̀kẹ̀ sọ́mọ ìdí ọmọ ẹlòmíràn." It goes on and on. At times we are too hard on ourselves. This is my own opinion. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. I was going to push you on that, but I don't want to keep Jide waiting for too long. But so Jide, you're up next. A 10-minute monologue from you, either to the talking points or just free flow at it. Good to see you, Jide. Jide.
One man.
Oh, yeah, you're there. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Jide.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm happy to be back. I've been listening to the proceedings from behind the scene all this while, and well, it has made me form some opinion about the whole thing. And none of the opinion I've formed is, you see, it's annoying sometimes when people think their own truth should be truth for everybody. It's your truth. It's not everybody's truth. And you know, one thing with me is I don't like hiding. I will speak it the way it is. It's your own truth. So that it's your truth does not mean it is factual for everybody. Now, when we start doing this kind of a thing, it's possible for us to get emotional, and we start being touchy about some very, very sensitive, or let me not say sensitive, trivial, then we make it sensitive. The truth of the matter is this: on this platform, if you come to this platform, we are here to share your views. Somebody might learn from you. Somebody might feel, yeah, you're making sense. Yeah, I've learned from a lot of people, and that's why anytime I come on the platform, if Ogbeni is here, I'm ready to listen. If Enigmatic is here, Bishop, Baba Janli Koko, these are the people I always say, yeah, Kolata on finance, sorry. These people, they will tell you things that sometimes you might not even know. And that's why I like to really engage in this kind of discussions. But where it gets annoying for me is when we start using abusive words, which, yes, some people are used to. The first time I was embarrassed on this platform was from the person that did the monologue before me, and I don't think I took it against him. Yes, it was very annoying what he said to me that day, but I didn't take anything against him. So, and I'm speaking to War Peace now, because what he said, I listened to the program he was referring to. What he said, nobody abused him, nobody tagged him anything. Just like those people who call Batified Agbado, and it's not a crime to them, or they don't take it against you. I don't think you should take anything against you when they are sharing their opinion on how they see what you've said, and that is what it's all about. Everybody comes here and they have right to their own opinion. Baba Jale Koko said what he feels about what Abati said, and for me, it is just his opinion. Yeah, if you don't like it, it doesn't make any difference. That is his own opinion. And to some people that did not even see the matter that way could have looked at it and say, oh yes, Babajanle Koko is making sense. Oh, what this man said is making sense. That's what this program is for. Program is for us to share ideas. It's not for us to think that your truth should be sacrosanct and should be a 10 commandment for everybody. No, your truth is your truth. So that being said, the truth of the matter is that one man on this program, I realized that a lot of people, some of us like to deceive ourselves when it comes to discussing about Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria, I say, starts from the family. What kind of children are you training? Now goes to the church. Which kind of church, mosque, Babalawo, traditional arrangement are you attending? What are they telling you there? Are they preaching prosperity that will make you see government money and embezzle it and come and pay tax from such money? The problem of this country goes beyond Tinubu, Buhari, Atiku, Obi, or whoever we are trying to name as our problem. The problem of this country is we that were on this platform, and a lot of us scattered around the world, and those of us that are at home, we are all contributing to the problem. I used to say this: Nigeria is the best country in the whole world, and I would not trade Nigeria for any other country. That is how dear my country is to me. But when we don't show that love and patriotism towards our country, and we come to the platform and we start talking as if, yes, we are talking for the betterment of the country, meanwhile our mind is somewhere else. You are pushing for a separatist agenda and you are still coming here to tell us you are part of Nigeria. We cannot keep deceiving ourselves. It's either you are in or you are out. Please, don't interject me. You see that I did not interject anybody. Let me say it the way it is in my own mind, my own truth. Let me say it out. If it touch you, take it. If it doesn't touch you, leave it.
Continue now.
Very good,
Continue,
very
talk.
good. Thank you, thank you.
Talk.
You cannot come here and be pushing a separatist, hypobian narrative all the time, and at the same time you are saying that you are fighting for Nigeria. It's not done. We need to, even on this platform, we are not truthful to ourselves. We are not truthful to ourselves. And we say Nigeria should move forward. We are saying the righteousness exalts a nation. The truth of the matter is, on this platform, everybody knows the inclination of Pansat. We know. So why would you come here and be discussing Nigeria? At a point I said, don't even discuss Nigeria with me. Our governments are not perfect. They are not perfect. Everywhere in the world, no government is perfect. What we should be doing is putting ourselves in order, discussing issues, trying to see how we can help the government, trying to see how we can change our own behaviors. Let me give a very good example. Now, Buhari, that everybody calls a nonsense man, a useless man, a whatever man, Buhari spent millions and billions of naira, millions of dollars and billions of naira to revamp the Warri refinery. I was among those that were called to go and work on that refinery in terms of installation of instruments and automation on that plant. When we got there, that refinery, as old as it is, and we have had several governments, they were still using mainframe computers in their CCR when we got there. That was 2018, June 2018. The contract was given to July. Yes, thank you, my dear. July 2018.
Maybe we should be hearing from your wife. I think there's more. We probably hear more things than from you.
One man, I'm telling you the truth. We need to tell ourselves the truth on this platform. We are all, a lot of Nigerians are horrible people.
Those that don't know what goes on there should not.
You understand? And we come here, we continue to blame the government. Our people are horrible people. This man spent money to take it. They gave the contract to Yokogawa. Yokogawa looked out for experts that could do the job. Now, we went there, they gave us the kerosene line, and we did everything, automated everything, changed it to PLCs, changed all the old archaic relay, whatever, changed it to the latest technology. Yes, we did it. A month after commissioning, the kerosene line ran perfectly. Now, the petrol line was given to an indigene of that space. Because when we are talking now, they say it's because they didn't introduce the Igbos into the government. That's why the government is not moving forward. And I'm sorry the way we talk on this platform. Now, an indigene of that space, and they did it. They started that thing, they could not start it. 3 months on, they had to call us back that we should come and check. But fine, me, I was gainfully employed somewhere, so I just used my leave. I had leave pending this from the previous year, so I just had those leave and added it together to go and work then. So I couldn't go. The last thing I had was this guy that got the contract, parlayed with some guys there, rejected influence or support from the other team that did the kerosene line. At the end of the day, the whole thing that the government paid for caught fire. They set the old CCR was set ablaze just by wrong connections, and I still want to believe that it is sabotage. And that's why I'm saying that this subsidy stuff must go. Because the reason why the subsidy stuff is fueling this kind of a thing is, if your refinery is working, you would not import. But once you import, you will claim subsidy. And it is the reason why those guys can do those things they are doing. Ordinary superintendent in NNP, in Warri for refinery, there was having 4 or 5 trucks, tankers of petrol. This is somebody that is just like a level 10 or level 11 in the civil service. And we come here and be telling ourselves the government is this, that is that, we ourselves. They give you prepaid meter, you go and bypass. Just because you have electricity, you have freezer, you have pump, you go and bypass.
All right, did they start to bring it home?
So what are we saying? The corruption is everybody in Nigeria. So we cannot come here and say this thing. When we are talking of nepotism, if somebody is qualified, even if it's the son of the president, he is qualified. and they put everybody to a plain and a fair test, and the guy came up tops. Give it to him. That's the only thing I can say on that. But it is only when those guys are not qualified and you are trying to pamper them, put them together, arrange them, and put them in. That's where we say, okay, nepotism. We should. What brought about the quota system? Is it not this tribalism? What led to Obasanjo doing quota system? Is it not the same tribalism?
No, it dates back more than that too.
No,
more than Obasanjo.
Yes, I'm even saying he was the one that divided all the regions and was doing middle bed, that bed, whatever, and started introducing, enforcing it.
Quota surveyor,
yes,
quota army officer.
Was it not the same tribalism that we are talking about that led to all these things? We should tell ourselves the truth. If you want Nigeria to move forward, let us all come together, see ourselves as brothers. Not you are one today. You are Biafran. Tomorrow you are Obian. Next tomorrow you are Yoruba nation, and you are coming to talk about Nigeria. That's my submission, woman, and I'm not no problem.
Right,
Baba is Baba Janle Koko still on the call?
It is, of course, it's here.
Yeah, Baba Janle Koko, thank you for your submission. Thank you very much.
One man, this guy mentioned me. I think I have a right to just for a couple of minutes on this.
They want still to speak, but please don't blow the session up.
What? One man.
Yeah, Before I go on from Jide, is your madam happy to say hello to us and say a few words? If she's not, then that's fine. But if she is, then we'll be glad to. Jide.
Yes, yeah. She will say hello to you now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, madam.
Hello, good morning. God bless your home.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah,
we often hear from you.
Yeah, we often hear you in the background, and we just want to say hello to you and thank you for putting up with Jide. I think you deserve a medal for that.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
Well done. How are things in Lagos?
Oh, we bless God. Bless God is well, we are hoping. Let me just say we are hoping.
Take care, okay?
All right, and is Jide behaving himself? Because Ajale Koko is here and he has the koboko for Jide if he's not behaving. Is he behaving himself?
He's a good boy.
Okay, good. That's what we like to hear. So yeah, we hear you in the background often, so we just thought we wanted to meet you. So thank you for coming forward to speak to us.
Thank you so much for the recognition. Thank you very much.
All right. Have those few words, Pansat, and please don't blow up the session, and then we go on to Dewale.
And please, one man, after he's done, I will cap up before Dewale, please. Because I have something to say to Jide. I mean, you can just come here and just make something. Go ahead, Pastor.
Okay, bearing that in mind, I'll just make a couple of comments and I'll pass it over to you. I will yield my time to you because that intercession with that our beautiful sister got on the phone is gonna spare Jide. Because last time I spanked him really good, so he took a vacation. So he came back here to talk about IPOB. IPOB is an acronym for Indigenous People of Biafra. That's it. Indigenous People of Biafra. That's a lot of noise. Please.
That's coming from Joel. That's why I always say to him, yeah.
Sorry.
So
that's right.
So when we're here, we have indigenous people from Yoruba, we have indigenous people from Tiv, we have indigenous people from what are the other people? Edo. All right, it's just indigenous people. We're indigenous and we're people. It's not that.
But we don't know that there are people indigenous to Biafra. It's a transient space.
No, but it's, aside from all that, this space is not enough to discuss Biafra. Biafra, you have to have respect for Biafra. It's not your regular thing. A lot of Biafrans are just trying to make it work. Okay, you do have 2% who are Nnamdi Kanu's supporters. I support him, right, myself. But I am to his right. What he's fighting for is too small for me. I think it's giving a lot away. To me, Nigeria belongs to us, the entire country. We brought independence. We can take it, right? We can take that country. We can defeat that place, but we need overwhelming force to do it, just like the Shias did in Iraq. So he's going and looking for a few states here. No, I want it all, and we're going to get it all at some point, because our adversaries, they don't go to school, they don't make anything. They're relying on the power of a state like Nigeria to be fighting and making trouble and all that. But when we come, we're going to come with laser, nuclear, whatever it takes to take our country back. That's what's going to happen. And it's going to happen. I'm mark it down, because I already know they're recalcitrant. They're not going to change. So people like Jide, they don't know. He doesn't know his ass from his mouth. I told him already. In Nigeria, we're here trying to help.
Be mindful, you know his family is listening.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. But I say people like, it's not him per se. I like him, by the way. He's very Nigerian. He speaks forcefully. He believes in what he's saying. He's just wrong. So we all, those who are in Southeast fighting, remember there's a lot of Biafrans who believe in Nigeria. They want Nigeria to work. It's just a unit. You have someone like me who's a Pan-Africanist. I want the whole Africa to be a country, but it has to be modular. We can't achieve it
under Southeastern Dominion.
Yeah, right. And then we also have warriors in the Yoruba, people like Dele Farutimi. Right?
All right,
you have people in the north. You have people. So at some point, it has to be modular. We take the country back, and then we're gonna negotiate a constitution for us to be under Nigeria. Then we're going to approach Ghana. Then we're going to approach others, and then we're going to make it Africa.
All right.
Africa. So that's what it is.
Don't be afraid of yes, we get it. Conquistador. All right. So conquistador, from one conquistador to another. Joel of Nashville, just a micro little, and then we go to Dewale. Joel of Nashville.
Yeah, I wanted to say something to Jide tonight. But good day, sir. I wanted to say something to Jide tonight, but the wife is around, so I don't want to roughen him up so that he will have a good dream. But I would just want to say this. I think the sooner people like Jide stop masturbating on issue that has to do with the South, is the better for them. Because the issue there is that while you use the decisions or the mantra of a few people, less than 1% of us, to try to judge the whole of us. People like us that has been Nigerian right from when we were born, we ain't going nowhere, and that propaganda ain't flying. It will not fly.
Now, when you say you have been Nigerian right from when you were born, could you have been Nigerian earlier?
No. I just made that. It's just but you get the right. So that's one man. So that issue of always, making us look like, whenever someone from the Southeast says something from the Southeast and it becomes a problem, we make a decision, it's automatically you're supporting Obi. We cannot be objective. We can't say anything. Then you can just indirectly hand us and make us to shut up. We're going to say it. And let me tell you, and Jide, people like Jide, Ajile Koko, and some of you on this show, if you think that we stopped, we just started. If that Tinubu works, the only thing I will say Tinubu is if Tinubu works. If Tinubu does not work,
do you remember this song, Joel? Who say we tire na rest with the rest? Okay?
By Shebu Bokno.
Yes. Yeah. Who say we tire na rest with the rest?
So one man, because this is the generation right now, we're different. Okay. We're different.
All right, you're clocking into work and lambasting.
Sorry, one man. So we are different in this generation, and what we are just saying is that things must work in Nigeria. It does not matter who is in there. I am not going to cut Obi a slack because Obi is the president. It cannot happen. Nigeria must work. at this point, Nigeria must work. That is my point. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Dewale, you're up next. So Dewale, do you want me to line it up or do you want to free flow? Dewale, good to see you.
Good to see you too. I started the show with you guys, but the studio was
You
full.
did not. Okay. Okay, yes. You were
I
not
was
on
in
the
the
studio
comment
though.
section. I
No,
was
I saw you
trying
there, but
fervently, but
you don't belong in the comment section. You belong on the screens.
I belong everywhere. I belong to nobody.
Yeah, yes. I belong to everybody. I belong to nobody.
But let me push back a little bit. I've heard a lot of thank you, Baba and Baba Jalekuku. I've heard a lot of people, saying all sort of things on this show tonight. But let me push back a little bit on something. Okay. Let me push back on what my brother What Peace said earlier. This show, this channel is yours, woman. I've had moments where I felt a little bit, some type of way. I left. I didn't stomp out. It wasn't my show. I'm only a guest, and we're all guests on your show. Please, this show is for people to express their opinion.
What led you to feel in some kind of way? You never told me that.
Everybody have their moment. Sometimes you just feel a little bit, not there. Maybe a little bit frustrated or a little bit irritated, but not necessarily to the point that I'll start using foul language against another person. No, that's not in my character. But I can be very, very tough. But you see, we shouldn't be claiming entitlement on your show. I can tell you how to run your show. You have your own style, your own way. Sometimes you will have a louder voice on this show where people seems to, thinking alike and have the same submission. And trying to, in some ways, trying to maybe, I won't use the word persuade, but just to let other people see what, people are thinking. And it's not necessarily that they must, take it or apply it. But when you have where someone, What Peace was saying that, people that have started this show, look, this show started 2 years ago, right? I think I joined you guys in the middle or something. I've been listening, but I eventually joined you guys maybe a year after or so, thereabout. And other people have joined after. Whether you joined yesterday or today, or yesterday or 2 years when it started, at the inception of that show, you have no right to claim no entitlement. You, woman, have right to run your show the way you want to. If I'm running this show tonight and it is my show, I share everybody and blocking it where I want it. I don't care if you want to come back or you don't want to come back. That's on you. But I see you, woman, as a peaceful man, and also you are growing your channel. And don't let nobody claim entitlement on this show. If anything, anybody bring any grievance, you can address it, or you see the reason why that grievance is right, you can address it. But please don't let nobody claim entitlement. Day before yesterday, I was told to pause because there was a new voice on the show. That was the kind of respect that we're trying to give to others, not somebody. I could as well say, look, I've been on this show for more than 2-3 months, so I have the right to continue with my submission. But no, I paused. Rational mind told me, and I obliged. I complied. Why should I, claim entitlement? It's no right. And another thing is this: we can't all sleep in one direction and lay down in the same direction. No, we will have people with a different view, and people will have different opinions and all that. It is normal. Nigerians are known to be obnoxiously loud. That's why sometimes we become, it ended up in a chaotic situation sometimes on this show. That's what we are known for. And some of us have trained ourselves to the point that I myself am guilty of that to some extent, that I lose myself in the track, when I'm trying to make a submission and somebody is interjecting or too much noise. But we shouldn't get carried away. Okay. Anyway, that is that about that.
Ogadole, sorry, I must push back. You called you came in, but with respect, not like because I fought you here on just on political normally on what you say. But what you're saying is very wrong. This is the narrative I'm really pushing back. This is the narrative that's getting me angry. And that's why I speak. I don't speak behind one man's back.
Anything that happens to me here, I will say it here. If it's not important, I forget about it. And me, I don't keep minus. Whatever happens in this show ends in this show. When I come the next day, I talk as I see it. It's wrong what you're pushing right now. If you knew what happened to me yesterday and day before yesterday, I called Ajalo Koko out yesterday. Why are you not saying this right now? I cannot control. I should not control one man on the show. It's wrong. Don't push it. These are the things you guys push that's getting people upset. It's wrong, man. And what I said I've been in this show for 2.5 years. I've made sacrifices on this show. I've gotten names. If I want to make it wrong, I can make it wrong. But that does not make me a nice person because I'm supporting a brother. But people are hiding on that narrative to push, to do what they feel they think they are smart. We are here to air our view. Everybody can air his view and go home. It's not a do or die thing. But now you have to nail somebody to the cross because it's not like you just said. I must not accept what you are saying. If I don't accept what you are saying, if I say what I want to say, you say what I want to say, then we'll move on. Simple. You don't have to tag me. Did you know they were telling me to how will I say, which word I use? I have to declare my lineage on who I am supporting. For the fact I'm not telling who I'm supporting that I'm this person. You know what? I'm a coon. I have to call Ajalo Koko out. Somebody's telling me you must answer. I have to call it degree. Are you sure you're this person? Ajalo, are you not listening? Answer me yes or no if I'm lying. And I have the capacity to respond to anybody. But sometimes I just keep my calm so that I will not make it charges like other show we're talking about. We must have maturity. You don't do it. If I give that respect, you give me back reciprocal. You might not see what I'm saying. It's like a mirror. You cannot see your face, so you go to the mirror. I'm saying it for the betterment of the show. I'm not saying it to bring the show down. What I don't say in your back, I won't say in your front. And it's wrong to push me like that. I have something that I have a misfeeling. I'm saying it here. It's wrong. And please take it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Word Priest. I have the highest respect for you. What you feel is what you feel, and I can't control what you feel. But the thing is that you have a right to feel whatever the way you want you feel. But what I said earlier is that I'm not aware what happened yesterday or what happened the day before yesterday. But this show, none of us are closer to any of these political actors. But when people are emotionally invested too much in cases like this, you get emotionally charged for nothing. That is why whatever anybody says on this show is just academic. It's just about learning. Okay? And I don't know if they're watching or they're listening, but at the end of it all, we all have our lives to live. We all have our lives different from these shows and all that. So we shouldn't get too much attached to what's being said or discussion are not going my way. At times we tune into other shows and we hear what they're saying, and we also, in contrast to what we know or what you believe. But that doesn't mean that you batch into there and and you have to impose your opinion on them. They believe what they believe. But by and large, what I'm saying in essence is that we must not, say that it must be in our own way. The person that was telling you that you must answer probably never meant, well, don't let me go into that space because we get too much attached to, what's being said these days. But I respect your opinion, Word Peace. I'm not attacking you, but I'm just not saying to the woman, I will not claim entitlement on the issue. Whatever has been said, if I feel a little bit uneasy with it, I move on. It doesn't attach to me. He doesn't define who I am.
Just take the words back and let's move forward. I mean, you're just beating around the bush, saying nothing. Just apologize to him. You didn't know the background to it, so you want to move on. It's Joel.
Who is speaking?
It's Joel. It's Joel. Just let us say, man. Guy, I don't know that will happen.
Go
come on now. I mean, you don't pass this level. You don't know that will happen. You didn't know that what was going on.
Go
apologize.
Joel.
We move on. Smoke we hear what you want
Go
to
to
because you they talk,
shower
they make
and go
sense.
to. You said enough on this show tonight. You know, if you refuse to learn, if you refuse to understand, if you refuse to comprehend or understand what is happening around you, you have yourself to blame. You see, on this show tonight, we've heard loudest voice. People spoke. Even myself, I was criticizing about Jale Koko, but that doesn't mean that what he said was not right. He eulogized his kinsman, his Ijebu man, you know, that he analyzed and summarized the deposition and the position of this the higher institution Tinubu attended. But I was on the comment section criticizing him for supporting his kinsman, but that doesn't mean that I'm against what he said. But you see, what I've seen or what I've observed is that people don't take time to sit back, okay, and listen to other people's argument and apply, critical analytical principle from law view about the argue his case. But people are also looking at it from the moral and I wouldn't call it rational angle. We want to moralize. A gentleman came on this show tonight and have a different view. And when he was asked about what he thought about and where did he disagree with what was being said, he couldn't articulate that because he went with what being posted on the social media was being said. And others were trying to, I wouldn't call it educating, but enlighten him, seeing it from this view. But because of what he had been told, the doctrine, completely brainwashed, if I use that word, about an individual. You may not like the person's politics, but that does not diminish or take away from what is on ground, the subject matter. Abati analyzed the issue critically, but we are still finding it hard to accept, to believe that that is what is obtainable. You don't have to support it. Ajanle Koko is not a fan of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but tonight he eulogized his kinsman for doing a thorough job by putting it in the right place, by saying it the way it is. Look, on this show, we've said it. American academic system is different from Nigerian academic system. The same way
Adewale, just 2 seconds. Knowing Aja well, in a few months I've been here, he did not embrace Abati because he's his kinsman. If Ribadu has said the same thing and he's a lawyer, Aja will have supported him the same way. Thank you.
It's a lie. It's a lie. And Adewale,
No.
Adewale,
No.
let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick.
Who is speaking?
Right from this is Joel.
Oh, the
propaganda.
I will tell you now. You know.
I love you, brother.
Ajele Koko used to be for Sowore. Then there was a day, I think a month ago. Hold on now, a month ago, something was being said on the show, and Ajele Koko, they were teasing Ajele Koko. Will you take appointment from Tinubu'S government? The moment Ajele Koko said that he's going to take appointment for Tinubu'S government, I know he has sold out. And from that day, Ajele Koko had been batified.
Come on, Joel. Even you, if you don't take appointment, I'll be disappointed because it's Nigeria that is at issue, not an individual.
Why?
It is Nigeria you are serving.
See, my brother, look, let me tell you something. There are certain people you're going to work under.
It's my turn.
Oh, sorry.
Let Joel have that interjection, then you bring it home at Dewale, and then I hand over.
Adewale, I don't want to take your time. Don't worry. Let me just answer this thing he just said, right? See, let me tell you something. There's something about working for certain people. I will not take that position. And the reason is just simple. I do not think I can work under
Almighty Dollar. You don't like Almighty Dollar.
One man, I'm just being honest with you. I do not think that what I'm going to give will be.
You don't want when you are going to visit your babe for the sirens to be blowing, and then you have a retinue of security.
One man. Sometimes when you stay abroad,
and then when you are
flying
first class, you invoice it to the Nigerian state. You don't want all of that.
No. One man, let me tell you. Sometimes when you stay abroad, you find that most of these things does not really matter. It does not matter. I don't have to drive siren to drive on a good road. I don't have to drive siren to buy ice cream. I do not have to drive siren to stay in a hotel. That should be the
Okay,
bring
it home. Let Adewale continue.
So my brother, please, I'm not going to take appointment under him. That's it. Adewale, continue. Thank you.
Okay, so that.
All right, bring it home, Dewale, though, because I want to bail out for Thomas.
I know when you start saying that, we should start having monologue at 11. I know that that's not a good sign. You're about to close shop. Anyway, people still want to buy condom and buy Gary. So,
why Dewale? Anyway, we'll give it up for you. Out of all of the things you could have said, why condom? Condom and what's the parallel between condom and Gary? The way your mind works, man, it's a spectacle.
It's a beautiful thing.
It's late.
Joel, can you see the parallel between condom and Gary?
One man, you need to eat before you walk.
Okay, that's a good school of thought that a man must eat. Exactly, you put it in the right way. A man must work. A man must, well loaded before he engage in extracurricular activities. Anyway, that's my constituency, and I stick with it. I don't care what other people say. However, I go back again. Away from politics now. Or let me put it this way before I move on. Please, guys, law is different from emotion. What you feel is not applicable in the face of law. And where law is applied, it does not consider your emotion. It does not consider your feelings. That I want every one of us to understand. And as the case it is right now, Tinubu win this case. Anyway, let me move on quickly. This is away from the topic of tonight. There was a video circulating on the social media. Somebody documented how he or she, I can't really tell, how the Nigerian National Railway Corporation or so were duping Nigerians or shortchanging Nigerians by taking cash from, gullible Nigerians.
Yes, I kind of highlighted that.
Which is a big deal to me. We are here complaining about the government, federal government, state government. But individually, Nigerians are genetically corrupt. Look, I'm going to say it again.
I tried to open up that conversation and people shut me down. I was suggesting that Nigerians are instinctually criminal. Bring it home in a few more sentences, Dewale, because I want to leave to hand over to Thomas. Back to you.
Okay. We are. Reason being is this. This is a good, innovative project that's been put in place by the government of the day. Instead of we, the subject, to embrace it, take care of it, and make it to service, the nation, we're here thinking about our own pocket. Thank God for this individual that felt this is not right and documented, and even took audio visual of this corporate, of this. We were told that they've been fired, but that should not be enough. They should be put on the national television and shown to everyone. You see, orientation, sensitizing the public goes a long way. If the government are taking it upon themselves, putting more money, it won't take anything away from them by having a jingles on how people should conduct themselves. I know people want to take the shortcut. It is natural, okay, for human being. But because of the integrity being instilled in us, I think we can also, make a difference. Thank God for this individual that document this. And I tell you this, we are the enemy of ourselves. We are the true. I have a lot to say, woman, but since you've already restricted me to 2 minutes monologue,
What do you
that's
mean 2
fine.
minutes? You've been going on
Well,
for a good 20. Let me bail out. When I hand over to Thomas, then you can free flow.
Where is Thomas now?
Yeah, Thomas, acknowledge that you are there, so I can make my way. Thomas.
Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So hold on, Dewale. Let me do the administrative stuff and hand over to Thomas. So that is Ola chatting to us via super chat, but he's ready to come on now. Ayo, of course, the official sponsor of the Woman Went to More platform, doing his sponsor's duty. That's Ola again, still in that conversation. Nigerian Prince joins the super spaces. Ola still insisting on what he's putting through. Nigerian Prince, here he is again in that conversation. Let me mute Thomas for a moment. So Nigerian Prince there again in that conversation still. Ola insisting on having the final word. Benjamin Olabode, he often does and he does again. The man in the bow tie, the James Bond, Ike or Gilman, there he is right there, a regular occurrence now. That's Ola again, still wanting to have the final word. When Kolata is not on the screen, you know his super chats, and there is Kolata right there. Prince Daddy says hello with this super sticker, and that is Kolata insisting on having the final word. Place Toma, a name that used to occur as a regular decimal in the super spaces, he reemerges with that, and it continues with this. So those super spaces still open for anybody that wants to join. You all know what is coming now. All the civility is parked to one side. Somebody has removed all my clip, and I can't even play you in. So Thomas, I'll just hand over to you. Is it you that deleted all my clips, Thomas? Thomas.
Yesterday, I saw somebody deleted it. You know, we have many people that has access to it. I was I was saying maybe you put it in the archive and you bring it back. Then it's not there. I don't know what's going on.
I can't find my clips, but so Thomas, over to you. I think we just have to do it that way. So Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, find it again and put it on.
Thomas, be guided. I still have the floor, so don't try.
Yeah. Before you be guided, welcome to another section. Yeah, so we have rules and regulation here. No foul language, no insult, no name calling. If you do that, you go to the bin. Please, thank you. If I say hold on, please hold on. I wanted to pass the message across. So Adibale, you have the floor.
And you two's rules also apply to you. Don't be trying to interject people and cutting them off in the
No. I don't have the rules. I'm the boss here. I don't have rules.
That means we will organize a coup and we will kick you out. You are not beyond a coup, okay?
I want to go on.
Okay, so let me move quickly to the Mr. Sunak submission in the UK. You know, I don't know what kind of meal this man had.
Can you brief us about this video? I haven't seen this video. I don't even understand what you're saying.
One man played the video when the prime minister was, making some not politically correct speech.
Are you talking about Sonic?
Yes.
No, you are talking about one video before that Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria.
Oh, there was a video that I saw on the Insta blog, on all this gossip blog, where the Nigerian Railway Corporation's officers were putting people in the coaches and then collecting money from them, and the money was going into their own pocket, only to find out the journey was from Lagos to Ibadan, and when they got to Abeokuta, passengers that was actually originally assigned to those seats were now boarding, and they couldn't find a seat, so they had to be on their feet. And those people that started the journey from Lagos were sitting down after they've paid the officers, though they were able to manage to document the entire thing by recording them while they were collecting money from them. And it was such a very sorry sight. To me, that video was repulsive, and shows depict the kind of who we are as human beings, as Nigerians. We are.
Adewale, sorry for cutting you. I have a history of that train because my sister always goes to that train. There's nowhere they are collecting money physically. When you get to the terminal, you go to a small place, you buy your ticket. That ticket is the one you will use to board the train. So anybody collecting money inside the coach, that is illegal. I know about that train very well. I witnessed it when I went to Nigeria. My sister, all my family members, they don't travel on car anymore. When they're going to Lagos, they go through that train every time. So what you are saying, that is criminal. There is nowhere inside the train they are collecting fee. You buy your ticket before boarding the train. So continue.
So these individuals narrated that when they was about to buy the ticket, the officers, approached them and took them in group to the coach, and he first noticed the discrepancy when they went past the where they usually have the what do you call it, security check or whatever and all that. And I first asked them if they've bought a ticket, and they said no. So he took them. They walked past the ticketing area, the security area, and walked to the coach. And while they were in the coach, that was when the money exchange hand. But Nigeria, the audacity and the daring spirit that they have, like nobody can question me. And I know for a fact that there's no way those officers will act without the connivance or the backing of their superior. You see, Nigerians always trying to find a loophole to exploit the system so that they themselves will be enriched. I've witnessed this firsthand, okay, in Lagos, and that is where ordinary any Nigerian would do that. Well, don't let me say that. That is wrong. Nigerians are so smart to the extent that any loopholes, any opportunity that they see becomes their blessing. They want to exploit it to their own enriching themselves at the detriment of Nigerians. So to me, it's a very sorry sight to have watched that video, and I know that this is. But we were told that those officers have been apprehended and fired, but that should not be enough. They should made to be in a public space, or being videoed and while they were confessing, so that the Nigerians can see, and then be wary of anyone that approaches them at the train station. Because Nigeria need to know this is the first time they're having train around, and some of them don't know what they need to do. Okay, so federal government or state government would need to do a lot of orientation.
Adewale, if finally now they couldn't find money to maintain the train because some people were somewhere hiding, at the long run, if this train failed, we'll be blaming the federal government.
Exactly.
You'll be blaming the government. That government doesn't, they don't do this, they don't maintain. But this the money they take from the passenger is the same money they will use to maintain the train.
Adewale.
It's very unfortunate, my brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, if Thomas trying to stop me, please know that he has taken a few minutes of my time, though. So let me remind you.
No. You have the time.
Let me interject. Let me interject, please.
Hold on, Adewale. When it's time, when I have the time to throw you out, I will throw you out.
Hey, panelists, so I hope you are listening. Baba, are you still there?
So Adewale, the issue is this. You see, I think you see, the problem in Nigeria is that we try to solve the problem from the top down, and that top down approach has always been killing us. So we still have it in the way our government displays its power. It's always go to Abuja. It's always from the top. It's not from the grassroots. Now, this issue you're talking about, it's not going to stop. And if you ask me, why would it stop? You are talking about inflation rate. You're talking about the economy. People are finding it hard to survive.
Please don't use that excuse.
No,
Please.
no, no, no. Hold on, my brother. Adewale. Hold on. Always pray. I don't know how you grew up. I did not grow up that way.
Me either.
There are people. Hold on, my brother. See, let me tell you. You cannot see someone that's not eating for 2 days and you keep cake in front of him.
Oh,
And you leave him
please,
alone. You say he
Joel,
shouldn't eat.
please,
Hold on.
please,
Hold on. See,
please.
it's not an excuse for them. What I am saying is this, if you can hear me out, it's not an excuse for what they're doing. But the thing there is that the economy itself creates that avenue for them to do so. The economy is not doing good. People are looking for a way to survive. You are always going to have people that
I don't
are always
buy
going
that.
to. No, I am telling
do
you.
not.
Adewale, I don't know which country you're staying. I don't know which country you're staying. Hold on. I don't know which country you're staying.
I'm
If
in the
you
United
stay in a
States of
place like
America.
okay, thank God. So you stay in the same place. If, for instance, that things start going so bad in America that people cannot fit the way it is in Nigeria, and we have the amount of guns we have on the street, what do you think will happen? Do you think that these policemen that we can call, hey, 911, come and save me? You think it's going to happen? It's not going to happen. If you go to the hold on, let me just finish this point. If you go to those areas, like in those areas like where you have the hood, right, where you have the ghetto in the United States, right, it is almost the same scenario as Nigeria. People try to do.
Please, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you on this one. The reason why I'm going to stop you is this. The first time I joined banking in 1999, okay, and that was the first time, December 1999 was when I joined bank. That was the first time I would be exposed to humongous cash in my life. And I saw the money. I was taken aback because I never believed I would be able to see such amount of money in my life. And while I was working in there, it's all about trust. I was able to be in charge of cash, a lot of cash, where nobody was paying attention. I could as well stuff my pocket with some word of cash in my pocket. Nobody would care or know. But the reason why I know that integrity goes a long way. Not everybody think criminally. Even though you are having a hard time to buy gas into your automobile and all that, or put it in a generator, not everybody think criminally. The moment you are able to understand who you are and you apply that thought, that principle, the way you live your life, it will be much more easier because everything we owe dear in this life is nothing, zero. You see those people, those scrupulous elements that sees enemies to the end, they don't care who is affected. Look, Joe, we both live in the United States of America. I'm not saying this country is different from Nigeria in terms of criminalities and all that. But I tell you what, if you give me money right now, I said, and they will take this $200, keep for me. I guarantee you, I've done that before. If you come back a year after, I ask me for that same money, I will bring it out the same currency that you give to me. The same way you handed it over to me is the same way I will give you. We cannot use poverty as an excuse. I've been poor before. And I tell you this, it's in the mind. In the mind. The $100, $100 naira, $200, these fellas collected from the passengers. It's not going to be enough to feed them.
Are you sure? Are you sure Joel is in the United States of America?
Well, he probably staying in all these godforsaken states, maybe Oklahoma.
Adewale, you still do not get it. You said that you had opportunity
we cannot
to
use
cash.
poverty as an excuse. That's what I'm trying to say. We cannot use poverty as an excuse.
Adewale, I want
These
to go by
people
what
are
you
criminally minded.
Adewale, I want to go by what you said, right? You said that you were working in the bank, right? And you had access to money. So, For someone like you work in the bank. How much were you being paid?
Hi.
What was the economy? Hold on now. I just want to. You see, I'm a very practical person. The economy at that time you're talking about 1999. A bottle of Coke was 20 naira.
Hey,
25 naira.
Jewel, let me let you into one secret.
Hold on now.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear? I want to debunk what you just said.
Let me just make this point that you now wrap everything up with you. Let's just have a conversation. It is not.
Okay.
We are just rubbing mind. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. There's no excuse for anyone to go steal. But I'm just saying that the situation around certain people in Nigeria will make them do stuff like that. You were working in the bank. How much was your salary in the bank? Even if your salary was small, you already know that at least even if you don't have you know that you have a future in that bank. You look at your retirement savings, you look at all this, you have those things. Those people at that lower stage of life, they don't have those opportunities. Now you're talking about
Joel, you will continue. No, let me throw something to you. Do you know people who really steal money in the bank? Those people who really steal bank money, do you really know them? They are the comfortable ones. Mostly the comfortable ones.
I know now. I know. That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, look, what I'm saying, Adewale cannot use himself as an example to judge others because his own principle, God has made him the way he is. There are many people that don't have that that flexibility, that stretch, to take all these things. They just go for it. So we are all built differently. So in a place like Nigeria, in an organized society, even the United States that we are talking about, are people not stealing? People are stealing. So the thing there is that how do we reduce it? The economy must be good. We must look at it from the larger point, like from a bigger. I don't know which word to use. But we have to look at it, elaborate our view on this issue, make our thinking holistic, knowing full well that even though we have people that are upright, that want to do the right thing, the economy might make some of us do the wrong thing. So if the economy is right, then we cannot arrest those people that actually are out there stealing.
It's not the function of economy only. I agree with you that economy can push some people, but some people are that they do beyond their means. So they want to compete, they want to do beyond their earnings. See, I keep saying this, and when we say economy, now, people have given excuses on behalf of the police that, because they are not paying them very well. And you start asking, what about those people that are doing the work that they are unable to take advantage of the people, and yet they still have children they sponsor, and they still manage to sponsor them correctly? Examples are teachers in the villages, not the one in Lagos that find their way. So if those people will still find their way to survive, well, we can't be giving excuses for these guys. But the only people I blame is it's still going to be top down, because the government will be the one that we are looking towards to do the right thing. You see, Nigeria, we have our own peculiarity. Once you know that people are getting into those coaches to the extent that the officials could now be extorting them, then there are solutions. You can you can introduce some kind of barrier that will pass everyone with card into that place. If you don't have card, you cannot open the barrier to the platform where you will take the train. It's as simple. So it simply means that our own peculiarity, we have to reconstruct our train station, at least to force people who do not have ticket not to even be on board. Because this one issue of expecting all these officials to do the right thing, honestly, if you rely on that, it's like saying you are asking our police to do the right thing. You see what they've been doing to the police, even from the time of Indero, when they were being caught and being, when they were being dismissed. That has never stopped. Even the NSAS has never stopped all these police from doing whatever they're doing. So it simply means that you have to put a system that will restrain them. All of us will live in this environment. If there's no radar, do you think people will stop speeding? We've seen some people that even where they're supposed to be doing 100, including myself anyway, don't let me say some people. I found myself doing 180 on 110 highways. So it simply means that all of us, we are guilty one way or the other, except we are controlled. So immediately I noticed that, oh, police is also, I just slowed down. Immediately I passed through the police again, I moved. Until the day that I was caught and I was given a ticket. But did that ticket even stop me? And no, when I ever have my chance again, I still do it. So we have to put that deterrent. We have to force people to do the right thing. It is in us. That's why I keep saying that when I see people say, oh, I'm a saint, I'm this, I say, Oga, that's not true. I work in a bank.
Not lie.
Those people we never expected to even steal. Those people we never expected to lie. When I'm saying lie, you will see pastor, your boss is a pastor, he will be lying. He will be serious, aggressive, in fact, financial lies when they are doing some kind of paper manipulations. And if these people start praying now, honestly, the ground will break. So the thing is, human being, we are just human. We must be controlled. So because
but
of our own
Nigerians
peculiarity,
are just we have our own peculiar.
No. Adewale, honestly, we are not different from all these Caucasian or those. Even they can even be worse than us if exposed to the same conditions. They can be worse. You understand? That's why I don't want to believe that it's just because of economy alone. Here we don't have enough control.
It's not.
My garage was burgled. My garage was burgled in 2017. You understand? So you see, if we have rogue in the midst of in the Western world, so we have the same. But the difference is this: they've been able to control theirs. So we've not been able to control us. And ability to control these people should even normally be opportunity for people to even get job. To me, if I find myself as the CEO of a Nigerian Railway Corporation or whichever, whether that of a Lagos State Railway, whatever, I will redesign that place that, okay, as you are coming to that platform, it's not going to be mass movement again. You have to use your card to authenticate yourself, move to the other side, the barrier will lock you in.
Oh, that would
move
be
to the other
too much.
side.
That would be too much.
See,
but I think the
it's not too much. It's not too much if you know that that's how to control your people. It's not too much. You find solution. You have to deal with your own peculiarity. So, okay, if you are saying that thing is too much, this is what you do. If it's just only one entrance that today, you multiply them, you make them like 10. So that you just give people, okay, if 10 people are coming, you put your card, you open the barrier, you go to that place. You do it in such a way that people will not be able to jump to the other side. Because these guys, they won't stop collecting money. Honestly, if you like, fire all of them now and employ another people again, they will get a good reason. Even before they will even buy the guy in the office.
My brother, have you been to New York? Have you been to New York subway?
Of course.
Have you seen people jump? Have you seen people jump
Actually, it happens on my wife's birthday in New York.
Oh, you see? I didn't know better off.
Yeah, but
that is not my point.
You know,
that is my point, my
brother. I'm not.
You use the camera you find in the sub in the UK, for example, in London City. That you know that cab, if anybody does rubbish there, can actually be used to deal with people. So my brother,
I told you about New York. Do you know why I told you about New York? Because you cannot even arrest them because of the kind of laws they have now, the kind of liberal laws they have there. You cannot even arrest them. That is the point. So just go ahead.
So that's free for all, right? Free for
Adewale, yes. I don't know, maybe I've said this to you guys before. Mama Soni Yoruba, Toro wa delegate. Wọ́n gé orí èèyàn mẹ́ta ní sáré 3 consecutive days nínú Australia nínú state mi yìí.
Are you serious?
Yes. Three
Joel,
burial ground, yes. Three burial ground, yes.
I want to say in speech so that it will not be
Yeah, yes, yeah,
Joel,
just to, yeah.
Joel, you hear what he talk?
I don't hear what he talk.
He say for Australia then cut 3 people head for there.
Eh?
For burial ground. Can you imagine that in Australia? Can you imagine that in Australia?
No. I'm
three cemetery, 3 nights. 3 cemetery, 3 nights. Yes. No, at the cemetery, they just buried them a couple days ago. The person went there and cut this thing. 3 people, 3 cemetery, 3 corpses.
Okay.
In this Victoria, this Melbourne, Australia.
What thing happened? Why they cut their head?
Some people they carry the sacrifice go T Junction there too. You go the one that say when they do them. When they see they carry the sacrifice, they go to Junction.
So and see Thomas. So I look at Thomas. Where Thomas is saying things are good though, and it happen.
Things are good, yeah.
So
But
imagine.
No.
Look.
No.
Things are good. 2 things are good in Australia, at least better than Nigeria, right? Adewale, let me tell you something. My mom will say. My mom will always tell me, say, look, let me tell you, that if 1% of what is happening in Nigeria, because she stayed in Italy for some time, 1% what will happen in the West, that the streets will be full of protest. We endure as Nigerians. We endure. You know, so instead of protesting to the government, we start hurting each other, try cutting costs, try doing 1 or 2 things, hanky panky. Then after 4 years, we go and vote the same people that made us or keep us where we were. It makes no sense. But I just want to tell you, Adewale,
can you imagine what I just tell you now? Just imagine it.
I know. That's what I know. That is what I know. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. Like I would imagine that those things will happen in Nigeria.
And my brother, he targeted the fresh one, the one they just buried, the fresh one. Yes.
And you know Australia like voodoo too much. You know they like voodoo. So who knows?
No back party. So they like voodoo.
I didn't know about that one.
So maybe we should be afraid of Thomas now, because maybe Thomas now we Thomas we don't even know.
You're more Jason now. Me, I be your more Jason now.
But Thomas, am I lying? Thomas, am I lying?
You will.
They do juju. Of course, the Aboriginal do juju now. The Aboriginal, they do all this stuff here.
You deny Jesus more than Peter. You are saying you be Omo Jesu. You deny Peter.
Omo Jesu le mi. Pese go te jumole. Omo Jesu le mi.
How many times did Peter deny Jesus? You don't deny Jesus
3 times now, but he finally repented now.
We've lost count for your own, because now every day you do.
So real quick, guys. Real quick, Ricky Sunak was making an unpopular speech earlier, which to me has already put a nails in the coffin of Tory in the next general election. If election is old today in UK, I can bet you Conservative would not win at all. They are becoming unpopular day by day. That's my view. That's my opinion.
So, he has shot the same in the foot.
The fact that I don't discuss foreign politics except I know where it affects me. Okay, I will tell you why I will discuss American economy now, politics. Now, for example, I want to get American green card. I want to get American citizenship. I want to work in America. Yes, I will discuss America because I schooled in America. I will discuss America. But if I don't have anything to gain, I'm not interested in the politics of the UK. Why should I discuss the politics of the UK?
Because one man live there. If tomorrow come and say one man must go to Nigeria, how would you be able? He'll be able to host the show.
Okay. You demobilize me. Okay.
I like that.
Be concerned, though, my brother.
Okay.
As it stands now, the fact that within 1 year, they exchange and switch prime minister like 2-3 times.
Now those people who chase Roman Abramovich away, I want me them lose. All of them, one after the other.
Political party can do that? That tells and show you the unseriousness, unorganized political party. They cannot even get their own bearing right. They are struggling. Ricky Sunak that is there right now is also struggling politically. And if tomorrow comes,
is that the real name, or you just gave him a nickname?
I don't even know what his name is. I know he's an Indian.
Are you calling you Kusuna?
Whether you Kusuna or Ricky Sunak, whichever name it is. And I tell you this:
Sunak. I think it's Sunak.
British are racist in nature, but the fact that is the prime minister. Watch what will happen if that man contests for that position in the general election. He will lose, not just gallantly. He will lose woefully. So whatever they can grab now, let them grab, because even though the Labour Party are also struggling as well. I don't know if one man is still listening to us, but for him to have made such statement, I mean, I can understand conservatives.
Adewale,
that is unpopular speech. Even Trump, when he was contesting for the election, he was parading a flag of LGBTQ people. That's to tell you how hypocritical these politicians are. So for him now to have said, well, what he said makes sense in the sense that it's unfortunate that we have to commonsensical thing. It's something that we are now clapping and applauding and celebrating. Thing that shouldn't have even been subjected to debate in the first place. However, that does not take away from the fact that we are now living in a political correctness society. So if you speak ill of something, it might come to bite you in the butt. I think earlier somebody was making reference to Obama, that Obama brought, I think, was it Joel? Yes, it was Joel that was talking about Obama bringing in LGBTQ. If you remember, when this man, during the primary, he was asked specifically about his position about the LGBTQ movement. I remember very well, this man said he does not believe in such things, that it's just a fallacy or a fancy or whatever anybody think. Fast forward. Remember how the politics played out in America, where the conservative judges or justices were put in the Supreme Court. I take that back. It was Justice, I believe, the man that died in Las Vegas. There was a conspiracy theory that he died on top of Alashewo, but that was just a hearsay. What is this man's name? I forgot. I forgot this man's name. A very brilliant lawyer or judge, whatever it is. So he supported that movement. Eventually, the opposition were able to pin it on Obama administration that during his own time, that was when LGBTQ was now established in America. No, his position then was he does not believe in it. Now, fast forward, CBS, I believe, I'm not so sure that CBS or any of this network now did an interview with his vice president then, and interview Vice President Biden then. Vice President Biden, I mean, this is a man known not to have a filter. He outed and said he supported LGBTQ. And Obama then wanted a united front. So he was struggling.
Adewale, sorry for cutting you off. If they don't put this thing into the law, I mean all these gay people into law, they're already practicing it.
No, yes, but let's go back.
Hold on. Let me reference Australia. Australia just signed it like some years ago, referendum. But people doing it are already practicing it already here. So if they don't put it in law, people will still be practicing it.
So
Thomas,
it can't be
Thomas, it's not
stopped.
the issue.
when
Thomas,
we
it's
are
not the
mentioning
issue.
country, don't mention your country. Your country is in the middle of nowhere. Okay, it's
Ah,
probably in another planet. I don't know. So when you are
really?
referencing country, don't.
And please, who was the last person that was talking? Who was the last
Some of those
person?
countries, they can even be worse. So Canada, they lose gentle descent. Honestly, what they do sometimes worse than what
Yes,
they
it's
do in
crazy.
America.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
It's
So,
true.
But Joel, before you make that submission, it was after the Biden's interview that he now came out. Remember, he himself never for once, not even by executive order, signed that this is going to become the norm of the society. It was this Supreme Court that sided with the petitioner by saying that these people are also entitled, because I think has to do with the case about the person that took the case to Supreme Court by saying the fact that he got married to this individual that is also entitled to inherit his estate and all that. That was how Supreme Court now imposing on every American that it now becomes the law when it was interpreted about the right. So it wasn't that Obama signed an executive order or but when it was now codified into law, he had no option. And his vice president, you see, this is during almost towards the electoral area time. So he had no choice. And today, look, sometimes politicians believe something and project something in the
But
public, but there's
Adewale,
something.
if Obama refused to sign it, the House will still veto him. It will still be passed to law, isn't it?
As
Am
at
I
that
right?
time, no. As at that time, Democrats were the what do you call them? They were the majority
By one in power.
No,
in the
no,
Senate.
no, no, no.
They
Adewale, they
were.
weren't at
They
that time.
they
No, hold on.
they were.
Adewale,
It was the no.
Adewale.
It was
Remember,
the
that was prior
House.
to the election. Hold on now.
No,
Hold on.
towards
Hold on, brother.
2003. Now no.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Joel,
Okay,
no.
let me just say this real quick. Right? What actually happened was this, or let me just keep without saying that's what actually happened. What happened was this. At that particular point in time, remember, it was during the election period between Obama and Mitt Romney, and it was the what they call it, the poll number coming out suggested that Romney was running almost neck to neck with Obama in certain areas, right? And that was when they were pushing. Yes, in the first tenure of Obama, I said first tenure, before the first election, Obama did not believe in it. But after, when Obama saw that he was almost losing at the polls.
No, come on, man.
Hold on now. That was when Obama signed that bill. It was prior to go and look at that bill. It was prior to the election, and immediately Obama signed that bill, the following morning, his poll numbers went up, far up, and people were like, even when the elections was over, we were like, why did this guy do this? He didn't even need
the
to sign
Supreme
that to
Court.
be able to.
No. Come on, Joe. The Supreme Court had already sided with the plaintiff by saying that they also have right to
That
get
Obama
married to
signed it
what.
into law.
Wait now, but wait. See, the Supreme Court has made a pronouncement. The Supreme Court interpreting the Constitution in favor of them. There's no way the legislature, the House and the Senate, if they chose not to make law to criminalize LGBT, that is a different ballgame. But the bill itself is in promotion of LGBTQ. It will be politically suicidal for the incumbent to append a signature or refuse to sign into law. It was the vice president that was first granted an interview before Obama now decided, okay, there's no way he would be different or from his vice, and decided to come out. I still believe till today he does not believe in it, but for political gain, he had to do what he has to do. So the Supreme Court already interpret the Constitution in favor of these people. So there's no way, except this, the legislators. And if they do enact a bill against that, the Constitution is still going to be against it. So his hands were tied politically. So what can he do? We have the far left. Obama actually wasn't the far right, far left. It wasn't. To some extent, it was even he actually conceded a lot to the Republican. That is why he could not succeed, because they were every angle he goes, they are right there to checkmate him. But when I hear the narratives that it was Obama's push, this man was LGBT was not even in any agenda at all, and has never been. But because it happened during his administration, that was why they pinned it on him. And he had, of course, for political gain, he had to toe that same line. But the Supreme Court already made that pronouncement. And then he celebrated. On that day, White House was light up in the rainbow color. So a lot of people would not forgive him for doing that. So the narrative that Obama started, no, he didn't. It just happened that it happens, and he had no choice than to follow suit. Unlike Ricky Sunak or whatever his name is now, that is making unpopular speech. Trump was videotaped flying the flag of LGBTQ. This man does not even believe in that movement. Zero. But because of political gain, he had no choice than to fly that flag. So what am I saying in essence is that Obama does not start all this nonsense that is going on. It just happens that that movement, the backer of that movement, they are loaded, they have money, and that is why they are pumping money into everything. Common cake became a big deal.
Adewale, let me shock you what happened here when we did our own referendum. Because we let me say this. Let me confess. We Christian, we were campaigning for people to write no on the, or understand what I mean. So people, they will not pass it into law. So we were campaigning everywhere. Christians, those one that doesn't like it, that's what happened here. People will campaign against it, for and against. So we try all our best. But when you go to the street, when you ask all these white people, I said, "Are you gay?" He said, "No." I said, "But why do you want to vote yes?" You say, "Oh, it's people's right. They can decide what they want to do." They capitalize this thing on right.
Yeah.
Right. It's not that they like gay. It's not that they are gay, but they say it's their right. Why can't they do this? It's their right. It's their body. That is what everybody that we campaign for.
Thomas, you see the crazy thing is that this same party, these same people that will tell you about the right of other humans to engage in any sexual whatever preference they wanted or gender they wanted, these same people here in America will tell you you cannot conduct abortion. Even though I don't support abortion, but they will tell you you have no right. Even if you are raped, you can't conduct abortion. You see how double-sided they are.
Double standard.
It's double standard. Okay, so a constitution spoke, and they obliged the constitution because they believe that, but it's hypocrisy in the first place. Not that I support that movement. To me, it's the end of the world. I can't wait for Jesus Christ to show up tomorrow. Yes, not quite long ago on this show.
Are you ready to go to heaven?
Look, I don't know where I will end up at, but the bottom line is that even these days, as I advance in age,
I think go
about
kill me.
The bottom line is that the more I age, the more I realize that my thought goes to the day I will exit this stage. Okay, to be honest with you, a lot of things that happen. I would not be surprised. I have girls in my household. this idea of the gay people have to have access to the restroom of female. Look, it won't take much time before a straight man dressed like a gay man and then started raping people. You know, when you go to the public swimming pool or beaches or whatever, they usually have a restroom, if you know, public restroom, right? And in their restroom, unlike men, women also have their own shower area where everybody will be naked and changing and all that. So you can imagine a gay man or transgender man dressed like a woman walking there and start videotaping everybody covertly, right? So it's an agenda that has been pushed too far. But some of us that lives abroad, that live in the foreign land, we're handicapped in the sense that we have been we had no choice than to follow what it is. Even where I work at, you were being told there's nothing you can do about this. You just have to acknowledge these people's right and give them their respect. That's it. Sometimes there was the time I was confused. I encountered a situation whereby I didn't even know what to say, whether to say sir or ma.
Adewale, if you discriminate here, they sack you.
Then uncle,
you're gone.
You lose your job. That's discrimination. You know, one day at work, a co-worker called me hold. There's something called what is the name of this charges? You can file it at work that you are being discriminated against somebody calling you old. It's called ageism, right? So I said, please don't use that word because you will see one white or gray beard in my beard doesn't mean that I'm an old man. But that is the kind of how stupid the society has become. Because somebody said, "Oh, you look pretty today," somebody can file a EEO on you and say you are sexualizing or discriminating against them. The same way with the LGBTQ people. I mean, for crying out loud, pronoun or he or she is what I grew up to know. Where is they them come from? They them. How is it even possible to use it in a sentence? Them are there. They are there. What they is there? How do you even construct sentence by using they and them? It is delusional. Unfortunately, that's what it has become. But some of us that are coming from third world countries, we don't know anything about love. So we don't know anything about feelings. They were born with it or not born with it. It is just sickening. And sometimes you see how aggressive these fellows are. Some of them are very aggressive, especially those female trying to act like a man. Right? The female ones that are trying to act like the man among them, they're so aggressive, like, yeah, I run this shit. Pardon my French. And sometimes, like some of we in North America, there's nothing we can do, right? So you just have to swallow that our pride and just say, you know what, you're right. Continue. But Simba, unfortunately, we live in America, not like some people that lives in the Saudi Arabia, where such thing, number one thing you go to is to behave them. Sometimes you wish you have this capital punishment. Sometimes, in in a country like this.
So I'm away from all those insanity that's going on in your own climate. We don't see such one. Even if you are one, you can't parade yourself there. So. I said, oh, very. Why is he no polo?
Àwọn ọmọ kọ́mọ Amẹ́ríkà gbàgbọ́ gbàyè gbàlẹ̀. It's a country of, I don't know. It's just a country that you wake up with just like, what is going? You begin to question what's going on around you. Especially for those people living in city like New York, New Jersey, and all those. It's weird.
Adewale, if God's going to destroy the whole world, It will start from America. I think so.
No, it will start from Australia. Hello, EJ. It will start from Australia. Because that country is in the middle of nowhere, or Otolaye, you know. So once God made an example of
Can we
Australia,
interject, please, from this propaganda, please? Can we come in?
oh, here comes the Prince Daddy himself. Hey,
Barack Obama and Prince Daddy.
your friend. Hey, listen. The first time in the history of
No.
America.
I want to call BS on what you've been saying all along, man. I can't believe Joe or Nashville would let you continue like that.
Wait, Prince Daddy.
Don't take it to America.
For the first time in the history of the United States of America, the Speaker of the House of Representatives was impeached yesterday. Removed, that's the word.
You know why? Because he chose not to serve the American people. That's why.
No,
that's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all.
Now you are disowning your man, isn't it?
Oh, you know, come on, you know, it took the man 15. It took him 15. No.
Let Prince come in a little bit. Yeah.
No, I have to debunk what he's trying to propagate.
Yeah, but he's not.
There's nothing to debunk. There's nothing to debunk.
No. He's coming in with vengeance.
Let him speak now.
Man, you don't know where we
Thanks,
stand when
woman.
it comes to this issue. Don't be on his side. Don't be on more.
No, he's not on my side. He's not on my side. But
before you advance your agenda, Prince Daddy, let me tell you, everyone on this panel and everybody listening, for the first time in the history of over 200 years of this country called United States of America, a sitting speaker was removed by his own man, by his own party man, last night, which has never happened in the history of this country. So the history was made yesterday.
You're always force feeding one man's people this
simply
this
because
false narrative.
he sided
So
with the
our committee mentioned that over 200 Democrats supported the
Of course,
the position.
Democrat did not vote for him during the election. They didn't vote for him. They voted for Akim Jeffrey.
But it was
leaders
counting
of
on
the
them. They could have
opposition.
stopped. It was counting on them. They could have stopped it. They could have
No,
stopped it.
they voted according to the party line. They voted the same
Oh,
pattern they voted.
okay. See,
It
the
was his
reason
own
why
man, his own party man. 8 of
McCarthy
them.
is a two-faced politician, just like many of them
This
for that
man
matter.
was trying to act, statesmanly as the
Also,
leader of a political party.
I
But you
think
know
it's
all these
probably happened once or twice before. No. The guy is
Let him land. Let him land. You've been talking the whole day. Let Prince Daddy talk.
You have problem with me, Pansa?
No, he's just been talking. He wants to say something. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, Prince Daddy ain't got nothing. He's just trying to bamboozle you guys. I'm trying to set the record straight.
Oh,
so that
yeah.
you guys
Well,
will not be clouded by.
let them hear the other side of the narrative also.
Dewale, you have to let him make that statement, and then if you want to debunk it after he's made it, then debunk it. But let him make the statement.
Prince Daddy won't
Thank
let
you, woman. No, I'll let you. See, what you're saying, McCarthy, we know that, it took the guy 15 times to be voted in, to win the confidence of his party to become the speaker. They never wanted him, you know that. And they gave him, but they had a, what do you call it? A policy or rule or part of the agreement that, hey, dude, only one person. That's why it only took one person, Matt Gates, to put forth the motion, and the guy was voted out because he agreed to it. They never wanted him, and he knew it was on a thin ice. He knew very well, so it's not a big deal. The first time in history, it don't matter. Don't make it a point like it's Republicans are playing some kind of dirty politics. No, the guy is the founder of the war in Ukraine and some other deals he made with the Republicans and Biden. So we're not even worried about him. Forget about him. But the point about you're trying to push a false narrative that Obama, because of him supporting the LGBTQ or gay marriage policy, that's why he was able to bump up on the polls and he won the election. It's a lie. It's part of. I don't have to tell you you're a smart person, but somehow, somewhere, you you drink this Kool-Aid of this liberals. You drink them every day, morning and night. You just drink them. Whatever they put out there, you believe. And if your argument is true that Obama never believed in this gay marriage or LGBTQ, then now there's not a president. How come he still supports them strongly. How come he didn't come out to say, "Oh, because I wanted to win the election, that's why I supported him"? It's a lie. The guy is gay in his heart. He is gay in his heart, and he is being a strong supporter. Now we have some evidences that just came out about his gay escapade, his relationship with some people in his church. I mean, don't be an apologist for this guy. He's who he is. That's who Obama is. But don't make excuses that he didn't support this LGBTQ or gay marriage. He supported it. And he came out. So he's a politician just like many of them. The fact that he said in the beginning when he first came, that's why people like myself and many others voted for him. That hey, yeah, he believes in the marriage between a man and a woman. Fine. Then come in second term, he came out and said no. He changed his mind in the middle of the game. So he knows what is politically expedient for him. He can never be trusted. He's not a trusted person. He's not a trusted person. But so don't force feed the audience that Obama never believed in gay marriage. He just wanted to win the election. Now he has won the election. It's been so many years since he's won. Has he come out to change his position? He never did. Today in the LGBTQ gay marriage community is the strong number one supporter of them and his family. So let's be factual and be truthful when we talk about these things, because it's people are divided on both sides. Now you can choose to support them, but it's not for everybody. It's not for all Americans. Some people don't choose to support that policy.
Okay, can I come in real quick? You see,
I'm glad you
say that. Ladies and gentlemen,
let George say one or two things first.
No, don't let Joel come in first. Let me come in before Joel comes to corroborate with me.
Go ahead.
What happened was that they were trying to make sure that American government, federal government, stayed open. Okay, but you see, the right wing of Republicans, some of them does not want it that way. They want to make sure that they box Biden's administration into a corner, so that it will happen in his administration that the federal government were unable to reach an agreement with the opposition to keep the government open. But McCarthy was trying to find a common ground. This is a man that struggled to even win majority. After 15 votes, that was when he became the speaker. After 15 votes, by his own people. Because they
never wanted it.
Hold on, because they believe he was going to yield the ground, the floor, to the opposition. But you see, in the house, it's about compromise. Sometimes you have to look beyond just party affiliation. That is how speakership has been defined. But you see, because of the rascality and radicalism of the right wing wingers of his party.
I guess you forgot what Nancy Pelosi was. I guess you don't know what Nancy Pelosi was. You don't know her.
Pelosi was not extreme left. He's actually Pelosi.
She's a mafia.
Yeah, right.
She's a mafia.
But let me tell you, but actually, I like Pelosi. You know why I like her? She was brutal. She got everything she wanted. She was brutal. She got everything she wanted.
Let me make my submission. When Pelosi was about to become speaker for the third time, I believe, during the Trump era, the newly elected House of Rep members, the left wingers, the goons, the Ocasios and co, were trying to force her not to vote for her. But they were made to understand that being in the House is, number one, is a privilege. But when you get here, you need to learn. You don't bring that street mentality come to this place, because it's about striking deals. Eventually, they were able to come to their senses and then supported Pelosi. Okay, not that Pelosi was giving everything to the Republican, but he considered them whenever she's taking decision. This man called McCarthy was having trouble being elected the speaker. His kinsmen, his party men, continuously opposing his candidacy. It was after 15 rounds they were held hostage. That particular night, and then he became emerged as a speaker. And by the thin thread, now, because his people, his king's party members, were hell-bent in shutting down the government, shutting down the economy and everything on Biden, he did not want that to happen during his own tenure. He appears to be giving ground to the Democrat. That was his crime, nothing more, nothing less. But of course, I cannot
that's a
shield him.
narrative.
No. I cannot shield him from his inadequacy as a leader as well.
Well,
Because
see, but you said okay. You said it yourself. I just said it. The guy, it took that 15 times. It took him 15 times to be elected. Meaning that look, you're on a thin ice. Meaning that look, you have to do what the party wants. It doesn't have any sway or power.
I say, see, party or no party, he's the party. He's the leader of the party. Okay, but you know, when you are in the position of leaders or leadership and authority, you have to weigh that power in a very balanced way. If you listen to too
That's
much
what I'm telling you. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have that leeway. It doesn't have it. You said it yourself. It took the guy 15 times to be elected, and they told him that one person. That's why it only took one person, Matt Gates, to come forth and put up the motion. And in a few hours, it was out of there. He should have known that.
But you know, he could as well say, you know what? I yield the floor to you guys. I'm going to side with you. I'm going to take the option that you have, and decided not to be patriotic and let Biden deal with the frustration of shutting down the government, right? But he didn't want that. The same way Paul Ryan was forced out. The same way.
Listen, Paul Ryan was a weak. It was a Rhino is a weak man. Forget about Paul Ryan. That's many years ago. Forget about him.
Conservatives in this country, they
He's a weak guy. Forget about him.
Anyone that have a different view, a patriotic view, different from the balablus that the conservatives are suffering from, because they are unable to see beyond, their nose. See, when we are being placed in a position of authority and leadership, it's a delicate position, and it's different from just an ordinary membership position. And that is what the likes of
why don't you tell the people, tell the audience, why don't you tell the audience why you the liberal policies that you so much enjoy, that you want? Why don't you tell the audience and the people in the studio the kind of things that the Democrats
and innovative ideas America wouldn't have become what it becomes today.
Such as?
It was the ideas of the progressive that make America what it is today. Because America would have stayed in their primitive mode. But because
revisionism is not really a history, to teach. Why don't you stick to the facts? If you want to talk about the real, innovators of this country, from the Vanderbilt to what are to the Vanderbilt.
So tell me any innovative idea that was conceived during the conservatives.
I'm not even going. I'm not going that far. What I mean is that
it was the Democratic. It was Democrat Party.
What I mean is that as a Democrat, you are in favor of transgenderism. You are in favor of hold on. You can't say no. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are in favor of
I feel like we're outsiders listening in on a private conversation.
This is not a private conversation. We've had our issue.
Yeah, but you have to understand that the abundance of the audience are probably not in America. So
if they are bored, they need to learn about America, because
we don't care about America. We don't care about
Australia.
Thomas, let's talk about Australia.
Thomas, I didn't know you were there.
Thomas is there listening. He's finding everything fascinating because America is the
no. America, forget about America. We'll go back to Nigeria. Make few comments, then we'll go back to Nigeria. There's a lot to talk about Nigeria.
So what I'm saying in essence is that the big spending idea of Democrat has taken this country to a greater height. That
Adewale, you're full of yourself, man.
The progressive idea.
Let's go back to Nigerian politics because you drink the Kool-Aid of the Democrats like 24/7.
Because if you had not go beyond being conservatives and trying to limit spending and trying to conserve and trying to, all these, Republicans would have preferred to put American.
All right, Prince Daddy, let me play you this clip, Prince Daddy, and then and then
you're already sleeping and dreaming about
no, because I'm listening in the background and I'm seeing the audience drop in, and you're talking about
Don't
America.
worry about the audience. The studio is
what do you mean?
They are listening. Don't worry about
Adewale, we should not worry about the audience. So when what are we here for? If we don't worry about the audience,
you are listening to us. You don't care what you think. You are listening to us.
All right, let me play you this.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we.
Sorry, Prince Daddy. This is a clip of a Fulani headsman, but not as you know him. Watch this.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. And when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. Hey, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fide nange jamaleng in badatin. On Sahakura ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
What is going on here? What's going on here?
I will sign him.
Was he deported?
No, I think
what is going on here?
I will sign him. I said I will sign him in a heartbeat.
I think for the guy, one way or the other, he got a talent, he got a vibe. Come on, let's give it to him. I don't understand what he's saying in Hausa, but it's part of the English.
No. It looks like somebody that has lived abroad. He can't fake that one.
We cannot say
look at that accent.
No. There's so many people never even step to the shores of abroad, and they have this American accent or whatever. It's not necessary you travel or something like that. I've seen so many people that
it's a talent. It's a talent. Some people can. It's a talent. That's what I was saying.
Before. Some people
if he can be in that bush and he can rap this good, and look, it makes sense more than what most people rap today. I can listen to him all day. I can lace him up, and that guy will light it up. So I'm going to sign him in a habit.
I second that. He does have talent. Let's give it to him. He did very well, and I hope.
I agree. It's good.
Somebody's going to pick him up. Let me say, I want to see if there's a way we're going to be able to join religion in the data between Adewale and Prince Daddy, but they just mentioned it in the outflow, because around this time normally you deliberate on religion, and you have a lot of ladies join us, one of them being the beautiful I forgot her name now, my girlfriend actually on this platform, Dupsy, right? But let me say that a lot of the conversation here, though, when they talk about religion, you have people who are against religion, and they're talking about Christianity, the pastors, how they run in Nigeria and all that kind of stuff, and the imams and the mosques. They forget that not believing in God himself is a religion. So the three major religions in Nigeria are Christianity by far, followed by Islam.
No, don't say that. Don't say
let me land. By far, my own calculation, that's my opinion.
Followed by, you can say that three main religions in Nigeria: Christianity, Islam, and traditionalists. Fine.
And not traditionalists, though. See, the third one are people who don't believe in God.
Why don't you say Why don't you say Islam first, followed by Christianity?
All right.
The
Okay.
language
Fine.
trying
Okay.
to
Fine.
correct that one.
Fine. Fine. That's not the fight I want to pick on that. But let's just say Islam, Christianity, and those who don't believe in God. That is a religion. Right? If you don't believe in God, that's your religion. You would have a more difficult time proving there is no God than for a Christian to prove that there is God. Okay, but those people who don't believe in God try to make it seem like, hey, look, you're irrational. You're going by emotions and all kinds of things, lack of education or whatever it is. You believe in God. So let me take a poll here. I'll start with the co-host, General Thomas. Do you believe in God? Thomas. All right, Jewel, do you believe in God?
I do.
All right, Simba, do you believe in God?
What do you say, Pasat?
Do you believe in God?
Much better than you.
Okay, so that's two. Simba, do you believe in God?
Simba do. I think so.
I think it's something he has. It's his salvation, so it's up to him to. He could vote not present. I think he's not present. Adewale, do you believe in God?
Oh, Jesus is my cousin.
Amen. Amen. I don't
like
think King Emeka is not here. King Emeka, do you believe in God?
Of course.
Okay, he's not here. Remy, do you believe in God?
Please go ahead with your narrative, please.
I don't know how you
believe in. Pastor, do you believe in God?
I believe in God, yes. And then Prince Daddy, do you believe in God?
He's been visiting
Yes, I
the Okija shrine. No?
Okay, so far everybody who's present here believes in God. So I will reserve the debate for another session, especially when Dubs is here. I wanted the case I want to make for a lot of our listeners.
Wait till the Mike also join, then you will now look for a while.
Mike will be another person. So since we all believe in God, it will be one-sided. It won't be interesting. So I will yield the mic back to everybody. But we want to have that debate. So those who don't believe in God know that that's their religion. Your religion is that you don't believe in God, and you can't come up here heavy-handed if you're going to be given a chance to make your case why you don't believe in God, and we're going to make our case why we believe in God. So we start from that because that's the main thing. Now, if we believe in God, but people who are representing God are making a mistake, for example, a pastor, it really has nothing to do with God himself in that case. Okay, I yield back to the moderator.
Oh, real quick, guys. Did you guys watch the video of Dave Umai and the Ministry of Works staff? Hello?
I did.
Did you guys watch that video clips of Dave Umai, Minister of
I
Work?
did.
And so what do you guys make of it?
It was an unfortunate situation.
Hey, Nigeria.
I saw a group of, especially the guy leading that protest. I saw him as a deviant worker. He is a conniver. He is one of those reasons why the ministry will never work. Even when Umahi was addressing, he was at the back making some jests. Behind him, on camera, making some jests about Umahi. And what struck me, and it's not like they said anything when he said that. It was like everything was like normal. It is normal. When he said that he comes to work at 9:30, and he will be looking for files, and some people will be coming in at 12 o'clock. Then when it's about 3 o'clock, if he's looking for another file or he wants to get something done, the people are already gone.
Yeah.
And you say this part of what woman was saying earlier on about we being our own biggest problem, or I think it was Adewale, right? It is part of the issue. Yeah. I understand that we, right, as the people, a lot of things. Some people might leave and just go home because the work has gotten boring. It's not that rewarding. They might not have so much things to do. Forget all these things they're saying.
But they have an option of resigning. If you don't want the job, resign. So many people are
You cannot just resign like that.
I think Umayu should suspend and discipline a lot of them, because I was totally angry with their action. What do they mean?
No, brother.
It's supposed to be on your desk by 8 a.m. At what 8 a.m.
Remy,
oh my God.
Remy, this is the issue. Do you know the reason why we come to work early here? That is why I was telling you.
Civil servants supposed to be on their desk by 8 a.m.
Hold on now, let me tell you something. Now, I want us to have a conversation. The reason why we come to work early here sometimes, most times, in most cases, is because there's a clock in and clock out. You see, there are attitudes that you cannot just change. You can't just come into the ministry and say you want to just like close the gate and all that. They will look at you and be like, oh. But there are ways, just like systematically, the way Jonathan said, you know what? I am not going to continue to arrest people. I am going to make that money hard for them to reach.
If you ask them to clock in, then I'll clock in for 20.
Clock in and clock out. That is it. Use your fingerprint.
I will clock in for my friend that will come at 9 a.m. They will be clocking for one and
No. You clock in with your fingerprint. I don't know the kind of company you work at. I think you might have to do some upgrade.
That's 1950 technology, Remy. It don't work.
Brother. Technology has passed that. Technology has passed that, please.
The language Nigeria understand is carrot and stick. If you are using it with all the technology, okay, I'll give you a very good example. Like when they do rail line in Lagos, there was a visible instruction there. Don't eat, don't drink, don't do this, don't do that. A fine was even written there, 25,000. Some of these guys, passengers, they drank and they dropped the bottle on the floor. And the rest of the people on the on the train were telling him, pick it up. He said he's not going to pick it up. Even seeing the fine, showing him, you are going to be fined 25,000 naira. It does not care. Nigeria.
Do you know why he didn't care? Do you know why he didn't care?
Because there's no. Because if they pick him up and they fine 25,000, his head will, because they won't pick him up. So because
the reason why he didn't care. Hold on. The reason why he didn't care is because there is no repercussion.
And we are saying the same thing. That's what
there is no. Yeah, that is it. So if he dropped it, they didn't even need to tell him to pick it up. They grabbed him immediately. And he slept in the cell. Hold on now, let me finish. And he slept in the cell tomorrow. In fact, he will even drink everything he's drinking and look for a trash himself and drop it.
Exactly
That's the issue. So put in a clock in, a clock in a machine, commute the amount of work time, whatever time they work, Monday through Friday, everything committed to hours. Immediately you come in,
then that is another thing.
So because that's the thing, you don't pay them salaries, you pay them by the hour. Yeah, so you come in 1 hour.
But then my brother, then you're stupid. I'm sorry to say this. All those activists, even our family father will not come up. All of them will not come up. This is not right. It's not in your constitution. We cannot accept it. We cannot accept that. Before you know it, a lot of court cases, a lot of this, a lot of that. What kind of country is this? So that is Adewale was right, and I was right about Nigeria from day one. That I totally admit that some Nigerians are criminally minded, even not maybe majority. And secondly, I think Nigeria are not. They don't want to obey rules and regulation in their country because they know there's no repercussion for their action. But when they are in abroad, they are the first set of people that they will obey the rules and regulations to the latter. But when they're at home, they want to show off that big mannerism, that ego with setting, and so many people should be disciplined. I will appreciate if a leader in Nigeria can use carrot and stick. People must be fired. People must be held responsible for their action. You cannot just say, okay, nothing for me to do on my table, then I have to go to my work at 10 o'clock. Who are you? A simple clerk or a messenger? Or a low-level officer in the civil servant, and you don't go to work, and before 2, you're already gone. You don't even stay up to 3:30 or 4. Some of them will just come in, and before you know it, they already go out. And so many people of them will say, my daughter is ill, my son is sick, my husband is not feeling well, I too am not. Even in just 20 days of work in 1 month, they're already calling sick more than 7 or 8 times, and they want to collect the full salary. Even before the salary ends.
But Remy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it not that what we have been telling us, that when we focus on the leaders, and we're always shouting about leaders, and we say this thing is a collective effort. If Nigerians, if everybody behave well, everybody is doing their job, we will not be crying of all these problems that we have in that country. But in the situation whereby we only focus on the group, and we left the larger group that is causing the problem. You understand? Then some of us will come here and they say, and they need increment in salary. Let me tell you, I was a civil servant in Nigeria before. Nigerian civil servant doesn't work.
They don't.
They don't work. But when we are saying it, people will be saying, no, what we are saying is not good. The leaders that are bad and this and this and that.
Whose fault? Whose fault?
You are the enemy of people. You are the enemy of people.
No, but who employed them? Who employed them? Who makes sure? Who makes sure that?
Let me. Joe, I can't remember what your name is. When you say a leader cascade from the president to even you as a father in the house.
Yes.
You have a school where you have a headmaster. The headmaster is a leader in that school. The school teacher in each class is a leader to those kids. So it's still boiled down to individuals.
You are a leader in your family.
When Nigerians don't have conscience, when they don't have conscience, if everybody have conscience and they are doing what they're supposed to do, why do you need somebody to push you before you do what you're supposed to do?
Yeah. Thomas and Simba. Yeah. I always say
and everybody will be crying or foul. The schools are not good. Let me tell you, let me use school as an example. The public teachers, their pay is far better than those who are working with the private schools.
Yes.
But first, what do we have? The Nigerians, they will not go to work. When they go to work, they will not do what they're supposed to do. And we are all suffering for it, but we don't see it as that. Everybody will be blaming Tinubu, blaming the government, blaming this and that.
Look at the way they are responding to a minister that have good intention for that ministry. Look at the way they are handling him. So, and the guy was just like kept his cool. If I were him, after this whole episode, I would sit down. There was a lot of them that I would suspend.
No, I will make a scapegoat. Will I just make a scapegoat? Yes, out of there, exactly.
I should do that because at the end of the day, these people, some of them have been in the civil service for a long time. They have been changing their date of birth every 2 or 3 years. They have already surpassed their time, and they kept on changing their date of. These people are so useless. When you go to them for any service, they will load it on you. They will show like a big man. Even a clerical officer want to show his power. When you need a simple something from him, your file will be on their table for so many months. They will be dragging their foot until they collect something. It's all about bribe. It's not only it's everywhere in Nigeria, whether in the north or in the south or in the east or in the west. They are the same set of people. And they are not well trained. They are not educated enough. They don't even know the job, to be frank with you. They don't even know it. Most of them, they are just like, and if even they know it, the Oga Papa that know it, you won't see him. He's either with his side chick or he's following another contract or he does not really have your time. And when he come into the office, he just went 2 or 3 hours, he said, I have a meeting with, it's all lies, okay? So I don't know. The civil servants in Nigeria.
Simba, you are just ranting to heavens, and you're not making anything that is tangible. Nothing, no solution. You have spoken like someone that was truly a civil servant because you benefited from that system. But what I want to say is this: if I can just make my point clear. The issue is this.
if I can pick the words or borrow the words of Peter Obi, people do not do what they are expected. People do what they are expected. It is a responsibility as a worker to work for the facility. It is your responsibility as a
to manage that facility, right? So what we have in Nigeria is that those leaders don't want to work. If the leaders don't want to work,
So that means what is right about them?
Joel,
The
do
majority
you
of the
do you also
I'm
think,
listening. I mean, I wish
Joel,
I could just make
do
it
you think that do you think that Dave Umai might have a political ambition? That's why it was kind of a little bit soft and accommodating when it was those that man was making that
Adewale, may God bless you. You know, that is one of the disadvantages of this useless democracy that we are practicing.
what happened?
No, believe me, that is one of the disadvantages. People, because he doesn't want them to use it against him, because people will not see the good intention behind what he's doing.
Honestly, it's very, very
Are you
repulsive.
talking about Tumahi?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was just saying something. Let me just land, please, because I think I think breaking up here. What I was trying to say is this, right? You could clearly see a clear case of insubordination. And let me tell you something. If you go through the ministries, what you saw happen to Umahi is not only in Umahi's ministry. It happens across the board, even up to state secretariats. These are issues. But my thing is this: that you have, as a leader, you have responsibility to instill discipline within your facility. Let me tell you something that happened to me when I was in secondary school. We had series of principals. We had Okoha, we had Mrs. Simba, over the stretch of 4 years. And under the first guy, which is Mr. Okoha, he was doing so good, but the thing there is that he was taking bribe. You will find that a student did something wrong, and what happens? He gives him suspension for 3 weeks. Maybe they will commute they will expel the student, then commute it to suspension, 2 week suspension. But that was enough deterrent, right? Some people looked at it because they had to go home and their parents had to whoop their asses, and people came back corrected. Mr. Oko had left. Then Mrs. Simba came in. Now there's a woman too. This woman, oh my God, the bribe she was taking was like face to face. And you know what happened? Because it was a boarding school, something happened. Why this thing was going on? Somebody commits a crime in school. Students started breaking bounds, doing drugs in school and doing stuff in school. Violence. And what happened? If you go to report the student always say, oh, because of the huge cry, she will be like, oh, the student is suspended. Then the following day or two, the parents of that student comes with the student, because my school was kind of above average, right? The students that attended there, the parents there. You will see the parent walk with the principal to the office, then the principal will call emergency assembly for someone that committed a crime. And he will be like, I have been sleeping, I cannot sleep very well. I don't know what has been bothering me. But since I suspended this boy, blah, 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 blah. So I decided to ask you guys, do you want him to come back to school? What do you expect the students will say? Do you want to say no? You're going to say yes, of course. And that is how the culture of that school got eroded. It was now cultism in the school and everything. Guess what? Within 2 years, people started leaving the school because it was becoming unbearable. No organization, no nothing. Then they now got out this man. He used to be the principal in science school here in, I think, I don't know where here is. I think in somewhere in Abia State. They now brought this man. We call him Cocoon. In fact, We call him Cocoon. Cocoon is not his real name, but the name Cocoon was a name we just called him because this man, I don't know what was going on. This man could come to your hostel at about 12 a.m. in the morning. You will see him walk by himself. And he has like security guard all over. He made sure everywhere. Immediately he came in, almost all the people that were causing the trouble, suspension, expulsion. If you're a parent, you come to see him, he will tell you, hey, you know what? That student is going to stay suspended. And I say 2 months. 2 months is 2 months. And don't come to my office again. Look, let me tell you. Within 2 months, our school that used to be a beehive of, spoiled rich kids, everybody, including the teachers, everybody told the line. This man was strict. He was a leader. He knew what he wanted. A school that was so rowdy, when you have the case of Lean on Me, where students were, talking back at teachers, that was what was going on. Cocoon came in and cleared everything. Everything from the hostel to the classrooms to how our grades in school, everything improved. And if you're not conforming with his rule, you are sent out of the school. And with that, he managed that school for I think 4 or 5 years. Until date, we still pay him homage. That is what leaders do. You do not come into a rowdy place like what I saw.
Joel, let me tell you this.
Huh?
Let me tell you this. What you are saying, it happens often that time. If you know the kind of the value system that we imbibe in our society in Nigeria now, such a person, let me tell you, he cannot single-handedly have done what he did then. He had support. He has people of like-minded that believe in the same thing, and that was why he succeeded. In our society these days, even the parents are not disciplined, talk less of the children. There is so much kind of degradation or the erosion of our value system that are happening, that people don't value people that are hardworking again, people that are disciplined. Let me give you, for example, I was a medical director in the hospital. One of my doctors that's supposed to be in emergency went for a party. And when I heard of that, I gave him a query, just a query. Before I got home that day, my family were already intimated about my decision. My wife started crying that I should not make her a widow. People can go to any length now in Nigeria to do anything to people that actually believe in putting things right. So to me, if we don't have a collective goal of making that country back to its former glory, if we like, we can blame any leader till tomorrow. We have nowhere to go if we don't have a collective effort in putting things right in that country.
Well, like I said, it still starts with the leader. It starts with the leader. Then, whatever intervention that you want to put in out there must, as a matter of must, go through the grassroots. Yes, you have to tweak the top, but whatever approach has to come from the bottom. Right. So now when we talk about the amount of states we have, which I think is ridiculous. Nigeria shouldn't be more than 20 states so that we know where these criminals are. It's many things that we have to do in Nigeria, and it starts with the leadership. And but when we have a leader that has a questionable degree and has some forgery cases all around him, and you find that is where we are as a people. You know, it doesn't tell good. I don't know the message we are sending to the young ones. You know, we are saying, hey, you can do whatever, you can cheat and do anything you want to do. You can get into the university without going through the primary and secondary school and still be a leader in Nigeria. What is the qualification to be a president in
just
Nigeria?
stop? You always go back to the normal something. We are
No,
talking
I am not telling you it's a leadership
you
issue.
know what? You are
It's a
already
leadership issue.
talking towards from the bias angle again.
No, it's a
We are
leadership
talking
issue.
about
It's a leadership issue.
Listen.
It's a leadership issue.
Nobody's dumb here. We are talking, and you are talking about we don't want a leader who does not go to primary school. Who we know you are referring to.
It's Tinubu now. Am I hiding?
Must always go that route. And if somebody are talking now, you people will start crying and started saying that people are saying this.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Which primary school did Tinubu go to? I'm asking you.
We are not talking about Tinubu. We are talking generally. No, it's not about
No,
Tinubu.
we are talking about leaders. We start with the one that we have there now.
You are a leader. You are a leader. I beg
no,
you.
the forger we have there. Now I'm not the
I
president.
beg.
I'm
Stop. So is Tinubu that caused all the problem in Nigeria?
No,
is that what you are saying?
That is how it starts. That is how it starts.
It did not start like that. It did not start like that. It did not start like that. You are talking as if you are a fool. Why are you talking? You want to make us like a fool?
Nah, so it starts. Go and learn broken English. I cannot teach you broken English. This is for broken English. I did not say it started with Tinubu. I said I saw it start. Go learn.
So all those problems you are.
Let me tell you something. If you want to find out, I will give a very brief 1 minute analysis now. And if I give it to you, this guy today, this platform will burst in fire.
You don't even have the capability to give it an analysis.
And I will give it out to you.
You are biased. You are biased. You cannot
listen. I will give a small narrative, and I want everybody to listen. This is my personal.
Allow me. I was just talking, and you just took away, and you say you want to say something. Well, allow me to finish what I want to say
before you. More than 10 hours.
I wasn't saying anything. Adewale was the one talking, and you could not say. You could not say chat.
No,
right?
I know one man gave you a chance for more than an hour. You are there.
I did not.
It started with one man now. It started with one man now.
But he said that one man gave me 1 hour to speak. He said one man gave me 1 hour to speak. One man didn't give me 1 hour to speak.
Okay. So Joe, take a minute to finish and drop your submission.
Before you.
Yeah, let Joel land it. Then we go to the new voices. Yeah.
Good. So allow me, if I want to make a run, allow me to make a run. That is part of one man show. You feel me? We cannot all just come here and just,
that's enough, Joel. Now
Abodorians. So this is the issue. The thing there is that we have a leadership issue and we have a followership issue. And if we have a leadership issue and if we have both issues, then we have to start attacking the leadership issue. Because you cannot be a police unto yourself. You cannot arrest your fellow citizen. There is no way you can bring that. You can be a lord in your own family, but it ends within that parameter. You cannot take it outside of your family. So, who is there to do it? The government. Who is at the helms of affairs in all of these ministries, in all of these, or even as our president, even as our Senate president? That is the issue. If we have to stay in Nigeria, we have to start making the process that gets our leader into power, make it right. So that if we have certain concerns, when he gets in there, he starts following what we said. We can see something like that happening to Oti. Oti in Abia State knows that the people brought him in. And you can see he is responsible to the people. He does not have.
What is he doing? What is he doing that is different from what we have seen before?
No matter what. If not for one thing, my brother, I know that you do not know about, you do not know this place, so I am not going to go there. But he's doing many things. even the road that he's reconstructing, all those things that he is doing, they never had it in Abia State before. Because of what?
So, it's the 100 days in office has constructed the road.
He has not considered all the road. What we are saying is that we are seeing progress. We are seeing hope.
You see what you want to see. That's the problem. And you people just want to be selling the guy.
We are seeing a leader.
Communication.
We are seeing a governor that wants to work for the people. That is what we are talking about. But if you have people like Hope Uzodinma or when Rochas was there, can I say something?
I know you will go there.
No, but I have to say it because we have in the Southeast we have one of the worst set of leaders. I have said it on this show before.
Why don't you call him his name? Hopeless Uzodinma. You guys normally call him.
I don't call him. I don't call him. I call him Uzodinma. That is a gorilla. You know, he's a hopeless gorilla. So I don't want to Hope Uzodinma. People like that, they have people that put them in power. By the time the state allocation comes to them, the money has been shared. So when we talk about leadership, we talk about leadership and followership. We have to get the leadership right. Then the leadership can now formulate policies to guide the followers. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, Remy. Let's hear from Remy.
Okay, thank you very much. Because the topic we are discussing now is about Nigerian civil servant and Nigeria as a whole. For me, I've always said that there are two problems that Nigerians have: religion, and also people are generally lazy. They are lazy, but they want good things of life. They want good things of life, they don't want to pay for it. Everywhere that's in diaspora, you all know that before you can get some benefit, you have to pay the tax. Any work you put in there is being taxed. And then the government used what they have, the tax they collected, for the benefit of all. It does not mean there is no corruption here. There is. Maybe the magnitude cannot be compared to Nigeria. And when you were talking this way, and then somebody will continue to give a narrative about a forger or whatever or something like that, I think that is immaterial. That's not what we are talking here today. We are talking about, and I always believe that leadership comes from followership, because it's from the followership that we are, from the follower that we are going to see the leaders. Our leaders come from our followership. So when you are blaming the leaders, we as well blame the followership too. So when you complain about your leaders, what about the followers? Well, at least we have new set of leaders now. They are followers before, and now they are leaders. And when we listen to this program, we have learned that Tinubu used to be following Yar'Adua before. He was a follower at that time, and now he is a leader. A lot of our guys that are leaders today, they are also followers.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. I heard that Peter Obi has taken asylum in Bangladesh.
No, I don't know about that. If he goes there,
because he always speaks from Bangladesh. So I was just thinking.
I don't like the narrative some people always talk. When you talk about Nigeria, I want to say this, and I know this bill will burst into fire now. Nigeria, when we got independent, the northern and the western part of Nigeria said that, okay, maybe we should have a clause that if things are not going our way, we should depart separately. It is Nnamdi Azikiwe that insisted, no, there should be one Nigeria. It was the mantra of one Nigeria, one Africa. And that is why the unification stands. And Allah, 6 months down the line, 6 years from 6 years, and there's a coup from the eastern part of Nigeria. They killed all the other leaders, and they left the Igbo leaders alone. They didn't kill them. That is one thing the northern people will never forget in their life. And I think till today, they never forget and they never forgive. The western people, we are lucky that Awolowo was in jail. If he was not in jail by that particular moment, he would have been killed also. But at last, they killed some of our leaders.
Remy, were there Yoruba people in that coup?
Let me finish.
Were there Yoruba people in that coup?
Let me
Hold
finish.
on, you can't mislead us here.
Let me
Were there
finish.
Yoruba people in that queue?
You don't allow me to interject your own. So
Were there Yoruba people in that queue?
let me finish. Let me finish.
It's a simple question, yes or no?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Joe, don't worry. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Finish,
Go
and
ahead.
then you do your own. They kill some of our leaders. We forget and we forgive. And after the Civil War, that is why most of your people were still able to see some of your property intact in the western part of Nigeria. You can go and ask the South people, whether
including Ojuku.
Yes. And then we forgive and we forget and we move on. You came back to our Lagos, we accept you, you do your business, and we're happy. If you look at everything, you have been everything in Nigeria. Whether it's a ceremonial president, you have been a president, you have been a vice president, you have been a Senate president, you have been a Speaker of House of Representatives, you have been several ministers, you have held a lot of important positions in Nigeria. To me, you are the minority out of the three major tribes, but you have enjoyed all the perks and everything that comes with it in Nigeria. But still, you are not satisfied. And come to this election, before the election, what we know is that you want to secede from Nigeria. And then you started killing your people over there in the southeast. When we complain, let me finish. And when we
let him finish, please. Yeah. No, Joel, please. I will not let you. Let him finish.
I did not say anything. I did not say anything now.
Yeah. He thought he want to say something.
And when you complain, you lord it that is a Nigerian state, you are marginalized, you are this, you are that. They don't allow you to trade. They don't allow you to move around in Nigeria. Whereas you are everywhere in Nigeria. You are trading, doing your business everywhere, housing, having your housing and property everywhere in Nigeria. You are given the opportunity that they were not given to other regions in Nigeria, all over the country. Still, you are not satisfied. Then come this election, your main guy lost, and you want to burn down the country. For what reason? Are you the only region in that country? You are not the only one. I always know that politics is a game. If you win today, lucky you. If you lose today, you can come back another time and win again. Now you want to have your cake and eat it at the same time. You want to be the president of a country and you also want to go away. You are going to be threatening us that if you don't want us, let us leave. If you want to leave, leave. I rest my case.
Okay, let me respond first, please. Let me respond.
No. Yeah, Joel will go. Passat, hold on. Joel, let me sequence it.
Yeah, but Joel, sometimes you have to let me go too. I let you go a lot.
Can you let me sequence it? No. You follow my instruction, please. Thank you.
I mean, they're here talking. I haven't said anything.
Let me follow through. Joel will go first, then you go after Joel. Yeah, Joel. Yeah.
I'll be short. Then you. Mr.
We can barely hear you, Joel. We can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you better now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You have the floor. Yeah.
The issue is this. You have to learn not to allow the Southeast to live rent-free in your head. You said that we are the minority in the major tribe and all that. I mean, you can just build that in your head. But I know that Igbos are not minority, not in numbers, not in cash, not in development. So for you, you can think whatever thing you want to think. And you cannot sit here and judge a whole tribe by the actions of a few. It's just like me trying to judge the whole Yorubas for the Yoruba nation. It is not intelligent enough. And I expected better. You talk from an angle of bitterness. And it's okay. But all I want to tell you is this. The Igbo man did not tell you anything that is not happening today. And if you want me to tell you, I will tell you I'm a full-blooded Igbo man, and I don't give a hoot what you think about me. But the issue there is that when we go back to the issue of the war, the coup itself, what were the reasons that made them to stage a coup? Because sometimes we have to go back and start revisiting issues, not actions, processes. We pay less attention to process in Nigeria, and we pay so much attention to actions of people or to the outcomes. So when you talk about what happened before the Civil War, what was the issue? Political instability, corruption, indiscriminate killing, the using of our forces as kabu, the way they use them today. Had those things changed, those talking points prior to the Civil War, had those talking points changed today? It has never changed. So if I may ask, who was stupid for going to war? The Nigerian state or the Southeasterners? You be the judge. And to make it clear, the war wasn't between the Igbos and the Yorubas. They did not use the instrument of state to say, now oh, this is Nigeria against these people. The Yorubas was our problem. And when we also appreciate the gesture after the Civil War, it's not a question of arrogance. They fought a war. But I would think that if I say I want to leave Nigeria and you say, no, you must stay, and I say, this is the reason why I want to leave as a family, and you say, okay, we want you to stay, but if we must stay, we must get these things right, get these things right, get these things right. On what ground are you telling the Igbo man to stay in Nigeria? Let's start from there. On what grounds? Is it that we are progressive? Is it that we have political stability? Is it that our economy is thriving so good? Is it that we love each other? Is it that what? What is in your stinking Nigeria that will make you talk to the Igbo man the way you talk to the Igbo man today? Instead of you to come out and let's talk about Nigeria and the way Nigeria should be, you are talking from the point of bitterness. You should be more mature than this. So disappointed, Remy, and you keep making this statement all the time. Anytime they give you talk, you start making it about IPOP because you are empty. You don't have any other thing to talk about. You just want to make a statement and just say it the way you want to say it and let people listen to your crap. If you just stop that nonsense, and when you come on here and let's talk about Nigeria. If I say Tinubu'S certificate was forged, yeah, even if I'm wrong, but he created that scenario. He created it. So if people are having such sentiment, allow them be. And don't come out here and make it about a tribe thing. Did an Igbo man take
let Pansat go so I can come in, please.
Please, Daddy, wait. Did Igbo man take a Tinubu to court? Who took Tinubu to court? Atiku. But every time you guys are here talking about the Igbo man, and then come make a statement like that, say it's about the South. What nonsense is that? Can you just get the Igbo man out of your damn heads? Thank you.
Yeah, Pansat. Yeah, let's hear from Pansat.
All right, thank you very much. Obviously, there are two things to discuss. One of them is his attitude itself, and then the things that he said, true or false, being the rubric to measure those. But solid, boorish, loutish, offish, crude and coarse, vulgar attitude that he displayed a few minutes ago. It normally happens when I'm not here. But I think he's grown some wings too, seeing that I'm here to talk like that. Right? So I want to ask you as a moderator, because this is one thing I've decided to be doing lately, is to find out, is Remy in Nigeria or is he in diaspora? Could you tell me that?
He's in diaspora.
In diaspora. Okay, when you say diaspora, is he in like an Islamic place or is in the Western countries?
He's in diaspora. Diaspora is diaspora.
Diaspora is not diaspora. But I will
I said he's in diaspora. He's in Finland.
Finland,
yeah.
Okay.
I think the question you asked for me personally, but I tell you from his profile, he's well traveled. He's well traveled.
He's well traveled. Okay.
He's in Afghanistan, Pansa.
All right. So let me say that in Nigeria today now, I want everybody to listen. I'm not going to take too long because obviously it's a silly comment, right? But look, the major social problems we have in Nigeria right now are poverty, inequality, corruption, educational issues, and terrorism. Some are subset of that. This persistent armed conflict by and with Boko Haram in northeastern Nigeria, resulting in widespread displacements, food insecurity, and many victims of violence over there. The insurgency and with the Islamic State and Boko Haram is one of the major problems we have in northeastern Nigeria. Banditry, violence all over the place, northwest, farmer-pastoralist conflict in the middle belt. And of course, we have this growing Cameroonian refugee into the country. None of these have anything to do with Igbos. If anything,
are you saying the Southeast is very peaceful? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, southwest or southeast?
Southeast.
No, let me do my talking. When you don't hear me very well, don't talk about what I'm suggesting. I'm saying we have problems in Nigeria, and there are poverty, inequality, corruption, educational issues, and then terrorism, right? The way we understand it. Of course, you know, terrorism by definition, it has to be Muslim involved for it to be terrorism. The rest of it is just violence, right? We condemn both. So the point I'm making is that out of those things that I just listed right now, which one does Igbos share in? If anything, they ameliorate it. They are buried. So to reach back, going back to the war. Now, he has a freedom of speech, and I would fight to defend his freedom to speak. That's why I attacked his ill-mannered, unmannerly, discourteous, and insensitive attitude. But now to talk about the war itself, that war, for his side, the Nigerian side, the protagonist there, the hero for them, is a guy called General Yakubu Gowon. Yakubu Danyuma Jack Gowon. He's from Kanke in Plateau State, the local government in Plateau State. His people are being massacred today and put in IDP camps because a tiny minority, 121,000 with 2006 census over there. That was the protagonist of that war. His people are being massacred every day, including going all the way to Benue, the thieves. Are the Igbos responsible for that? If you really are in the 1960s up to 1970 Nigerian, if you're stuck there, your mindset is set right there, you're going to don your helmet and carry your gun and go and defend the thieves and people in Plateau, Christians who are being killed every day, massacred by the same corporate that use them to fight their brothers and sisters in the Southeast, Christians. This guy here, Remy, shouldn't even be here. This platform is actually a Christian platform.
See how you go.
No, let me land. What are you talking about? Let me land. If you're gonna divide Nigerians, hold on. If you're gonna divide Nigerians,
no, Basad.
Let me land.
No. This is not a Christian platform. Where do you get that from?
Okay, let me chime in.
I'm bringing. Hold on, please. I'm bringing him back. No, Basad, please.
Don't try to remove me again. If you
I'm going to remove you for the rest of the day. There's nothing you can do. Bye. Yeah. Prince Daddy, go on. You know I have the power to remove you. Yeah. Prince Daddy, go on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm removing you for the rest of the day. That is my rules for today. You have to hold on, Prince Daddy. You have to abide by the rules and regulation of the platform. When we started, I said no calling name, no insults, no foul language, and you can't name this platform a Christian platform. Where do you get that from? Prince Daddy, help me here now.
I hear you. I hear you.
Mike come here every time. Mike is a traditionalist. Do we stop him not to talk?
No.
Simba is a Muslim. Do I care? I'm a Christian. Do you care, my brother? Nobody cares who you say. No. But Pastor, we will try to, you are elderly man now. We try to come. Yeah. No, we can't do that. This is not a Christian platform. No, I will not take that. I will never take that. And if you don't stick to correction, I kick you out. I have the power to kick you out. And you are not coming from the rest of the day. Yeah, Prince, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. So I was just gonna ask a few questions, if Joe don't mind answering or talking about it. Hey, Joe, did you spend time in the southwestern part of Nigeria, specifically Lagos?
Yes, I do.
For a long time. Did you go to school in Lagos? I'm just trying to.
No, I didn't. I went to school in. I went to school in the east.
Okay.
But my mom's business moved from Kano State after the Kano riot of '88 to Lagos State. That was how we stayed in Lagos. I was born in Kano State. So that's my history.
Yeah. So I mean, the reason I asked the question because when I went to school in Lagos State, in Lagos, primary school, whatever, secondary school, you can pretty much say 50% of the pupils in my class or the school were from the southeast. So I'm used to maybe about, I don't know, the south, the Hausa people are around maybe 5% or so. So maybe 50% or 45% Igbos and the rest like 5%. So I'm used to dealing with Igbos, and I mean, growing up with them over the years, I don't tend to make a lot of distinction. If I pull up my WhatsApp or my contact right now, more than 50% of my friends are Igbos. So like Pansa, for example, when he speaks, or I mean, he said himself, I know where he's coming from. So when people, I mean, obviously, it sounds like you're well traveled. You live in the West. But usually, when people have to align, they tend to align with their ethnic background. But at the end of the day, you can sense in the voice or in the way people generally will relate to other people from Nigeria, other parts of Nigeria. So I'm trying to understand you because you can make it clear. I mean, there's one thing. I mean, for example, I'm a big time supporter of Trump. Adewale is not. But when it comes to American politics, we tend to speak more on issues and lay them out. And I hear you speak eloquently about them. You and I tend to agree on a lot of the issues. But when it comes to Nigeria politics, your tone or tonality and your approach to the matter seems to be highly ethnic. Okay, so that's why I was asking the question: if you ever lived among the Yorubas or the Southwesterners. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Yesterday, I think I didn't come in late at night. Maybe I did after. But anyway, I heard you when you tried to talk about Tinubu. In so doing, you lumped the Yoruba ethnic group as one and aligned them with Tinubu. Now, I'm not sure where you were trying to go with that. I mean, I have other brothers. I mean, among the three of us, two of them chose to vote for Peter Obi. We are all Yorubas, hailing from Abeokuta, even though we grew up in Lagos. They voted for Peter Obi. I didn't vote, but I did support Tinubu for sure. So in your case, the things you try to accuse Remy of, you yourself seem to display such attributes. So and your hands are not clean when it comes to the issue of Tinubu because you're quick to lump all the Yorubas or people that align with Tinubu all together.
No.
One second. I can quick say, for example, I've said, if you heard me on this platform, I'm quite clear. Me, I don't support Peter Obi because I said I profile Peter Obi, and I don't think he has the capacity, if you want to put it that way, to be a leader, especially over Tinubu. I don't think he has the qualification. Of course, I know you think otherwise, but it's not like ad hominem attack on Peter Obi. It's just factual what I think. Of course, I could be wrong, but that's my profiling of Peter Obi. I would never lump in other Igbos. I mean, for me, I mean, it would sound ridiculous for me to think Peter B exemplifies the highest quality of Igbo people. That tells me I don't know anything. It means I
Okay,
don't know anything.
Prince Daddy, you've been making this particular statement and you're making a run about it. And I had wanted to come in because many of you did not listen, because most people on here yesterday were just listening to respond. And because of how fast and how high pitched my voice is, sometimes people don't get to hear all I have to say. Before I made that statement yesterday, there was a caveat. I said, if not for some Yoruba folks that I have been in the trench with, I did not use trench, but if not for some Yoruba folks that I cannot still phantom the reason why. And I still stand by that. I cannot phantom the reason
Yeah,
why. And I made that statement.
you said that
Hold
as
on.
a pre. Trust me, I was in I was in background and I heard you. I know you're trying to maybe sugarcoat it or turn it around. So you
No,
said
I
that.
am
I
not
heard that
turning around.
clearly.
No. Please, Daddy.
You said no,
Allow me
you
to
said that
just talk.
clearly. Then you tried to make a comparison between Awolowo and Tinubu, and,
Yes.
and your submission. You said that I mean, I'm not sure what to use, but in your submission, like it behooves you. You could not believe that the Yorubas could stoop so low.
Yeah.
As a people.
Yeah.
That was the problem. You group all the Yorubas for stooping low to have wanted to vote for somebody like Tinubu. And I just told you, two of my brothers, they were, you can call them obedient or whatever, but all I know is that they voted for Obi, and they
I'm
did
saying
vote.
some.
Okay?
No. I did not say all Yorubas. Hold on, my brother. You're just making, that's why I say you're still making it wrong with this. I said that with what we have, because I was making reference to those on this platform that yesterday, and most of them, to be frank with you, that was against what we were saying were Yorubas. And I don't have to be apologetic about it. All I'm just saying is this: I made a point, and I placed a caveat. I said I said, if not for some Yorubas, that I feel so disappointed that the Yorubas went from from Awo to Tinubu, and I still stand by it. Look, let me tell you something.
Okay, that's fine, but some people found it offensive somewhat
Offensive.
because it took some people aback. Of course, it's your opinion. It's your opinion. You can express it. That is fine. But the point here is that some people felt
no. See, please, Daddy. I always take responsibility. Probably I could have worded it much better, but I am not so good in English like you or Bansat or One Man or many of you here. Right? So all I'm just saying is that because sometimes when you're talking and a lot of people are trying to attack you, or then probably you lose your line of thought. But I want to reinstate it here that I wasn't talking about the whole of Yorubas. For one, I know many of us in the trenches on the social media, and I made that point yesterday, that are Yorubas. Even my neighbors that are Yorubas that voted Obi. But the thing there is that we cannot just also take it away from the fact that most Yorubas are the ones supporting Tinubu is not the issue, but supporting this crime, not even giving an open thought, not even having an open mind about it. It's what is saddening me. That someone got into the university.
Excuse me, my brother. What crime are you referring to? We have a lot of crime.
Hold on. I'm not going back. I'm not going back to this Tinubu thing. But I mean, it is something that we all keep. It will be a recurring decimal. We keep talking about it. We're not going to get tired. But the issue there is this. You see, we want to build a society that has standards, that has process. We know we go from primary to secondary to university. And if you want to be a good leader, if you want to be an exemplary leader, I think to the younger ones, even to the kids in primary school, you have to show that you went through all those processes to get to where you are. Then we can now say these are the standards.
I've heard you talk about. I've heard you talk about how. Hold on. I've heard you talk about how wealthy P2B is. I think it's a quarter of $500 million. Well, it doesn't matter. But the point, you and I can agree also that P2B, when it comes to academics, is not the strongest candidate. But it didn't stop P2B from being successful business person and made a lot of money. It didn't stop him. So why so fixated? Why so fixated?
The issue has not been the education for me. Like I told, if you follow me, prior to the election, I made the point. I made the point clear. I made the point clear. It is not about if Tinubu is educated enough. I mean, if Tinubu is not educated, I know that he is more educated than Buhari. So it is not the question of that. The thing there is that we are looking at the issues. This person, is this someone that we can trust? Do you think that we could have done that same thing if it was Osibanjo? It cannot happen because your conscience will not allow you to do so. Your conscience will not allow you to do so.
We all have different level of consciousness, if you want to put it that way. But now we have an official. We have an official. We've had an official present.
Go ahead.
Chicago State and their attorneys and Tinubu'S and Atikus, they've all come. I mean, if you don't accept what has come out, okay. But what is out there is now official. You don't have to believe it. But what more can we do, or what other avenues do we pursue on this matter that's pretty much been put to rest? You know, sometimes, you know, I know. I think you believe you support Trump. I mean, listen, when Trump lost, it was a big blow to me. But today, I don't go around and addressing Biden as a non-person. He is the president of the United States, regardless of how he came to power. Even though I still believe that they rigged the election, nobody can convince me otherwise. But Biden is the president of the United States of America. Sometimes we take our loss and we come back next time and play ball. But the way many people are going about it, trying to demeaning the person and personality of Tinubu and trying to make a caricature of him is not the best way to go. When you do that, trying to prove your point, you simply rub other people that support him in the wrong way. So that's the problem.
Okay. And Preach Daddy. The issue is this. The issue is this. Like, if there were Yorubas that felt some type of way, probably because, like I said, the way the interjections were coming and, you know, the background and all that, I know probably I might have missed certain things I wanted to say, but I had just told you what I meant. If some people felt bad about it, I am sorry about it. But now you understand where I'm coming from. I do not think, because if you come to the people, if you come out, they'll be like, oh, the Yorubas are the most educated. And to an extent, I believe it. However, if the Yorubas are the most educated, because if it were in the north, I wouldn't bother. We're talking about the Yorubas here. Tinubu cannot be the best you can offer. That is my point. There's nothing anyone can tell me about it. Tinubu cannot be the best.
Of course, I agree with you. I agree with you. Absolutely, Tinubu is not the best Yorubas can offer. Yeah. Of course, it's not.
It is not. So when I see, and the issue there is this: if you like integrity,
this is politics. It's about popularity contest. It's about a whole other things. And when it comes to politics, I can guarantee you right now. Maybe I'm not too deep. Maybe other people can talk about it. But starting Tinubu for this past few years and his antecedents, that man is a politician. He knows how to play politics. There's no doubt that Tinubu is the foremost among the Yorubas as a top politician. There's no doubt about it.
That he should remain a kingmaker. If he knows that he's going to come out with,
he can choose to pursue other ambitions. He can choose to pursue other ambitions. He chooses to.
Hold on, guys. Joel, Prince, can you ask Joel that did Yoruba chose Tinubu or Nigerian chose Tinubu? Can you ask him that question?
Yoruba did.
No. It's not only Yoruba in APC.
That's a good question.
We have Igbos in APC. We have Yoruba in APC. We have Hausa in APC. It's not Yoruba that chose Tinubu. No,
Actually, the power block in the APC were Northerners. The Northerners had the power in the APC.
No, you're talking about the composition of people that voted in, right?
Mr. Thomas, you just asked a very important question. Let them answer it, please.
Yes. No. Every tribe, Igbos are in Tinubu's camp that chose Tinubu.
Exactly.
As their candidate.
Exactly.
It's not Yoruba. Don't know. Well, let's give this tribal something. No. You shouldn't say that, brother.
No. Allow me. Like I told you now, I made some apologies. But look, let me tell you something, Thomas. The issue here is this. It's just simple. Tinubu is not the best the Yorubas can offer us. It's period.
No, don't say that now.
No. He's still asking a question. He said Yoruba chose him.
Yoruba didn't offer Tinubu. Don't say that. That's the wrong narrative, my brother.
Thomas, the defense of the forgery, of the shenanigans of Tinubu is being done by Yorubas. That is the point. So either way you want to look at it,
that's a catch-22, Joe. That's a catch-22. Of course, a lot of Yoruba voted for Tinubu because it's the Yoruba man, just like the Igbos did in the Southeast for Peter.
That's the reason why I was saying what I was saying. But we always want to. I understand that Nigeria elected. There were Igbos that voted Tinubu. There were Hausa that voted Tinubu. There were more Yorubas.
I think there are more Hausas of the Northerners that voted for Tinubu than Yorubas. I think so, actually. There are more Northerners that voted for Tinubu.
In terms of percentages.
Yeah, percentage votes count. Yeah.
No. I wouldn't say that.
In reality, the northern part of Nigeria even voted more for Tinubu than Yoruba people. Go and check.
No. This is what I'm saying, right?
North, we are talking about North Central, North East, and North West.
Mr. Man, if you want to talk, calm down and talk. If you don't just badge in, just start shouting. You just calm down and talk.
Mr. Thomas, please, can I also come in here?
No, Joel, no.
No, you can't just
Mr. Thomas,
can I come in?
Everybody hold on. That is how Remy talks. He's not fighting you.
Now.
No. That is his tone.
Okay, let him excuse. He should excuse people before he comes in. People are just talking calmly. You just come in like wow. Okay, excuse yourself and come in. Okay, can I interject?
Thomas,
is that too much?
Let me explain myself. I am here for the benefit. So I'm here for the growth and development of Nigeria. I am the only one here that castigate what Kanu was doing in the Southeast. I pursued because I don't like the way the people are killing one another over there. And here at this same platform, some people said it's none of my business. So what happened in the Southeast is none of my business. What I don't like here is this: when we are making a general discussion, and every now and then you relate it back to Tinubu, that. If they talk bad about Obi, you don't also feel very good about it. You always come on his defense, those people from the Southeast. So you don't expect Yoruba people not to come to the defense of Tinubu.
So okay, so I was right in saying that Yoruba are defending him, right?
Let me finish. You cannot tell the Yoruba now that the best we have is Tinubu. If it's our best bet that we know can claim the trophy, we all support him and he claim the trophy at the end of the day.
Okay.
That's Yoruba people. Well, you're not telling us that. Are you telling us that we Yorubas are stupid? That is none of your own business. You pick your tent with Obi. We pick our tent with our own tribe too, with Tinubu. And then we canvass for vote all over Nigeria. And the rest of Nigeria think Tinubu is better. And they voted for him more than Atiku and also Obi. It's easy like that. Here today, I wouldn't have mentioned my analysis about what happened from 1960 to present situation. But I've seen that every now and then, you just want to disparage this guy. You want to generate him. You would just want to talk bad about him every available opportunity. If you care to know, I know your people too. I serve my youth service in Enugu. And I have Igbo friends, even in classes, in my endeavor with people. I'm not castigating the generality of the people. But if you are here disparaging my own tribe, Do you think I will fold my hand, then you just talk anyhow you'd like to them? I won't do that. The same thing you are fighting for your people. You know, the same way I'm also fighting for my people. So that is
I'm not fighting for my people. I'm fighting for Nigeria, my brother.
You forget it. I am very objective. I don't deceive myself.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, it will have been good, please, guys. Let's hear from Midwest.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Anything. Yeah, Midwest. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. What I want to say is this. You see, what I've come to realize is this in Nigeria. I think our brother from Southeast that are trying to say they want to defend Obi should be careful. Because Obi is not president of Igbo. And he was not contesting to come and form IPOB or to come and rule Biafra. He was contesting to rule Nigeria. And every Nigeria gave him the support they can with the opportunity they have. So however he lost the election, I definitely understand that those who supported him are definitely not going to be happy. It is natural everywhere. Even United States, advanced as it is, we saw what happened. Those who were supporting Trump were not happy. They wanted to take laws into their hand to some extent. But however, if we are talking from that pain, we should be careful not to be shifting everything to tribe. The Yoruba gave the best. No, it's not a good statement at all. The Yoruba did not give us Tinubu. As I'm talking here, I did not campaign for Tinubu. Even this platform where we were campaigning, they will testify to it. But I was careful not to insult him. I don't do that. And now they said, even I don't support him does not mean we should lie about everything about him. That's just the major issue. And the way things are going, if we continue to put this narration on tribe, Yoruba, Igbo, tribe, Igbo is the one that is going to lose along the line. Because when you look at Lagos, for example, you will see the way Yoruba voted for Peter Obi. This is the stronghold of Tinubu. Not going about, there's no joke about it at all. They supported the Igbos there and other tribe there. I also know some Igbo might have also voted for Tinubu, but it may not even be in a larger, even Igbo were campaigning. And at the end, Peter Obi won that state. But today, the way we are shifting it, it's like the Yoruba who crossed to Igbo side, they now see themselves like fools. That will not be good for the politics of the eastern region of Nigeria. Let me land my point. Please, I will allow you to talk. I will allow you to say your own. So therefore, we are still one Nigeria. We understand that nobody is happy the way the whole thing is being structured or the way they run the things of the country. But even the government itself, they should sit down. All these things that we are, disgracing our country about certificate, taking this issue to international level because somebody studying international education, the whole world is watching. And the school, I've always said, this guy attend my school. Because that is the main bone of contention. If, for example, they say, we don't know him, then we have a case. To be frankly speaking, many times they said he was once our student. And again, he has worked in accounting firm and he studied studying accounting in United States. And he has worked in United States. And that firm he worked, that employed him, always employed professionals. And their day 70-something is no digital record today. Everything is paper. Some of these people, after many years, they go into private business. They don't even know where their certificate is. I'm telling you the truth. And they move from one place to another, Those days, sometimes they go and give it to their uncle they feel that is educated, not even their father. And that uncle will misplace everything. If he dies, his children will throw everything away. So they really have a problem. But one thing is that there's also chances to forge. But we should try to encourage our government to put a good standard that will make it difficult for people to do this. I think that should be what we should be saying. Because the issue of who is right in 1960, 1970, my brother, I have tried this many times. We always end up in insult. Because the East can never agree we did this wrong. I've never heard it from majority of them. And the West, at the same time, are not going to accept the narration that they are hearing. Like me, I'm from Madam Bende, but if they narrate that history of the war, the aspect they want us to see is how the whole Nigeria just gang up and start the war. Everything take a process. Just the way we argue here. If I say, like this man said, oh, that man is stupid, this one is useless, that is an argument. But if I slap you, I'm the first to eat. And that is just the genesis of that war. No, Nigeria did not, I keep telling people, the government did not command any Nigeria troop, go and fight in the east. It is Ojukwu who command his men, go and capture Midwest. And that became a war. We need to educate our people. What is going on in Southeast today is out of bitterness of not knowing the truth and the genesis of the problem of this country. They fed our children, they fed it for many years, and people have digested it. They have pain. I am telling you, if I meet the young Igbos today that is coming out from deep Southeast, my brother, the way they behave, I can't believe these are Igbo people. I'm becoming so worried. I have to tell you my mind.
Good.
I grew up with Igbos. We eat together. All my best friends are Igbos, and I cannot imagine the way we used to relate, and I can no longer relate with this new generation. It's very hard.
Mr. Midwest, Mr. Midwest, but no vex, so no vex. On the opted time, I'm not going to go back on this issue. I said I may have worded what I said yesterday incorrectly, and I fully apologize. And I think that rests it. I know that there are Yorubas on the on social media that I relate with that had obedience. That is not the issue. My thing is that the defense, even before the Chicago disposition and all that, there was already a high defense on this place. Some people even went ahead and said, even if he doesn't study, that was the point I was trying to bring up to Ajele Koko earlier on, when Ruben was saying that was 2-3 weeks ago, that this issue about certificates, that it doesn't really matter, that he doesn't really need to present one. He just needs to go to one conference and he can be the president. And I'm saying, you cannot just say that if we've not seen what the full case is all about. You can't just tell me it's all these things are just pre-election matters, blah, 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 blah. Then you're not saying the truth. The Yorubas are also defending, I was also talking about was on the platform yesterday. It is what I was referring to. But, there's a way people just overblow issue. And whatever way, I believe that I am responsible for that. And I am sorry about it. No problem. Now, talking about you, I'm talking about the Midwest. I have wanted to ask you a question. I guess you're old enough. Can you name maybe 3 things that caused this that made people to come, that made Nzogu Cardinal Nzogu Cardinal Nzogu to do what he did, like to go on with the killing?
See, my brother, let me just tell you the truth. With the reality, with what I'm seeing today, what make Nzogu to do what he did is propaganda. When you feed people with lie, when you feed people with lie, and I will tell you that propaganda, they want to Islamize Nigeria. They want to Islamize Nigeria. And these people don't have single political power. Then, they were only lucky to have 2 leaders, just 2 educated. The bunch of the rest were completely illiterate, and they were powerless. And the real people that really had the power of the North were middle belt people. So how come these people were bad? Is it because they are prime minister? They were just president of the northern what's it called? Northern region.
Who was bad? I don't get
the Senate of the press. Listen, the Senate, the deputy president or ceremonial president, or let's put it that way, was from East. The Senate president was from East. All these armies you see in Nigeria, all these army, they were trained by Igbos. Igbos were the leaders in the armies then. In the police sector, Igbos. Because they were the one that were so opportune to be close to the British, because they were really available for them. Other tribe children were, because of the culture and tradition, to take a Benin man's son to a place he doesn't know is very difficult. Likewise, the Yoruba. So, but we need to, propaganda is what destroyed Nigeria, and we should stop it now. Those things I have come to realize that those things were lie 100%.
No.
These people were not. Okay, let us talk about corruption. Let me also, I know why you had this question.
Okay, Midwest. This is the issue, right? The issue here is this. Midwest, are you there?
Sorry. Midwest, you have to learn to be. You have to try to be pausing, so that you let other people.
Okay, one man. Sorry for that.
Okay, okay, Midwest. See, this is my point, because I want us to have a conversation. Because these days, if we say let's go read some books, people will say it depends on who wrote the book. But I have been opportune to read like 3-4 books from different regions, and I've been able to gather what really was one of the reasons why the coup took place. And if you say it was propaganda, I will tell you it was a lie. In the West, in the Southwest, you had the Akintola versus oh God, I've forgotten their names. But there was political instability. It was that bad as a then. There was corruption. Go and listen to Cardinal Uzogu and ask him and listen to the reason why he went to war.
Uzogu didn't go to war. Uzogu was not after war, please.
You say?
Uzogu didn't go to war. He hated that war. He wanted to stop it, but
no. I'm talking about the coup, or the coup that he did, right? What was the reason why he did that?
Propaganda.
Because his action. Hold on now. His action was what led to the war, right? Because he was the one that did the killing, and at the end of the day, this happened. Now, when you talk about the Midwest, Kaduna Uzogu, because most people keep saying it's Igbo, right? Kaduna Uzogu is from Delta State. If you had been opportune, you say?
I agree.
Good. If you have been opportune to go through the list of those who carried out that coup, from Uzogu down, there were Yorubas in there, about 4 or 5 of them.
I can say one.
No. There were more than one. Go through the list. There were more than one Yoruba. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that most of the things they believed in then was in nationhood. And really, things were really bad as at then. They came in and they did a shoddy job in terms of the directive, because the directive was given, but it was not carried out. But that is a news for another day. That's a topic for another day. But at the end of the day, if we say that this is what really led to this war, these were the reasons. They are the reasons, whether you like it or not. Call it propaganda, but we saw it on TV. It's everywhere, right? We saw what was going on. If we say this, these people are saying that they want to go to war, or they carried out this coup because of this, and it led to war, and we want to have a common sense or a dialogue, I would believe, for once, that we say, okay, these things these people are talking about, political instability, corruption, some of this societal is, we have to stop.
Wait, my brother, I want to ask you a
question. Hold on.
Wait,
Let me just. I'll just land. There. You then go on. But today, most of those things that they fought for, or they fought against those days, has multiplied by 1,000%.
Okay.
Political instability, corruption. In fact, the economy is even in shambles.
Okay, my brother.
The situation we were before the Civil War is far better than we have today. That is my point.
Let's please, just a moment. Let us measure the economic then. If you look at our GDP then, foreign reserve, when they said we don't have economy is bad, we were far better than United States, far before that war, economically. Now, in fact, when Nigeria was not in debt then, we were advancing. So I don't know. That's why I told you everything was propaganda. Propaganda was based on. Wait. Now, let me talk with you. Now, you may not agree with me. I also give you time to express yourself. That propaganda, it metamorphosed to ethnic device in that country, and that's what we are still suffering today. You quickly said about western part of Nigeria, which, by the way, that western part of Nigeria between Akitola and Awolowo, all those strongholds were still part of West, nothing like Midwest themselves. There was not. Now, this were Yoruba, a regional crisis. Understand the picture of Nigeria then. The country itself, Nigeria, it was more like already like a confederation. The federal was a federal that because the British made sure every region were producing on their own and bringing some percentage to central. Though they created a central police force, a central army, but yet these regions were almost like a country. And most of the things they agreed upon then is based on a region. How can Easterner come and be killing others for the crisis in the western part of Nigeria? If not for propaganda. Is there a crisis in the north? Was that crisis in the northern part of Nigeria as a region? No. Was that crisis a national crisis? Yes, because we are all Nigeria, but it was majorly measured in the western politics of Nigeria.
No,
So we can't use that context to go and eliminate the prime minister of a country, and we say, you know, there were political crises in the west. You should reason it very well. It was a internal crisis because Awolowo was betrayed in the central, such a high-profile man. He was powerless. He has no position. And when he was coming back to his region, somebody else have emerged. And he wanted that person to respect him as elder or whatever. Here also comes some regions within the West. The man said no. And you understand me? And that was the genesis of the crisis in the western part of Nigeria.
Good.
If Awolowo have gotten a juicy position on top, he would have come back to West. Coming back is what created that problem. That's just the history. And many Yorubas are here, they can testify to it. And it was Yoruba problem, not Nigeria problem. But
no, you can't say that. My brother, you know that we were more intertwined then than it is now. Like you can have people from other region go to other region, win elections. We were more intertwined then. So you see, when I was talking about, I was talking about there was political instability. That was part of it. The military came in for a reason. What about corruption? What about using our policemen?
They came in for a reason me and you cannot explain. They came in for, and that reason is something that has to do with propaganda, not the country. Economically,
No,
we're just having
even with our economy, my brother, even with our
the corruption. You said he has no trace, he has nothing to prove. Oh, this man was stealing our money, they were banking our money somewhere. No,
there was corruption there, my brother. There was corruption. And see, let me tell you, you want to make it look like Nigeria was an Eldorado, Nigeria was a heaven then. God, I would like you to, because it's like you have missed the point about the kind of hitting the polity that was going on then. It was is it Aminu Kano or Sadona of Sokoto then that made that statement, right? About expatriate. I don't know if you watched that video, right? Where he was talking about expatriate.
That statement was made before the independence of the country.
Good and fine. But you see, let me tell you something. You say it was made before independence, but it was also practicalized. It was also practical. Go and read about the events of the that led to the Civil War. You won't be saying this. It wasn't made out of propaganda. It wasn't just propaganda. What was the propaganda about?
Okay, see,
it was not propaganda. It was based on facts. And now the way they
wait,
was wrong.
That statement. Let's see, it is wrong.
Because they would have killed them all.
Let us agree. Let us agree that let's declare that statement wrong. But he made that statement from a purpose. Why not we sit down and say, what is really the worries of these people? What are the concerns of these people? Why can't we look for a way, proper way to address the concerns that led to that statement? It's just like Remy make a statement here now, you are not comfortable. Does not mean Remy may even be having a wife that is Igbo. I'm telling you, some people make statements. Yes. You may not even know, but you will just go to what Remy said and don't look at why is Remy talking like this. And that is what led us to this war. You can't portray these people as bad because they make a statement. Something was going on. And what was going on that they were worried that their land, they can't have a say. And that's just the fact. Because they don't have position. Their people are not in the secretary. They are not in the offices. They were not working in the appropriate place they expected. And they were so concerned. It's like someone is taking their land. And most of the time, they will even say, they don't want this country
My brother, be fair.
They said they don't want
Be
Nigeria,
fair.
and it's very clear. Can
My
you
brother,
argue
be
that?
fair. And Midwest, be fair, because the issue there is that they did not go to school. People with the qualifications took over, right? And after the war, what happened? Am I going to knock on the Yorubas? No, the Yorubas are still even benefiting for the effect of after the war. In terms of position, hold on. Let us just talk about it. So you're not going to just say the North did not go to school. Then it was based on merit. Then they now came out now with the what they call it, with a federal character, right? So the federal character is meant to tell us that, look, if you're intelligent, you're intelligent for yourself. You might be so no matter how intelligent you are, somebody that did not make up to 100 in JAM might be your boss. It's because of federal character, and that is where this country started going down.
You see,
because we left merit.
if you finish, you let me quickly put something. I will put it for you. This federal character you mentioned. When do you think federal character started? The one you refer to, concerning educational level. When? That if you score less in the north and somebody score higher in the south, and they are all measuring together, when do you think it started? Hello? Are you people hearing me? So my network is having problem.
I can hear you.
Okay, I just asked this our brother.
Midwest.
Okay, brother, when do you think this federal character or whatever you call it started? That when someone scored 20% in the north and someone scored 40% in the south is equal. It was someone from east that gave it to them in order to bring them to this country, because they complain that their people are not educated, and they see that this office, they are not happy that their people are not working there. Okay, to rub mind, you that is educated, you came out, you call yourself educated person with a plan. Okay, when your people score 20, my people score 40 is the same. Does it make sense? And now they perfected what you gave to them, you are blaming them. We were just trying to, my brother, propaganda is what destroyed Nigeria. Everybody should go back and go and think what happened in the past. You will learn from it. Not just that people are bad. Somebody make a statement. Some people make a statement against Igbo, have Igbo wife at home. You don't even know. And you just look at the statement they make and you don't even think about why are they making the statement. Someone was complaining. My land has been taken. I don't like it this way. Okay, you went there and say, okay, don't worry. If it is education, your people score 20. My people in the South score 40 is the same. And you want to blame them for it? What they did not even have the power to attain that time. And it becomes so today. Just for them to have that inclusiveness. You gave them all this stuff. So we can't blame every other person for the error that others have made. In Yoruba, we have great people who have contributed. We also have those who have done bad to this country. In Igbo, you have the same. In every tribe you have. We are still struggling. But it's very unfortunate that today the leaders are not like complete Satan. They don't care about the country. They don't want to be truthful. They place some people above the law. You can't question them. So this is just my pain. I also gave you space to say your own point, but you should tell us when it started. If you can tell us, I will be happy. Who gave it to them?
Midwest, thank you. We have 10 minutes to go. We have to round up 9 hours. So I think we've make we make a lot of headway. Prince, you want to respond? Then we call it a day.
No. I was going to say Midwest made a lot of good points. Some of us have related to Igbos in our family, and if we make a point, doesn't mean we're against the Southeasterners or Igbos. So it's a good point. And to what is the theme of our Midwest conversation all along is that Nigeria is full of propaganda. And I like to say also that propaganda is not unique to Nigeria. In Germany, the Germans also, was because of propaganda they went to war. That's especially the Second World War that they fought. It was based strictly or highly on propaganda all the way. So propaganda is the way that the government and the people in power use to control the people and deceive the people.
That means propaganda is the tool.
Exactly. It is the two. That's the two that we, and it's not new to Nigeria at all. It's a tool that's available to the leaders and the people and the politicians, because to win power, they have to turn people perception or opinion against one another so they can gain advantage. So it is what it is.
Yeah, thank you so much. Midwest, round it up for us in one sentence, so we call it a day.
Thank you, my brother. The thing is this: we all should look at the past with truth. We have to reason. The past of saying outside is bad, someone make a statement, go and look at the genesis of why make that statement. And we should look at the error of our leader so that we can learn from it, instead of propaganda. I know those who want to learn will keep on searching their mind, but those who just want to remain in that propaganda, they will only have themselves to blame. Nobody. There's nobody else to be blamed for that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Midwest. Thank you so much. You put some flavor on the table at the end, at the tail end. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, we've come to the end of the session again. Yeah. It's not be smarting. Yeah. I will leave you with this. Carry the conversation in the comments. And I'll say, peace, guy. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will leave you with this.
Okay. Right, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umbalo Suntolo Omolono. I'm from South Africa. I will have to tell you the reason why our South African men are killing the Nigerian men. This is because the Nigerian men are very good. They are gooder than the South African men. Our South African men, they don't take care of us more than the way the Nigerian men do. The Nigerian men give us money for air, for food, for clothes. So, but the South African men are selfish. Nigerian men, they are not selfish. They take care of us very well. So that is why the South African men are angry, because all the beautiful ladies are now going after the Nigerian men. When you chase and date a Nigerian man, you enjoy your life. But we date the South African men and we are suffering. Nigerian men are taking good care of us and they have money. And we a lot of South African women are leaving our husbands because of Nigerian men. That is why they are killing the Nigerian men, because our men are jealous and they are scared. Nigerian men have taken all their women from them. So nobody wants to lose his girl to a Nigerian man. They are scared because Nigerian guys are ballers. Nigerian guys are your ballers. They have money. They spend money on women. They buy clothes, do jewelries, they do things, they buy car, they call Uber for us. So now we have to tell you, South African men, leave Nigerian men alone for us. They are making us happy. They are making us happy. Stop killing them. We don't want to be alone. We don't want you. On behalf of all the South African women, we reject all the South African men. We want Nigerian men in our life. Nigerian men are too sweet to get over.